Hello guys and gals, and welcome. So today we're going to be doing some live recordings. I'm kind of behind on my videos, which, you know, happens. I'm trying to get caught up on my other channel, which is part of the reason why. I just recorded, what is it, 6 or 7? I think it's 6 Transformer videos for my Ginger Toy Mentor channel. In fact, if you guys could do me a favor and head over to my Ginger Toy Mentor channel and subscribe over there, that would be super duper awesome. I'm trying to build the that channel up, you know, subscribers, watchers, so forth and so on. So it's going to take me a while, obviously, to get that one anywhere near my 15,000 subscribers that I have over here on this channel. But, you know, in the meantime, if you guys feel like watching some toy videos, Transformers, Funko Pops, and things like that, I'm building that channel slowly but surely. Anyway, today, if you haven't participated in one of my live recording videos, basically how it's going to work is I'm going to get everything set up in advance. I'm going to grab the item, like the runes that I need to upgrade it, and any other item that I might want for comparison or whatever's going on. I'm going to talk to you guys, and I'll answer questions in between videos. But for the most part, when I'm doing the video itself, I won't be answering any questions because I'm going to be recording it. And then later on, I'll edit it and upload it straight to YouTube, and you guys can watch it again a second time for those few of you who are, you know, who are watching it live. I have a bevy of items lined up for today, but if you have any requests of any items that I haven't done yet, we can certainly work on those. I do think I'm running low on items. So right now I actually have a couple items stored up. The Measureschmidt's Reaver Champion Axe I have not done a video on yet. I have not done a video on Isle Strike, so we'll be doing that one today. Kill Hatchet, I haven't done that one. I also have not done the Pompei's Raft or the Stormrider Tabar. So we're going to be doing both of these. And, you know, we're just going to have some fun with it. We're going to do the unique item videos, and yeah, well, it's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. You guys are going to see. We're going to have fun. We're going to do stuff. I also have another character set up with some more items which I haven't done. I think that's video items 4. Let me see here. Man, he is not on the list, is he? Where's my video items 4? There you are. Whoa, Mr. Potato, don't do that now. Well, I guess not. So video items 4 must have already been cleared out. So once we finish those videos of those items which I have currently on my character, I will move on. So I think I pulled everything off of this guy. Let me just double check. Sometimes I forget to swap the weapon sets. I did. So it looks like we got Warlord's Trust. We should be able to just barely squeeze Warlord's Trust in there. Where is the ethereal version of the Warlord's Trust, though? That's not... Maybe I forgot to transfer over the item. Yes, Hexfire is in my item list twice. I actually made 2 of the videos. And when I noticed that I made 2 of the videos, I was like, nobody's gonna notice. I was like, nobody's gonna notice. And yet, here we go. Somebody noticed. Somebody noticed. You know what? I don't really care. It's just 2 different perspectives on the same sword. Like, whatever. It can stay up there. It can stay. Let's see. Video items 4. Let me copy over video items 4. Because I think I did fill up video items 4. I must just not have copied the file. And then let me also recopy over my gem character, because he has all the gems and runes that I need for the upgrades. There we go. Oh, Alemnis noticed. He noticed. My Thunderglaud's Vigor video is not part of the unique item playlist. I'll have to check that. Vigor! Playlists. Oh, it is only in one list. Why is it only in one list? How dare you? It should be in like 3 lists. It's supposed to be in the Diablo 2 Resurrected playlist. It's also supposed to be in the curated content playlist, which is has a specific purpose. And it's also supposed to be in the unique item playlist, and it's not in any of them. Yes, your after ladder, your ladder character just simply becomes a non-ladder character. But you get to keep everything that your ladder character has. So, like all the ladder-specific rune words and like ladder-specific recipes, like upgrading set items, you get to keep those, and you get to, and they actually stay on your non-ladder character, which is really cool. All right, so let's pull out old Immortal King. He's my go-to when testing out like items that are two-handed of variations. Let me see if Warlord's Trust is on video items 4. Video items 3, video items 4.
Good day.
Yes, okay, so the ethereal version is over here, along with a whole new slew of items that I need to work on. So we've got a whole lot of items that I haven't done. I haven't done Husaldo Evo. I haven't done the Death Spade. I haven't done Stormai, Nell Striker, the Fetid Water Sprinkler, Zacharium's Hand. I haven't done the Blood Thief Brandy Stock. So we got a healthy number of items in here. Let's see if we can burn through all these as quick as possible. Yeah, we were actually just talking about that in Kinship Chat Hyperion. We were going to do like a drop stream for non-ladder characters. Basically just like as soon as ladder ends, like a lot of us are going to get together and we're going to give away a lot of our equipment because we need to delete characters anyway. So it'll probably be a big day. I would keep my eyes out for it. I don't know when that's going to be because ladder needs to end first for that to occur. But yeah, for all of you people who play non-ladder and you have no interest in playing ladder, our entire kinship will probably be dropping and giving away items for you ladder characters whatever day ladder ends. I don't know when that is going to be. So yeah, you're just going to have to keep your eyes open, and you're going to have to... I hate to say this because I do put out a lot of videos, and I will blow up your phone. I will blow up your phone. But you might have to hit that bell button, that notification button, just for the time being, so that you know, you can you can be here, Johnny on the spot, when it happens. All right, let's get started with these items. We're going to start with Warlord's Trust, since we had a request on Warlords. So let's go to my Immortal King bad boy here. Warlord's Trust. I'm also going to pull up the web page. If you guys are unaware of this, I have been embedded in a website. So I actually have a partnership with a website now. It's called Fragment Shader, and basically all of my videos are now embedded into Fragment Shader. So when you look up items, it will take you to those videos. Now, granted, any item that has not been, you know, that I don't have a video created for yet, hasn't been embedded yet. But if you take a look at any of the older videos that I've made, the ones that are, you know, obviously a couple days old, or maybe even like a week old, I'm pretty much embedded in just about every single page on that website. Let me see if I can copy you guys a link real quick. And I'm not sure if you guys are interested in that sort of thing, but let's see here. Trying to pull up one of my older videos because I've been putting out like 10,000 videos a day. Let's go back to Griswold's Edge. I bet you that one's up there. Yeah, there I am. And I'm going to post this link in chat for you guys. Fragment Shader is a pretty cool website. He has some very interesting tools that kind of make him stand out among other websites. I'm not sure if you've seen his tool called D2 Charcy Food. His Charcy Food tool is basically this tool that goes through the process of kind of like rating an item based on the modifiers of the item. And he created this tool a while back. It's seen a lot of use. He has a couple other tools that are pretty good too, like a rune conversion tool, which kind of like tells you like the value of a rune. But like, let me show you real quick the tool that he created, the Charcy Food tool. And let me see if I can pull this up on stream here. There we go. So this is the charcyfood.com website. And on here, basically what you do, like say for instance you had a charm, right? You're going to go through here, you're going to say, okay, well what size is it? Okay, it's a small charm. Prefix, it's a steel, of balance. And we're going to, you know, we'll say that it was like a 120 steel with a 12% faster hit recovery. Not only does it actually tell you what they're worth, but notice he also says right here, 120 is too high for the steel prefix attack rating. So let's do iron. Okay, so it says the max for iron is 24. That's right, I'm looking at a small charm. So for a small charm, let's do something else. I don't know why I was doing grand charm modifiers. So let's do a sharp of balance. So we've got, let's say, 3 max damage with 20 attack rating, and we've got, what is it? It's 5% for a small charm. Server error. What did I do wrong? Let's do that again. 3, 5. And he kind of gives a score to it, basically letting you know like where it exists on the ranking. But see here we have attack rating, the highest is 36. Balance, obviously FHR is 5. We didn't get the max damage because I forgot to change it again. But basically what it does is it kind of gives you a ranking of like how far along the modifiers are. So he has it all programmed in, like what the maximum modifiers are for an item, like so you know exactly like whether you ended up with like a perfect item or whether you ended up with a halfway decent item. Like it's kind of hard to tell exactly what all the modifiers are. Even I don't have them all memorized. So if you come out here and you basically kind of copy and paste your charm over, and you can figure out like what kind of ranking your charm might have. Let's take an existing charm. So let's just do an existing charm. Let's do a shimmering. Let's see here. Stalwart, fine, garnet, amber. Here we go. Shimmering. 5. And then we'll do a 5% faster hit recovery. So we've got a shimmering fine. And now look, we got basically a godly charm because it is a 5 all resistances, 5% faster hit recovery charm. So it shows you kind of like just a roundabout idea of how much your item might be worth. And of course, there's more than just charms. You can do rings, amulets, circlets, gloves, jewels, boots. Like it kind of gives you an idea of all the different items. And we've got like other ones in here that people have posted, different things. They even try and sell things on here, so you could like rate your charm and then try and see if you can get it traded off. It's a pretty interesting tool. He has some other interesting tools on there too, which are also pretty cool to play around with. Like I said, he has one that revolves around like kind of like rune values, and that one's kind of interesting. Mr. NiNi said, "I want in the shirt. I want in the shirt right now. Put me in the shirt, or I shall riot among all men and elves." Alright, let's pull up Silo's pen, so I have that ready. I always like to pull up Silo's pen for these videos. Let's get Silo's pen in the pipeline so that we can bring that up on camera on command. And let's relocate myself over to the right side of the screen. Works out better for the videos anyway. And let's grab our Warlord's Trust. We're also going to need runes to upgrade this because this is an exceptional level item. So we're going to need a Paul Alum, and 2 emeralds. And we're going to upgrade both the ethereal and the non-ethereal versions. Let's have some fun with this, shall we? So I'm going to start my intro, I'm going to do my little spiel, and then when I finish, obviously will be the outro. That's not the end of the live stream, that's just the end of the recording. Oops. Hold on. Do it again. Take 2. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a interesting axe, a military axe, which has a repairs durability mechanic on it, which means that you can technically use it in its ethereal form. And that is known as the Warlord's Trust. Whether or not the Warlord's Trust is good enough to be used by, you know, an endgame character, we'll find out. But as an exceptional level item, it only has a level requirement of 35, so yeah, it's particularly low. Let's go over the non-ethereal version first, and then we'll talk about the ethereal version. So, the Warlord's Trust is a military axe of 38 to 93 damage. At level 35, that's a little low. I've actually seen two-handed weapons go a lot higher than that at level 35. 73 strength requirement, which is practically nothing, and no dexterity requirement. It has 175% enhanced damage on it, which is static, and it does not change. We also have 75 defense, which again is also static. And then we have a very interesting vitality based on character level, which is pretty cool, which means that you're going to get a different amount of HP depending on your character, because some characters only get 1 HP point per vitality, some characters get 1.5, some of them get 2. So depending on your character, this will have a greater or lesser effect. Druids actually have pretty terrible vitality per, or health per vitality, for instance, but Druids also get massive HP bonuses in the form of, you know, Oak Sage and Bear form and all that other cool stuff, so it kind of balances out. But 49 vitality, as you can see, gives me basically 1,633 to 1,829, which is a pretty healthy bump in HP. And on top of that, because it is vitality instead of hit points, it can be buffed. So if we go out and we buff up our HP here, the vitality based on character level will actually give us a larger effect. So now we're going from 3,353 to 3,549, which is, what is that? 100, 200, a little under 200 HP for 50 vitality, which is pretty good. I mean, 49 vitality should technically be giving the Barbarian, because I'm pretty sure he's a 2 per vite. Let me just verify that real quick. It'll take me just a second. Barbarian D2. Yes, they get 2 per vitality point. So, or sorry, no, 4. They get 4 life per vitality point. Nice. So they're getting a total of like 200 HP just from the 49 vitality, which means that it's probably not getting buffed up by the shouts. because it's still only giving about 200 even with the shouts. Let's do a quick refresh. Let's leave the game and rejoin, and we'll double check it one more time without the shouts. So 600 to 700, 700, 800, yeah, so it's about the same. It's not being affected by the shouts at all, so interesting. We also have Replenish Life plus 20 on this axe, which is kind of insane. It's a pretty high amount of replenishment, and it does mean that our HP is going to go up pretty fast. So not only does it give us a nice little bump to our HP, it also gives us a nice regeneration to our HP as well, which will end up in a nice net positive all around. We also have all resistances 10, which is not really a whole lot. I hate to poo-poo on a stat, especially something like all resistances, but all resistances 10 is practically nothing for a high-level character. Now, for a level 35 character who's in normal difficulty, all resistances 10 is decent, but all resistance 10 is not as good in Nightmare and Hell difficulty when the penalties start to get kind of insane, and they do. We also have Repair's Durability 1 in 4 seconds on this, which is a really nice modifier if you can find an ethereal version. That's where things come in really fancy, because at level 35 you can obviously can't use many ethereal items because they will break. But this particular item is not going to break because it has the Repair's Durability modifier on it. So the focus of this video is really going to be on the ethereal version, because the ethereal version has the very nice 50% base damage increase, which the 175% is then going off of. So the ethereal version has 57 to 140 damage, which is a hell of a lot better for level 35, and it also has a lower strength requirement of only 63, which is not bad at all. And quite honestly, it's a pretty nice little weapon if you can find the Eth version. Whether you can find the ethereal version or not, though, is kind of, I don't know, neither here nor there. It could make a very good weapon for a barbarian. It could make a very good weapon for a druid, especially a shapeshifter druid. I could totally see it being a pretty good shapeshifter druid item, especially considering they buff their HP so much by other means. Having another buff to HP is just going to make them like raw damage sponge gods. Even if the Oak Sage and the Bear Form don't modify the Vitality bonus, it doesn't matter. It's still 200 more HP that they're going to have on top of all the other HP bonuses that they have. Now, the real beauty of this is we can upgrade it, and I'm kind of interested to see how the Warlord's Trust upgrades. I think it's going to upgrade pretty nice. Let's start out with the non-ethereal version first, which is going to cost us a Pull, a Lum, and a Perfect Emerald, which is pretty expensive, especially for a level 35 character. So Warlord's Trust Military Axe is going to go from 38 to 93 damage, 73 strength, level 35, to 68 to 338 damage, much better damage, 196 strength, ridiculous strength requirement, and only level 49. Only level 49? I'm dying, sorry. I'll edit that out. Don't worry about it. All right. At level 49, that is kind of insane. Even as the non-ethereal version, just simply because it's a pretty nice damage for level 49. I mean, very nice damage for level 49. That 196 strength, though, is kind of insane, and I don't know a lot of characters who can be level 49 who are going to have 196 strength points to put in. I mean, even a barbarian, which starts out with, what does the barbarian start out with? His starting stats, he's 30 strength. So even a barbarian that starts out with 30 strength and gets 5 points per level, so we're talking about level 49, so 48 times 5. We're talking about 240 points that the barbarian has to spend. So we're going to have to subtract 30 from 196, which brings us down to, what, 166? So 240 minus 166 would bring us to 74 left over. So we would still have 74 points to put into something else other than strength on a barbarian. It would be a little bit worse on other characters that start with lower strength requirements. I mean, granted, we could mitigate a little bit of that with maybe like something like Saigon's gloves would have plus 10. Maybe a couple other pieces of equipment that have like some strength here or there. But we're not going to be able to mitigate it too much. It's a crazy amount of strength. And we're going to have to give up a large amount of life to reach that point. Now, it's probably a good thing that Warlord's Trust gives 49 vitality, because we're going to need it, because we're going to have to spend every single point that we have into strength to be able to put this on. And it might actually be worth it, especially if it's the ethereal version. So let's take a look at the ethereal version, and let's get an idea of the ethereal version's stats on this. So the ethereal version can also be upgraded, and it is going to upgrade even better than the non-ethereal version, because we are going to go from 57 to 140 damage, level 35 with 63 strength, to 101 to 506 damage. That's kind of insane for level 49, and only a strength requirement of 186. So we did lose 10 on the strength requirement, specifically for the ethereal nature of it. The physical damage on this is kind of nutso, especially for level 49. I feel like if you ran around with this at level 49, you'd just be demolishing everything. There is a little bit of a speed issue here, though, because it has no increased attack speed. It is a fast attack speed item, which means it's not particularly fast. It might be something that you would put maybe a shale rune in or something like that. However, I could also see putting like an ohm rune in it, maybe. Specifically because an ohm rune could increase the physical damage even further. You could get 50% enhanced physical damage off of an ohm rune, which would bring up the damage a pretty tidy amount. And the fact that you don't have to spend a Zod rune in it, because of course it's repairs durability 1 in 4 seconds. I mean, it's kind of sweet. I kind of want to take it out and maybe like bash some things with it. What am I set up for? I'm set up for Berserk. All right, let's go over to Frigid Highlands, and let's punk Eldritch the Rectifier with this weapon. Let's see how it does in Hell difficulty. And let's check and see what player count we're into. We should be in 8, so we're in players 8. I'm out of mana. No! I should have brought mana potions. We go grab some mana potions. Fine. Berserk is always such a hard skill to use because it makes you such a freaking raw sponge of a character. I swear, every single time I do a video, every single time, and I go find Eldritch, he's freaking mana burn. Every single time he's mana burn. And then I'm stuck like with no mana, like in the middle of just like laughing at myself maniacally. So I mean, damage-wise, it's not like too amazing. I mean, it does seem to do pretty well, but this is of course players 8. Where would we be as a level 49 character? That's the question. So, like, if we were a level 49 character, what's the zone that we would probably be in? According to our little map here, it looks like level 49 is around Act 3 Nightmare. Let's go take a look at Nightmare difficulty, and let's see how this thing performs in Act 3 Nightmare, shall we? Let's go to Lower Kurast. So it demolishes here in Players 8 Nightmare. That's honestly impressive. It killed those guys like they were nothing. Let's see if we can find a different monster type. I mean, these are Players 8 champions. And then we can see the regeneration as well. So we've got 20 regen. So our HP is popping up pretty fast. It looks like we're going at least 1 a second, if not 2 a second at some points. I think it might be about 1.5 per second from that 20 replenish life that we have on the weapon. And I mean, honestly, with this weapon, you can customize it a little bit with the socket, which if you're going to spend a pull and a lumrune on it, find the ethereal version and upgrade it, you're probably going to socket it and put something nice in it. So it's really a matter of what you're going to socket it with, not so much if you're going to socket it. I feel like the Shale Rune would be a good choice just to speed it up a little bit because it's not like super duper fast. But it's definitely an interesting weapon. Anytime you see a weapon that has a repairs durability mod on it, it can definitely be interesting if you could find the ethereal version. Like the Honsudan Yari is a very interesting one if you can find it in the ethereal version. And it looks like also the Warlord's Trust is also one. Unfortunately, the Warlord's Trust can't be used by anybody really in any mercenaries in the game like Honsudan Yari can. And being a two-handed weapon, it is going to be specifically relegated to the two-handed weapon users. So for the most part, you're going to see this on, like I said, druids, barbarians, and very few other characters are going to get their hands on this and utilize it because for some reason or another, despite the fact that Blizzard decided to put in, or Blizzard North decided to put in like thousands of two-handed weapons, they only really made like 2 characters in the game that really use two-handed weapons, and even then, sometimes they don't use two-handed weapons. So it's like the two-handed weapons are like the red-headed stepchilds of the Diablo 2 world. Let's take a look over on Silo's Pen real quick, and let's see if we can figure out where this item drops, shall we? Alright, so here we are over on Silo's Pen, and let's go ahead and put in about 100% magic find for a level 35 item. That sounds fair. Let's go to the Uniques and Warlord's Trust. There it is. Let's take a look at bosses first. And it doesn't look like it has a really hard time to drop, but good luck finding an ethereal one. No matter how many of these you find, they might all be regular ones. The ethereal versions are always a lot harder to come by than the regulars. But it does look like Nightmare and Dariel has a pretty good chance of dropping this at 1 in 524, and even Normal Bale has a pretty good chance at 1 in 544. So you might get this as you're EXPing up on Normal Bale runs, which is a pretty easy place to find things. You know, like if you're doing the Bale runs anyway, there's a good chance it might drop, and there's also a good chance nobody's going to want it because two-handed weapons are relatively undesired. Let's take a look at super uniques real quick. So Nightmare Cow King has a pretty decent chance at 1 in 3,335. Fire Eye in the Palace level 3 has a decent chance, 1 in 6,540. He's very easy to farm. So is Beetle Burst at 1 in 6,405. And Bone Ash in the Cathedral, that's a really easy kill at 1 in 6,265. And then we also have in Jail level 2, he's a little bit harder to get to, but he is Pit Spawn Foul Dog. He's a Tainted. He's a super unique Tainted that lives in Jail level 2. You're probably going to not farm him, but if you do happen to go there, maybe, kill him. Or look for him, at least. Dark Elder is also a good choice here at 1 in 6,573. He's in Lost City. And a lot of good choices. I think we've got a lot of good choices to try and farm this particular item if you want to get your hands on it. But like I said before, good luck getting your hands on the ethereal version, which is really the one that you want. So if you're trying to like level up a character with this, you find yourself the ethereal version, and you use it from like level 35 when you get your hands on it. Maybe you socket it, maybe you put a Shale Rune in there, and then eventually you upgrade it to the level 49 version when you hit 49, and then you utilize that massive amount of damage, the 101 to 506 on maybe your druid or something like that. The problem with this is it has a lot of stiff competition, so if you're going to specifically hunt down an ethereal Warlord's Trust, there might not, it might not be the thing that you're going to choose. There might be other things, like an ethereal Ribcracker might be a better choice, or just a regular Ribcracker. A Ribcracker is actually a surprisingly low-level item and can be utilized almost about the same time as a Warlord's Trust, and can also be upgraded. Although I do believe the level requirement goes up a lot higher than level 49. It also can't be used in the ethereal form without a Zod rune in it, which is also a big downside of the Ribcracker. So maybe this could be an interesting intermediary in between the Ribcracker and the ethereal Zodded Ribcracker that you have your heart set on. I think that's pretty much everything when it comes to Warlord's Trust, so I'm going to end it here. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and as always, keep watching. Alright, so there's Warlord's Trust is finished. Dink, dink. I don't usually hang on to the weapons after I'm finished. This is offline, so none of this really matters. The points are all made up, and and yeah. For those of you who just joined and I didn't say hi, my apologies. While I'm in the middle of recording a video, I won't be, or answering questions, but I'll answer questions in between. Basically, what I'm doing today is recording videos that will be uploaded later once I get them edited. So Tatwamps Dajag, what's up, dude? I see you there. What's up, Anishk? I'm trying to think what I want to do next. Do I want to do Measureschmidt's Reaver? Pompei's Wrath is a terrible one. All of these stupid little crowbills and crap are terrible. They're all terrible. Every single one of them is terrible. Can't even explain how terrible they are. They're very terrible, guys. I don't do it. Don't do it. Stormrider Tabar. Brazilium Tudo. What? I'm gonna search that and auto translate it. In Brazil, we are together. Brazil all in weight. Top left is the Cold Kill Hatchet. Has some interesting effects like Frost Nova when struck, which can be really defensive, and the Ice Blast on striking, which will kill things. Will shatter them actually. It's an interesting one. We can do that one next. Cold Kill Hatchet. Oh, we'll talk about it. Since we're going to do a video on it, don't worry. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it all day long. I'm actually running out of items. I'm kind of excited. I want to finish I want to finish all my unique items so I can move on to the skills and some of the other video ideas that I have. I know you guys are going to be sad when my unique item series is finished, but maybe one day we'll revisit some unique items if they get changed in patches and so forth. Not exactly sure which ones I want to do, but we'll see. I'm not exactly sure, Bloom, but I have like a lot of the ones that are left like stored up right now. All right, so Cold Kill Hatchet. Let's get on the ball with this big boy. All right, you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. I have Mr. NiNi, the floating chinchilla, with me today, and we're going to be talking about the Cold Kill Hatchet. The Cold Kill Hatchet is a nightmare level unique, and unfortunately it is a rather short-ranged item, which is something that I do need to point out. And the durability is not very high at 28, which is kind of a downside for a lot of these axes and things, because they just don't really have very high durability. And if you're a very fast attacking character like a Frenzy Barbarian or a Zeal Paladin, you're going to be running it down to repair them a lot. It's one of the things that I've actually talked about in some of my other videos, is that Diablo really needs a durability revamp. A lot of these items need more durability, because all that happens is instead of people using them and being like, oh, well, this item breaks all the time, no, they gravitate more toward the items that don't break or have extremely high durability. So it's something that does need to be touched on. I'm hoping that eventually the Diablo 2 Resurrected crew will take a look at it. Now, this axe is only level 36, and it has extremely low requirements at 25 strength, 25 dex. In fact, the majority of the people in the game can probably put this on, even a sorceress. It has a very fast attack speed, because this is a rather fast weapon to begin with. And on top of that, it also has a 30% increased attack speed as well. So very nice. It also has some very nice chance to cast and chance when struck abilities. Most notably is the 10% chance to cast level 10 Ice Blast on striking. Now, Ice Blast isn't necessarily about damage. It's really about the freezing effect that Ice Blast contains. So Ice Blast is a sorceress spell, and at level 10, it has a damage of 91 to 100, which is actually pretty good for level 36. And it has a freeze length duration of 4.8 seconds. Now, in normal difficulty, that 4.8 seconds will remain 4.8 seconds, and it will not change. However, in Nightmare difficulty, it's cut in half to 2.4 seconds, and in Hell difficulty, it's at 33%, so even lower. However, it will still freeze targets, and if you kill them while they are under the freezing effect, they will shatter. This is also a downside if you need corpses. So if you are specifically a character like a Find Item Barbarian or a Necromancer or something like that, who utilizes corpses on a regular basis, or maybe even a assassin using the Death Sentry, this might be something that you want to avoid, because it will definitely consume corpses and shatter them into bits. We also have a very nice 10% chance to cast level 5 Frost Nova when struck. Now, Frost Nova when struck is an extremely good defensive ability. It doesn't necessarily do an extremely large amount of damage, and that's really not what it's for. But what it does do is when it comes out, it hits everything nearby with a nice cold effect, and it causes a chill to hit all the monsters around you. Now, the chill effect is actually pretty good for level 5 because it lasts a total of 12 seconds, which is a pretty decent amount of time. And in normal difficulty, that 12 seconds is 12 seconds. In Nightmare, which is where you're probably going to be using this, the 12 seconds is going to be more like 6. And then in Hell difficulty, that's going to fall even further down to 3 seconds, but it's still going to chill everything around you for 3 seconds, which is going to buy you time to get away. Because when monsters are chilled, of course, they run slower, they attack slower. They don't cast slower, but they do run and attack slower. So if you're ever in a situation where you end up getting sort of like demolished by monsters, the Cold Kill Hatchet frost effects can definitely come in handy to, number one, get you out of those encounters, or number two, help make those counters a little less devastating. And we're probably going to go and test those out in a little while. We'll go out and play around with the abilities. We also have a 190% enhanced damage on this particular item, and it is variable by 40%, so it's 150 to 190%. So you will find this in kind of a lower damage state sometimes. And that is actually the only variable on this particular item, is the enhanced damage. So if you do find a 190% Cold Kill Hatchet, you got a perfect one. We also have plus 40 cold damage, which is kind of a weird mechanic. It's not plus 1 to 40. It's not plus like 300 to 400. It's just plus 40. just plus 40 added directly to your attack. And it has a cold duration of 2 seconds. Now, because cold damage is additive, which means that any cold damages you have will increase the duration. Like if you're running charms or anything like that, you will be able to increase the duration of this cold damage further, but it is a 2-second duration on the 40 cold damage that it has. And then on top of that, we also have a 15% plus to maximum cold resistance and a 15% cold resistance buff to cap out the resistances once you get that 15%. So when you put this particular weapon on, you will go from the 75% resistances to the 90% resistances, which is pretty darn sweet. Now, the 90% resistance is actually really, really awesome, and basically what it does is it's going to make it so that you're not going to be able to take very much damage from any kind of cold attacks, whether it be blizzards from the evil little monsters in Act 3, or whether it's glacial spikes from the summoner. You're going to be very well protected from cold damage, and especially if you're running something like Ravenfrost for a little bit of absorption as well, it's going to make for a very tanky resistance to that particular element. In fact, you could potentially even use this in a PvP scenario just to protect yourself from cold damage. Maybe you're fighting a blizzard sorceress or something, and you just want a way to protect yourself. Well, 15% max cold res and 15 cold resistance can certainly help you out a little bit in that scenario. The ethereal version also exists, and the ethereal version has 43 to 89 damage. It has 15 dex and 15 strength requirement, which is even lower. And it's also level 36. Now, the problem with the ethereal version, of course, is you can't really utilize it. You could potentially put it on just for the 10% chance to cast level 5 Frost Nova and get the effect. It's not going to take any durability damage unless you actually use it as a weapon. So that by itself is really kind of like what you could do. You could put it on for the Frost Nova when struck, and you could put it on for the 15% max cold res and the cold resistance 15%. So you could very easily bump it up, use it as basically like a stat stick if you just happen to find an ethereal version. Now, I do think that we can upgrade this, and I think it might actually upgrade pretty well given the statistics. So let's take a look and see what happens when we upgrade the Cold Kill Hatchet to its elite version. So the regular version, the non-ethereal version, upgrades from the Cold Kill Hatchet 29 to 60, 25 dex, 25 strength, level 36, to the Cold Kill Tomahawk 95 to 168, which is not bad, 67 dex, 125 strength, and level 47. So actually a really nice upgrade there in terms of the level requirement and the damage. At level 47, that's actually really nice. And the dexterity and strength requirements didn't go up so high that it would be untenable. I could totally see utilizing this on a Zeal Paladin, a Frenzy Barbarian, maybe even an Assassin, just so you could get like the Ice Blast on striking or something like that. I mean, there's a couple different choices. Let's take a look at the ethereal version, and let's see how that one upgrades as well. So that one's going to go from the Cold Kill Hatchet 43 to 89, 15 dex, 15 strength, level 36, to the Cold Kill Tomahawk 142 to 252 damage, 57 strength, 57 dex, 115 strength, and level 47. Actually, really good upgrades for the Cold Kill Hatchet. Honestly, at level 47, like, you could totally utilize either one of these in a couple different scenarios. I could see using this one on a Blade Fury Sin, or an early Blade Fury Sin, just so you can get the Ice Blast on striking. If you guys are unaware, Blade Fury does not burn durability. So having a one-handed weapon like this that can dish out Ice Blasts and would also give Frost Novas when you get struck could be pretty interesting, especially considering it has the added cold damage, and then, of course, also the protection from cold damage. Not 100% sure about spending a Pull and a Lumrune on it. You might spend that on something else instead, but if you were rolling in the runes. And, I mean, the non-ethereal version also could be extremely useful for Zeal Paladins, Frenzy Barbarians, maybe even a Druid, if you were using a one-handed and shield combo. It's fast enough that it could certainly be useful. The main detriment that I can see here, though, is just the fact that it has that extremely low durability. Let's take it out real quick and have a look at the effects. So let's go to River of Flame real quick and play around with the Frost Nova. Alright, these guys are not immune to cold. Oh, I'm in Nightmare. Okay, good. So as you can see, the Frost Nova comes out, and it's going to chill everything nearby, which is going to be an extremely defensive mechanic for you. And just in general, you're definitely going to like having the increase in defensive, like basically standing. The other really cool thing, of course, is the Ice Blast on striking, which, as you can see, when it does go off, the monster will just simply freeze, or in some cases just completely die. So we've got tons of little chill effects. We got chill on striking. We've got the Ice Blast, which freezes the targets. We've got the Nova, which is going to come out on a regular basis as you get hit, and it's going to chill all the targets. As you can see, it's just a constant, nice little AoE chill, which is going to, affect the monsters on a regular basis. But in Hell difficulty, it's not going to have as much of an effect as it should. So I think using this in normal difficulty and Nightmare is probably your best bet for the defensive mechanic, because in Hell difficulty, the Frost Nova chill doesn't really last long enough unless it's a high-level Frost Nova. And the higher level the Frost Nova, honestly, the better. All in all, it definitely is a very cool item. Get it? Cool, haha, pun intended. Because it focuses on ice, and that's exactly what it's for. It gives you protection from ice. It gives you tons of freezing effects. It gives you chilling effects. It gives you extra cold damage. And it's particularly fast, and I could totally see in the hands of a Zeal Paladin or a Frenzy Barbarian the Ice Blast effect going off just on a regular basis, just constantly spamming. Which is just a free additional 100 cold damage that also freezes the targets. I mean, I'm basically, what I'm going to rate this item as is an extremely defensive item. We have a Frost Nova that causes an AoE chill, which is defensive. We have a Ice Blast, which is a freezing effect, which is defensive. We have a 15% max cold resist and 15% to cold resistance, which is, again, it's very defensive. So in general, we just have an extremely defensive item here, which is also going to dish out a pretty nice amount of damage, and could be utilized by characters who use chance to cast effects. Like, for instance, you could get good use out of it on, like I said, a Blade Fury Sin, or even a Paladin Smiter. Let's take a look and see where we could potentially find ourselves a Cold Kill Hatchet if we want to get our hands on one. And yes, I know I have a Chinchilla hat. Is there a reason why you're jumping on my head, sir? Is there a reason why you are jumping on my head, sir? I don't got no treats, if that's what you're looking for. You want a begging strip? You want one of the you want one of the dog's begging strips? Here, Cody's gonna kill me if he finds out I gave you one. And I know you don't want it because you're not a meat eater. You're not a meat eater. You eat bugs. That's about it. You want a begging strip? Nah. See, you don't even want it. Don't worry, I'll edit that out. You won't ever see the begging strips. All right. Let's go over to Silo's pen, shall we? Mr. Nee, what is the matter with you, sir? I'm going to tickle your tum-tum. I'm going to tickle your tum-tum. I'm going to tickle your tum-tum. All right. Hey. 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, so let's pull up Silo's pen here. And let's pretend we got about 100% magic fine. That sounds good. Let's grab the Cold Kill Hatchet. Look at the bosses. So normal Bale can drop this at 1 in 512. We also have Nightmare and Dariel at 1 in 545. And Nightmare Mephisto at 1 in 601. Now, at level 35, when you want to get your hands on this, normal Bale seems like the better choice, or Nightmare, and Dorial. Because you really kind of want this as you're going into Nightmare difficulty, not really like when you're already there. Because when you're already there, you're gonna be pushing through crap, and you want a good weapon at your backside. We also got super uniques. Let's take a look at super uniques real quick. Nightmare Cow King, 1 in 1008. Nightmare Summoner, 1 in 4871. Nightmare Countess, not bad, at 1 in 5211. And you might be farming her anyway for runes, so that could be a good choice. Normal Pindle Skin apparently can drop this at 1 in 6044. It's actually a really easy farm. Normal Pindle Skin is extremely easy to farm. Obviously, you can just log out, log in, kill Pindle, log out, log in, kill Pindle, log out, log in, kill Pindle. Rinse, repeat until your eyes bleed. You know, bleeding eyes, exactly what people look for in a man. Where do I come up with these lines? Anyway, it does look like it's a pretty easy item to find. A lot of good choices. Pretty good probabilities, too, so I don't think you're going to have any luck or any trouble finding this particular item. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about a very cool weapon. And, you know, if you want to continue watching, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Outro play! Alright, so there was the Cold Kill Hatchet. Moving on to the next item on the list. And I did see your donation, Brendan. I really appreciate that, man. I was just right in the middle of recording the episode, so I couldn't really respond. I always appreciate it when you guys give donations, and $4.99 is a nice one. Thank you very much. I'll put that toward the pizza that I just bought. I do think a Fury Druid would probably get the best use out of Warlord's Trust. Although an Axe Barbarian could get pretty good use out of it too, I think. I mean, honestly, the Axe Barbarian or the Fury Druid would get pretty good use out of it. I'm not really sure Berserk is the best choice for that particular item. I feel like with the Berserk Barbarian, you really kind of want to go with a one-handed plus a shield. It did do pretty good, though, in both the Whirlwind and the other forms. Bink, bink. Alright, next on the list, what do you guys want? Stormrider Tabar, Isle Strike, Measureschmidt's Reaver, or Pompei's Raft? Dealer's choice, my boys. Dealer's choice. Mr. NiNi, which one do you want to see? And why you got your butt turned to me for? Move your butt out of the way. You always hide behind me putting your butt in the way. I got one for Measureschmidt's Reaver, one for the Crowbill, and one for Stormrider. Stormrider was first on us that I can see. So we'll do Stormrider first, and then we'll move to Measures next, and then Crowbill third. Alright, so Stormrider Tabar. The Tabar of the Storm. Have you seen my Stormrider? I met him on a dark and lonely night. He stormed into my life, and he rode right out again. So I named him the Stormrider. Oh, Stormrider, if you're listening, I'd like you to return. But I know the winds of time have you on your way. But Stormrider, I need you in my life. I need you to bring the thunder and the light. For without you we are going on a magic trip to the darkness and we'll have no light. Stormrider Tabar. There you go. A little bit behind the scenes for you. So when I do these videos, I always come up with stupid songs, and like literally, nobody hears them except for like Mr. NiNi back here. You guys get to hear my stupid songs today. That won't be included in the recording. Maybe I should put it at the end. That'd be funny. All right, so Stormrider Tabar. Let's grab our polum. Ding, bang, bing, bing, ding, bow, bing, gang, bang, ding, bing, gang, bow. Low-key very musical. You know, it's funny because I'm never considered myself a musical person. Like, I know it sounds kind of weird, but I just never really did. Like, I always kind of thought I was the anti-musical person. People would always ask me, they're like, what's that song by that guy that goes like, na 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 na, and I'm like, I have no clue. Are you asking me? I don't know band names or song names. What are you talking about? I barely know any musical songs. But I guess somehow it all kind of just like absorbed into my brain, and it's stuck in there despite whether I learned the name of the song or not. All right. Now psych yourself up. Come on, let's go. Come on. All right. All right, we're ready. Okay. We're ready. We're ready. 3, 2, 1, let's go. No, it didn't do anything. Why didn't it work? You stupid intro. Told you to do it, you didn't do it. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. And Stormrider Tabar is on the table today. It's on the Tabar today. Stormrider Tabar is on the Tabar today. Now, Stormrider is a two-handed weapon, and that does unfortunately put it in a category of not that greatness. That's just simply because two-handed weapons just aren't really that loved. They don't get a lot of love. Adopt a local two-handed weapon today. Come down to the shelter and look at their sad little puppy dog eyes. These two-handed weapons, they don't get any love. And you guys and gals out there have homes to give these two-handed weapons to, but you decide not to come down to the shelter. But I guarantee you, if you come down to the shelter, you won't be able to resist the sad puppy dog eyes of the Stormrider Tabar, who just needs a loving home and a couple hands to swing him around at some trees. Anyway, the Stormrider Tabar is a two-handed weapon that does 83 to 229 damage. It is pretty high on the durability, too, with 90 durability, which is pretty good for most weapons. Most weapons don't have anywhere near that much durability. We also have 101 strength requirement on this at level 41, which is pretty low. Most characters who are going to build two-handed weapons are probably going to have 101 strength with relative ease. Now we come to the big downside of the weapon, which is its relatively slow attack speed. It is a very slow weapon. It does get a little bit faster on characters like druids, but it's not that much faster. We also have some interesting effects on this weapon, which is kind of like revolving around the whole Stormrider, because this is a Stormrider Tabar. This is not just a Tabar, it's a Stormrider Tabar, okay? And this one has a 5% chance to cast level 10 Chain Lightning on striking. So as you're running around and you hit a target, there's a very good chance you could pop off a level 10 Chain Lightning. So how much damage does a level 10 Chain Lightning do? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. A level 10 Chain Lightning does 1 to 143 damage, and it hits a total number of targets of 7. So basically, you're going to get a pretty nice amount of damage of, let's say, an average of about 70 damage over 7 targets every time it goes off, which is not too bad for level 41, especially since it's hitting multiple targets. It may not do that much, but since it's going off like on a regular basis with a nice little 5% chance, you'll probably see enough of them go off that it'll be useful, get a little bit of extra DPS, but it's not going to be anything you're going to be able to like rely on. Now, if you were a sorceress, on the other hand, and you were trying to level up like some sort of crazy enchantress who uses weapons, and you wanted to build the synergies for Chain Lightning, you could maybe beef up the damage by quite a bit with things like Lightning Mastery and the synergies for Chain Lightning, which could be interesting, to say the least. We also have a 10% chance to cast level 20 Charged Bolt on striking, which is a pretty high level of Charged Bolt. And unfortunately, because Charged Bolts don't really do that much damage, it's probably not going to be that great. But let's take a look and see what kind of damage we're looking at for level 20 Charged Bolt. So level 20 Charged Bolt is 13 to 15, so basically 14 damage, and 22 bolts. So we're looking at 14 times 22, which I'm terrible at quick math, so let me pull up a calculator. 14 times 22 is a total of 308 damage. So far we have some pretty nice damage. We've got, the 75 coming out from the Chain Lightning, which is going to hit multiple targets, which is going to add up very nicely to, probably like anywhere between 200 to 300 damage over the course of how many targets it hits, especially when you take a little bit of the resistances away. And then we've got 308 damage coming from the Charged Bolt on striking. And the cool thing about this is that when you bonk somebody with something like this, when you go out and you actually do a good bonking and you hit them with an item like this that does the Charged Bolts, you're going to be in melee range. And what this means is that those Charged Bolts are going to come out and they are going to hit the target directly. So they're going to come out and they're just going to smack that target. So all 22 of them are going to hit the same target. Unlike with a ranged weapon or like a spell, they're mainly going to target that one guy. Which means that you will get a pretty nice bulk damage effect off of the Charged Bolt. Now, being that it's level 22 level 20 Charged Bolt, again, we're in a similar situation where if we were to synergize this on a sorceress, we could potentially get some absolutely crazy levels of damage out of this. I mean, we've got level 10 Chain Lightning going off, we've got level 20 Charged Bolt going off, and then on top of that, we have a 15% chance to cast level 5 Charged Bolt when struck, which, while it might not seem like that much, is going to do 7 damage with 7 bolts, and if synergized, could do a hell of a lot more. Let's take a look at a sorceress real quick, just so we can get an idea of what kind of damage we would be looking at from these abilities. I used to just run the numbers on a calculator, but I kind of figured out that I could just show it to you guys. It's a little bit easier to do it this way than the other way anyway. All right, so here we have a sorceress. And what we're going to do is we're going to put the points in so that we have the appropriate skill levels. So level 20 is the Charged Bolt. All right, and level 10 is the Chain Lightning. But first, let's do the Charged Bolt. Okay, so assuming, of course, we wanted to fully synergize out the Charged Bolt, we're going to have to build Lightning. And that's the only skill that we need to put in to fully synergize the Charged Bolt. And then we're also going to build the Lightning Mastery. So our level 20 Charged Bolt is going to be doing 126 to 145 damage with 22 bolts, which is going to be, according to our calculator, let's do an average. So let's do 126 plus 145 divided by 2 to find the average of 135.5 times 22 bolts. And we are looking at a total damage of 2,981 for the level 20 Charged Bolts, which is pretty impressive considering that it's going to go off on a pretty regular basis. Now let's take a look at the Chain Lightning. So we need level 10 Chain Lightning. There's level 10. And the synergies for Chain Lightning are Charged Bolt, Nova, and Lightning. So let's max out Charged Bolt and max out Nova. So maxed out Chain Lightning at level 10 would be 4 to 1,583 with a total number of targets of 7. So we are looking at an average damage of 1,583 plus 4 divided by 2. So we're looking at an average damage of 793.5 per Nova. Oh, I did static field instead of Nova, didn't I? There we go. Hold on. Let's redo those numbers then real quick. Hold on. I messed it up. 4 to 2,004 plus 2,071 equals divided by 2. Because we're looking at 1,037 average damage over 7 targets. So times 7 is 7,262, which is not bad. So 7,262 damage for the chain lightning, and then 2,075, where was it? 2,981 for the charged bolt, which is interesting. So we got some pretty nice lightning damage coming from this weapon. If you were a sorceress specifically trying to like fully synergize this out, it could certainly be very interesting to build like a lightning sorceress that runs around like smacking things. I'm not really sure exactly how well it would work out because the point investment is pretty high. But you could also tag on something like Enchant and Warmth, and maybe even run like Energy Shield, depending on how many points you've got, what you could make work. And you could try and make the Stormrider Tabar into an interesting item. Let's take a look at the rest of the Stormrider Tabar, and let's get a better idea of its effects. So we also have 100% enhanced damage on the Stormrider, which is static, I believe. Yes, it is static. So it's not a very high physical damage two-handed weapon. It seems to be relying mainly on that elemental damage. Then on top of that, it also has the 35 to 75 damage additional bonus on it, which is basically added to the min and the max. So it does make up a little bit for the fact that it doesn't have a very high enhancement. And then it also has 1 to 200 lightning damage, just flat added to the item. Now, in our earlier example, when we were going over the sorceress, who might have been like building a synergized character based off this weapon, the 1 to 200 lightning damage also gets improved by the sorceress's lightning mastery. So that 200 damage will balloon out on the sorceress if you're using this for her. So not only do you have level 10 chain lightning, which you could fully synergize, level 20 charged bolt, that you could fully synergize, and then of course the level 5 charged bolts would also be synergized, but they wouldn't really do there very much. Combined with additional lightning damage, which is also going to be synergized with the lightning mastery. And then the attacker takes damage, lightning damage of 15, I believe also gets the lightning damage bonus from lightning mastery. So you're probably looking at even more lightning damage there from any monster that attacks you. Not exactly sure how much 15 lightning damage is going to get beefed up by lightning mastery, but probably like, what is it, 300 or 400% for lightning mastery? So you're probably looking at, instead of 15, it's going to be like 100. All in all, it's just a very shocking weapon. Ha, 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 ha. Now, it also comes in the ethereal version, and the ethereal version has 107 to 305 damage, 91 strength requirement, and level 41. Unfortunately, I think due to the slow speed of this particular weapon, even if you did happen to have a Zod rune just simply laying around to plop into it, I don't really feel like it would be that great, because you really have to make up for the fact that it is such a slow weapon. I know I say you got to put a shale rune in these items like almost every single time, but I feel like this is one of those ones where if you didn't put a shale rune in it, you'd kind of be silly. It's just too slow to use as is without a shale rune. One of my YouTube buddies on the comments, he said if you like it, then you better put a shale in it. And he cracked me up. You know, if you like it, then you better put a shale in it. If you like it, then you better put a shale in it. Oh, 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 oh. So we can upgrade this. I'm not really sure if you would upgrade this for a sorceress, because, well, the strength requirement is probably going to go through the roof. But let's take a look and see what would happen if you upgraded the Stormrider Tabar to its highest form. So we would be looking at 83 to 229, 101 strength, level 41. To the Stormrider Decapitator, 133 to 349, 33 dex, 189 strength, level 61. That strength requirement really does make it kind of untenable for a sorceress, unless you were specifically building a sorceress that had really high strength, but I doubt it. And the damage didn't really go up too impressively. I mean, it's not amazing, considering the massive strength bump that it went up to. Let's take a look at the ethereal version as well, which is going to go from 107 to 305 damage, 91 strength, level 41, to 181 to 485 damage, 23 dex, 179 strength, level 61. So, I'm not really too happy about that upgrade. I mean, if you were going to make this the center of a build, like a sorceress, like crazy, like synergized build, then yeah, I could see maybe upgrading it, and I don't know, just like building around the strength requirement. Maybe 179 would just be where you need to be, or 189 in the case of the regular version. But I could also see an argument for just leaving it unupgraded and using it for the elemental damage procs. You could also stack other elemental damage procs with this item. So any other item in the game that also has like lightning, chain lightning, charged bolt, you could stack on a bunch of those items, so you basically were just like spewing lightning through the air like some sort of like electric tornado or hurricane. Electric Hurricane, there you go. There's a band name for you. All right, whoever picks the Electric Hurricane band name, you got to pay me $5. All right, I want $5 for the Electric Hurricane band name. All in all, this weapon seems to be like one of those items that has like a very specific build that could be done with it. Like, if you wanted to build like some sort of like bear sorceress or something that runs energy shield and has enchant and some other cool things, like I could see somehow like working this in just so that you're just like spraying chain lightning and charge bolts all over the place as you're like mauling things with your bear claws. But as a non-sorceress character, the chain lightning doesn't really do like a massive amount of damage. The charged bolt doesn't really do like a massive amount of damage. Like, it's not something that you can really build a character off of. I mean, at level 41, when you find this item, if you're running two-handed weapons, if you're a druid or a barbarian who's using axes, it can be really nice for a while, especially to kill those monsters who might be mostly physical immune. But at level 41, you're not going to come across very many physical immune monsters. And by the time you get to hell difficulty, the lightning damage that it does won't really be too amazing by comparison to the HP pools of all the monsters. So it really just, I think, comes down to a niche use with a sorceress. And I think that's really the main thing that this weapon would be really amazing on, is just putting it on a sorceress, building up lots of lightning and fire damage with enchant and lightning mastery, building the right skills so that you could take advantage of the really high level procs on this particular item, and then just finding a way to increase your attack speed high enough to actually make this item like viable with the build. Which is why I'm going to say that the ethereal version is probably not worth using. And you're probably better off just using the non-ethereal version with a shale rune in it, and coming up with a decent amount of increased attack speed equipment to go along with it. Just out of curiosity, let's take a quick look on Amazon Basin. And we're going to take a look at, first off, we're going to take a look at lightning. It's also important to note, by the way, that chain lightning has a hit delay, a next hit delay, which means that you can't spam it. So I probably wouldn't stack multiple chain lightnings, especially if the chain lightnings that you're going to stack with it are lower level than the chain lightning that this one offers. Because basically what you'd be doing at that point is you would be kind of neutering your own damage, because you don't want multiple chain lightnings going off if the next hit delay is preventing them from hitting. And if you look up next hit delay on Amazon Basin, you will find that chain lightning has a relatively long next hit delay. All right. All right, so we do have a possible item that could go along with a build like this. It is the Wisp Projector Ring, which has level 16 lightning with a 10% chance. That could definitely work with the Stormrider Tabar. So you could be shooting off lightnings, chain lightnings, and charge bolts, with all synergized together anyway. So that could be interesting. There's really not a lot of other good choices there for lightning, though. Charged bolt does not have a next hit delay. So let's check charged bolt. And let's see what kind of items we could potentially add with charged bolts. That is not correct. There we go. Alright, so let's take a look at the items on here that could potentially help us with this. We got a lot of wind struck items, but they're all weapons for the most part. It looks like IK Gloves has a 12% chance to cast level 4 charge bolt when struck. I didn't even realize that. I wasn't paying attention. So that could be something that you could add in. As far as on striking, they're all weapons. There is a weapon that could potentially replace this. It has level 20 with a 20% chance, but good luck getting your hands on it. It's Last Wish. So Last Wish is an interesting choice. As far as any other skills go, didn't we also build... I mean, I could check Chain Lightning. I don't think there's anything really good that has a lot of, like, high-level Chain Lightning. If it's the same level Chain Lightning, it could be interesting, but I kind of doubt that that's the case. So we got Lightsaber Phase Blade, which we can't add into this build. A lot of weapons. Naj's Circlet has level 5 with a 12% chance. That's not going to help us out. That's just going to cancel out our level 10. Cow King's Hide Studded Leather Armor has level 5 with an 18% chance. And that would also cancel out ours. The Infinity Polearm has level 20 with a 50% chance. That'd be kind of crazy. Yeah, I can't really find any other items other than the Wisp Projectors. I think adding in 2 Wisp Projectors to this build would probably have a big effect, though, because the lightning from both of the Wisp Projectors and the percent chance would stack together. So it would be you would basically be spamming Chain Lightnings, Charged Bolts, and Lightnings as you attack, and you could also add in any other lightning damage to take advantage of your added lightning damage, and you could also add in fire damage as well to take advantage of your fire mastery and your enchant. So it could be an interesting build, maybe something that I'll play around with one day just for lulz. Let's take a look over on Silo's Pen real quick, and let's see if we can figure out where we can find this item if you want to try and get your hands on a Stormrider Tabar. The Stormrider. We must ride the storm. We have to ride. There's so many items named Storm. Like Storm everything. There's Storm Chaser, Storm Eye, Storm Guild, Storm Lash, Storm Rider, Storm Shield, Storm Spike, Storm Spire, Storm Strike. They really were like excited with the Storm abbreviations. And you want to know the funny thing about the Storm items? Is that the large majority of the items that start with Storm are terrible. Whoever designed the Storm items, like, didn't really know what they were doing. So it looks like Nightmare Mephisto is the best drop chance at 1 in 1,038. We also have Nightmare Bale and Nightmare Diablo are decent choices as well. And then we have a lot of Hell monsters here. Normal Bale actually can drop it. That's interesting. A pretty crappy chance, but 1 in 11,879. Let's take a look at Super Uniques real quick and see what we're looking at for them. So, Hell Cow King and Nightmare Cow King have pretty decent chances. A lot of monsters in hell, but we've got Palace Cellar level 3 with Fire Eye, 1 in 11,000. These are pretty terrible chances, I'm not going to lie. Dark Elder. We've got Storm Tree. I bet you there's no super uniques in normal, right? Yeah, none. In Nightmare difficulty... What are you doing, Mr. Nate? Why are you looking outside of my head? You just thinking about jumping up on my head. You always want to jump on my head. You're so rude. You're so rude. That's right. I said you're rude. Rude. Well, I mean, it does seem like we have some good choices. Maybe not the best choices in the super uniques, but we do have some decent choices for bosses. I mean, Nightmare Bale, Nightmare Diablo, and Nightmare Mephisto are pretty good choices. And that's around level 41. Like, you're getting into Nightmare difficulty. You probably want to farm Nightmare and Dariel instead, like if you're level 41. But as you level up, you know, you got Mephisto to try and get it from, and then eventually you can try and get it from Diablo and Bale as you get higher. Hopefully you get it before, you know, it's useless. Anyway, I think I've rambled on long enough about the Stormrider Tabar on the table. But as always, thanks for watching, and if you want to keep watching, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Outro play. Play the outro. Play it. Play. Why? What are you doing to me? You're supposed to play the outro. Thank you. Play the outro. Alright, so there we go. We've got our Stormrider Tabar done. What was the next one on the list? Measureschmidt's Reaver. What's up, Tomac? For those of you who are just joining, I'm recording videos live, so while I'm in the middle of recording the videos, I won't be talking to you guys. But in between the videos, I'll be talking to you guys, which is basically what I'm doing right now. So we're setting up for the next video. Stormrider Tabar is done. And we're going to be moving on to Measureschmidt's Reaver. And then we'll do Pompei's Raft next. Bink. Measureschmidt certainly looks cool. I'm not gonna lie. It certainly looks fantastic. I mean, that is a very sexy looking axe. Like, I don't care what anybody says. That is a sexy looking axe. I have a sexy looking axe. That's right. My axe is the best looking one. You might stroll onto the battlefield with an axe that's less than mine, but when you look over, you will be jealous on the vine. I take my axe with me when I sing my metal songs and do my throat singing in the bathroom on the wall. I always wanted to make a song, like, just with sounds of, like, picking up items. But like, because like you can arrange the items, right? So you can do stuff like this. You guys think I'm kidding, right? You guys think I'm kidding, right? So you can do stuff like this. You can be like, Even the Roderick Cube sound is awesome.
I can't. I can't.
All right, I'm done. One of these days, I'll make a video literally just out of like Diablo sounds. You guys watch. You guys watch. All right, Measureschmidt Reaver. I can't. 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 I can't do that. I can't do that. That's right. It'd be a whole beat. No, Stormrider Tabar, the video is not about you. Leave! You've had your time in the sun. Your 15 minutes of fame are done. Well, I mean, technically your video hasn't aired yet, so you still got another 15 minutes of fame. And your video was like 22 minutes, so technically you get like 22 minutes of fame. But look, we're splitting hairs here, okay? The fact of the matter is, your video is done, sir. Good day. Dude, I got good dayed by a lady one day in the parking lot. Like, I was kind of like taken aback. Do you guys know what good day is? Like in the language of the people, like in the language of the land. Like if somebody says good day to you in the correct tone of voice, it basically means like F off. Like that's basically what it means. Like it's like a very kind way of saying F off. Like if we were having a conversation, like you were like, "Hey, how's the weather?" And I'm like, "Oh no, it's pretty nice." And then I was just to go like, "Good day." Like I literally good day sir'd you. Like it was in the Lord of the Rings movie. I don't know if you remember that from the Lord of the Rings, but literally Bilbo like opens the door and yells at Gandalf, and he's like no more well wishes, blah 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 blah, and he's like good day to you, sir, and he slams the door in Gandalf's face, and Gandalf's like, to think that I lived the day that I would be good dayed, sir, by somebody, by Bilbo Baggins. But anyway, I'm literally in the parking lot, and I had no intention of talking to this lady. Like, no intention of talking to this lady. And she stopped me, and she asked me a question. So she initiated dialogue. And I answered her question, and she immediately shut down the conversation with a good day, sir. And I'm like, did she just stop me? Ask me a question? And then good day, sir, me? I'm like, so freaking rude. I'm like, God dang, she freaking good day served me. What did I do to deserve that? I even answered her question. Freaking good day, sir. Mr. NiNi, guess what? Hey, what's the square root of the hypotenuse of the circle of Jesus? Oh, yeah? Really? Well, good day, sir. Good day. Freaking good day, sir, me. I didn't even start the conversation. So rude to good day, sir, somebody. You didn't even start the conversation. Like, I can understand if I was, like, being rude and I started the conversation or something and, like, just, like, awkwardly started talking to a random stranger. But she started the conversation, not me. She asked the question. Rude. Alright, so Measureschmidt's Reaver, this is an interesting looking axe. It's very interesting. I always say that. I know I always say that. People make fun of me for like every unique item can't be interesting, because if they're all interesting, then they're all bad. And I'm like, it's wrong. They can be interesting. They can all be interesting in different ways. This one can be interesting because it has, like, big, giant, like, boobs on it. And this one can be interesting because it has, like, a big giant like face shaped like Nicolas Cage. You know, like they can be interesting, but in different ways. Okay, you know, like this one's interesting because it has the face of Nicolas Cage, but this one is interesting because it's very sexy. Okay, it's very nice. All right, it's very nice, very nice, very nice. Me and my girlfriend were talking about we were talking about Pauly Shore movies, and we started talking about Encino Man and Jury Duty and whatnot. And she's sitting there, she's like, now I want to watch I want to watch Jury Duty, and I want to watch Encino Man, and I want to watch Biodome, and it was pretty funny. And I was like, whatever happened to frickin' Pauly Shore? Where did he go? I don't even know. I don't even know what happened to Pauly Shore. What happened to Pauly Shore? What went wrong with Pauly Shore's movie career? He was mostly intolerable. I mean, he was kind of intolerable on the movies too, but that was his character, right? His character was being intolerable. That was like literally what he does. Alright, so let's do this. I think I need to refresh my runes real quick, though. Actually, Measureschmidt's Reaver is an elite item, right? It's elite. I'm just making sure I'm not losing my mind. Yes, it is elite. Alright, so we don't need runes for this to upgrade it, because we're not going to be able to upgrade it. This is the upgraded version. You know what we do need, though? We need a Zod rune, so we can just plop it in there. People are always, like, so impressed. They're like, you just dropped a Zod rune in there like it was nothing. You must be rich. I'm like, no, it's offline single player. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I'll just drop a Zod rune in there. I'll put a Zod rune in everything. I will Zod an Ironstone. And I did. I did Zod an Ironstone.
Good day. Well...
Get my Zod runes on. There's my Zod rune right there. Pizza earlier. It's coming back up to see me. Bink. Bink. Give me that Zod rune. Blank. Zoddy bobody bobody zoddy bobody bobody zoddy bobody body boo. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items! Today we're going to say an item which could totally be made fun of, called the Measureschmidt Reaver. The Measureschmidt's Reaver. The Measureschmidt's Reaver is a giant two-handed axe. It is a champion axe, in fact. And it has a very beautiful graphic. I mean, let's all take just a minute here, just to stare at the gloriousness that is the shininess and amazingness of this beautiful, beautiful axe. I mean, you know what? Let's even go to the character select menu, because why not? It's just such a shiny... Look at that. Oh my god, look at how shiny that is. It's blinding. Can't even see the axe. The light is just mesmerizing off of it. Let's go to a different act so we don't have so much shiny sunlight blinding our axe, which is just rude. How are we going to admire the beautifulness of the axe if we can't see it properly? See, now we're in Act 1. It's a little bit more mellow in Act. There we go. Look at how sexy that axe is. I mean, come on, you got to admit, it's a sexy looking axe. I mean, if somebody came charging at you with that and they were trying to kill you, you'd be like, whoa, stop a minute, man. I know you're trying to kill me, but that axe is just sexy. Do you mind if I just look at it for a second before you chop my head off? Because I really want to admire the weapon that's going to take my head clean off my shoulders. So let's take a look at this weapon together, and we'll get an idea of what it could be used for and maybe what it's not so great for. So right off the bat, you'll notice that Measureschmidt's Reaver is a champion axe, which is a hell difficulty item, an elite base item. And it has a pretty decent amount of damage of 177 to 514, which is a pretty large variance on the damage. And if we were to add those together, we could find what our average damage is. So we're probably looking at something like, what is it, 177... plus 514, it's 514, right? Yeah, 514 is 691 divided by 2. So we're looking at an average damage of about 345.5, which isn't too bad. And we also have a pretty high requirements on this of 59 dex and 167 strength. Although 167 strength isn't too bad for a character who is probably going to be using two-handed weapons. I think that's probably well within a two-handed weapon user's strength limits. On top of that, it's level 70, which does posture this at more of an endgame level item. So we are looking at an item that is basically an endgame piece of equipment. It does have a very nice 200% enhanced damage on it, and that is static, so it is always 200% enhanced. On top of that, it also has a enhanced damage based on character level. So we are looking at 247% enhanced maximum damage based on character level at level 99, and it's 2.5 per character level. So you can't use this until level 70. So you're looking at 70 times 2.5 is your minimum, like your bare minimum for this particular item. Now that does mean that as you put this on or as you level up, the variance in the min and the max damage is going to increase, not decrease. So at level 70, it's going to be much lower than it is at, for instance, like level 99, which is what my character is. We also have a 100% bonus to attack rating, which is static, which is a really nice little bonus, and it's going to increase your attack rating really nicely. However, one of the issues with plus percentages is that they don't work really very good unless you have a large amount to enhance. So if you don't have things like Raven Frost on, which give 250, or you don't have like attack rating charms or another attack rating ring or attack rating from other sources, that 100% isn't really going to do very much. 100% of 1 is just 2. 100% of 100 is just 200. Whereas if you have a relatively high amount of attack rating, that 100% bonus can be a lot. It's one of the reasons why I tend to prefer flat numbers on equipment as opposed to bonus attack rating, because bonus attack rating percentages tend to be far less useful in my book than flat numbers. Because in general, as melee characters, you tend to have a rather large number of percents. So like, for instance, if I'm running Mastery, like Axe Mastery, I would get a 216% attack rating bonus from just the Mastery itself. And then from my skills, I would be getting like another 490% attack rating. I know I'm in the way, but it does say 490% attack rating. So you're looking at a pretty healthy percentage bonus right there, but you need the flat numbers to really take advantage of all that percentage. So if you were going to use this item, I would definitely recommend building some high amounts of attack rating equipment to help out with that. We also have a fire damage bonus of 20 to 240. Now, for a low-level character, 240 fire damage could be pretty amazing, but for a high-level character, somebody who's level 70, who's probably rolling through hell difficulty, and given the fact that there's tons of fire immunes, that 240 fire damage isn't really a whole lot. it could potentially help you bypass a, like a physical immune or something at some point, but it's difficult. It's difficult for that really to be super useful. We also have 15 to all attributes, which is actually really nice, believe it or not. A lot of people really underestimate all attribute items, and all attribute items are extremely powerful. We're talking about 15% off weapon ED from the strength. We're talking about extra, obviously, strength, so we can put on other pieces of equipment. We're talking about block chance, which we don't have because it's a two-handed weapon. Defense, we're talking about 15 is attack rating as well. So we are getting a, I think it's 5 per point of dexterity. So we're talking about 5, 10, 15, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So what? My quick math is always awful. I'm probably going to mess this up. So we're talking about 75 attack rating. We're also talking about a pretty decent amount of life added, and we get some additional mana, which could help us out while we're whirlwinding or berserking or whatever the hell we're doing. So it's just very nice to have plus 15 to all attributes, just in general. All in all, basically what we're looking at is just a big hulking weapon that does tons of damage and happens to give us some minor other benefits. I really wish this had something else on it to make it stand out, like open wounds or crushing blow or deadly strike. But as it is, it really kind of is just a very simple weapon. Even ITD, even ignores target's defense, would be a nice addition to this. And, it's interesting because this weapon really reminds me a lot of a weapon that I recently just did a video on called the Eaglehorn Crusader's Bow. The Eaglehorn Crusader's Bow had essentially all the same modifiers as this item. Measureschmidt's Reaver and Eaglehorn Crusader Bow are like almost identical. It has the enhanced maximum damage. It also has the bonus to attack rating, and it had ITD on it, which this one is lacking. But one of the things that I did test out with the Eaglehorn Crusader's Bow was the enhanced maximum damage. I was curious whether the 247% enhanced maximum damage would affect things like max damage charms or maybe even a max damage jewel when inserted into the weapon. And unfortunately, through my testing, what I came up with was no. The enhanced maximum damage on the item will not affect any other maximum damage bonus equipment that you may have on, which is rather disappointing. I actually kind of really hoped that it did because it might have actually created a situation where you might want to utilize this particular item. Now, this weapon can also come in the ethereal form, and this is the Measureschmidt's Reaver Champion Axe Ethereal. It's 264 to 771 damage, which is a lot higher. And we have 49 dex, 157 strength, and level 70. Now, the problem, of course, with this is that nobody can utilize this unless they put a Zodward in it, which means that level 70 requirement is meaningless because it's going to change when we throw the Zodward in it. If you guys have always, known that when you put a rune in, it goes up to the level of the rune. Well, the level of a Zodward is 69, and the level of the item is 70, so theoretically, the item should not increase. However, it will. And that's one of the reasons why I do this on camera for you guys, so that you guys can see what the level goes to when you put the Zodward in it. So we're going to go from level 70... Oh, wow, to level 70. Okay, it didn't increase. Well, egg on my face. It's always increased before. That's rather interesting. So it does stay at level 7. This is the first item I think I've put a Zodward into that didn't increase in level to some crazy amount. Like some of them go up to like level 89. Some of them go up to level 81. Some of them go like up to like level 73. Like it's always some strange number, but for the first time ever, we have an item that doesn't increase in level when you put a Zodward in it. That's nuts. So the ethereal Zodded version is interesting as an option because obviously it does a lot more physical damage. However, it is a normal attack speed item with no increased attack speed on it, which means that it might not necessarily be the best of choices for a like a speed build. You could theoretically use this on a druid, which I'm pretty sure will increase the attack speed a little bit. Let's drop this off to a druid real quick, and let's see what the attack speed is on the druid, just out of curiosity. Let's pull up our Alders set druid. So we're looking at very fast attack speed on the Druid. So as you can see, the Druid just gets a relatively nice boost in his attack speed when it comes to two-handed items. And so things like the Measureschmidt's Reaver, which might be relatively slow on a Barbarian, can be pretty darn fast on a Druid, and a lot more beneficial to those particular characters. Let's take a look over on the Barbarian, though, and let's see what kind of damage we would be looking at if we, like, respect him, beefed him up specifically for, you know, I don't know. Let's do Berserk just out of curiosity, because it is a relatively high damage ability, and we'll get an idea of what kind of damage output we're looking at. So let me go ahead and dump my points into Axe Mastery and throw on this beast. And then throw on our Berserk ability. So we're looking at 3,316 to 9,868 damage with a Berserk hit. We could actually go test this real quick. Let's go to Frigid Highlands and Berserk one of these monsters. Not bad. About 3 hits. This is P8, by the way. This is not players 1. This is P8, and obviously I'm not like fully set up for this. If I was fully set up for this, I would not have Immortal Kings set on. I'm running basically full IK set with some Raven Frosts and a Mara's. So you know, damage isn't that bad for players 8. If we were to drop this down to like players 3 or something like that, I feel like this weapon would probably just be one-shotting or most of the monsters. Let's go to River of Flame real quick and players 3. Of course, we had to find one of the highest HP monsters in the game first. Why are they always mana burn? Every single time I do my testing, every single time, they're always mana burn. Like, I can't ever test anything without them being mana burn. It's like, oh, hey, here, have a mana burn monster to come rip all your mana away and just be rude to you. I'm like, no, I don't want them to be rude to me. It's just mean. I'm gonna be honest with you, the damage on this weapon is not bad. The lack of any kind of crushing blow, open wounds, or deadly strike is a little bit of a downside. But if you were to utilize this on, say, a Fury Druid, which is a lot faster, or you were to utilize this with the correct equipment, like a Fortitude, you know, like Gore Riders, maybe like some IAS gauntlets, various pieces of equipment, like maybe a High Lords instead of a Mara's. I could see this weapon actually probably performing pretty well, even in like P8 content, especially with how quickly I was able to kill the monsters with Berserk. Granted, you're not going to be doing like super duper duper amazing damage, like quick kill time, so to speak. But I could easily see bumping that up quite a large amount with a decent amount of like max damage AR charms, off-weapon ED from Fortitude, maybe even a very nice helmet that has some enhanced damage on it. Not exactly sure what you would use, but you could use anything from like Andorials with increased attack speed to all sorts of other choices. An F-Zotted Measureschmidt's Reaver definitely seems like a viable endgame weapon. Is it better than perhaps other choices that you could go with? Maybe not, but it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting weapon, and it seems like it may even combat against one of the other really nice axes, the Hellslayer Decapitator Axe. It looks like the Hellslayer Decapitator Axe and the Measureschmidt's Reaver are kind of like close cousins in the war for the best like elite axe that you could ever possibly put on. In fact, it looks like an article on this particular page I was looking up the stats on says that Measureschmidt's Reaver, giving a very large bonus to maximum damage that grows with levels. However, Measureschmidt's Reaver can be seen as a safer weapon for several reasons. It's higher minimum damage, it's less dependent on added fire damage, and it also is slightly faster. So apparently it does actually get compared to the Hellslayer Decapitator axe on a regular basis. Go figure. Let's take a look and see where we could potentially find this, though, if we wanted to get our hands on it over on Silo's Pen. We're going to look up the drop chance probabilities on this. Now, because this is an endgame level item, we're going to treat it that way as far as Magic Find is concerned. And we're going to say probably about like 400% Magic Find. If you're hunting for this, you're probably an endgame level character, because at level 70, when you actually can put it on, you know, that's what we're looking at. So let's grab the Measureschmidt Reaver. All difficulties, because I'm pretty sure it's hell only. And very short list. So we're looking at Diablo in hell, Bale in hell, and Neelathak in hell. Not really a lot of good choices. And of course, the Defilers in the Worldstone Keep and the Halls of Pain always have to drop these. Chance to drop them, but just really awful chances. But it's interesting that they're capable of dropping pretty much everything. Super uniques, we've got Frozenstein. Pindleskin can drop it at 1 in 10,000. 10,173. Thrash Socket can also drop it at 1 in 10,224. Doc Farron, 1 in 13,000. And then everything else after that is like just terrible. 1 in 50,000, 1 in 100,000. I mean, Shank could potentially drop it, but like at a 1 in 110,694 chance. So pretty god-awful. It looks like your best bet probably is Pindleskin at 1 in 10,173. It definitely seems like one of the best options there. Beefing up your Magic Find even a little bit probably won't have much effect on that. Let's double check just to be sure. Yeah, I mean, even adding just another 100% only brings Pindle down to 1 in 9,676. So, all in all, there's really not a lot more to say about this item. It is a rather generic axe. And what I mean by that is that it doesn't have anything special on it. Like, other than the fact that it does massive amounts of damage, you know, there's nothing super special about it that would make you say, oh, I'm going to choose this over anything else. There's no proc effects. There's no, like, amp damage or decrepify. There's no ITD, no ignore target's defense. There's no, like, massive bonus to attack rating, raw numbers. There's no open wounds. There's no deadly strike. There's no crushing blow. In fact, the only thing special this axe even has on it, I think, quite honestly, is the 15 to all attributes, which isn't even really that amazing. It's just raw damage. That's really all this axe is. And it does fulfill that purpose. If that's what you're looking for, if you just want like massive amounts of damage, it does seem like Measureschmidt's Reaver might be a good choice for an axe barbarian. Maybe you decided at some point when you were leveling up your barbarian, you're like, I'm going to be an axe barbarian, and I'm going to use two-handed axes. Well, this might be the axe that you want to get your hands on until maybe you make some sort of like godlike rune word axe or something to replace it. But, you know, good luck finding it because it does seem relatively rare. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, especially when it is about a sexy axe like the Measureschmidt's Reaver. And I hope you enjoyed staring at the sexy axe. And if somebody comes to kill you with that sexy axe, make sure you stop them so you can admire the beauty of the sexy axe known as Measureschmidt's Reaver. And as always, keep watching. Alright, so Measureschmidt's Reaver is done. Done. Measureschmidt's is done. Now we're on to this weird thing. You came late? What do you mean you came late? He's late to the party, pals. You poor unfortunate souls. Mr. D, Mr. Nate, why do you always hide behind my head? Like, I mean, literally. You're always hiding directly behind me. Is there a particular reason why you are always hiding directly behind me, sir? Are you camera shy? Do you not want to be on the camera with everybody else? They want to see you. When I don't have you out here, they go, where is Mr. NiNi? We want to see Mr. NiNi. Where is the fuzzy rodent? Where's the little rat? They do. And then when I bring you out here, what do? Hide behind my head. That's not what they want. They don't want you to hide behind my head. They want you to sit here with me, and they want you to look cute. You're new to the game, and you found a Raft. Wow, that's pretty nice. Should you just make a barbarian and use it? Sometimes that's how it works, Colton. Sometimes you find like the most amazing items, but they're not for your particular character, so you end up building a character around those items. I mean, it happens. It's a pretty common thing with Diablo 2. Raft is a very nice sword. I'm not really sure if it's a sword that you want to build your character around. Although it is nice, don't get me wrong, it's probably not going to be your end game weapon. But you could build a character around it if you wanted to. It could be very fun to pair it up on a Frenzy Barbarian with something like Lawbringer Rune Word. Running Lawbringer and Wrath together can be very fun, because then you get the Decrepify spam, you stack the two sanctuaries together. A Frenzy Barb can generally run fast enough to keep up with the knockback as well, which is pretty fun. And Lawbringer is pretty cheap to make, so it's not like you wouldn't be able to make one of those relatively easily on any character. Like even my solo self-found Necromancer, who is just absolutely like just terrible like on runes right now. Like he's found like hardly anything. I think his highest rune he found was a Lem. He found one Lem, and he has a Co. So he's got a Lem, a Co, and an Am, and that's pretty easy to put together. And you put that in a nice sword, maybe a Phase Blade, maybe something else, depending on what kind of build you're running. And you know, just have some fun with it. Double Sanctuary Aura will basically make it so you can break any undead immunity. And the damage bonus to undead is kind of nuts. You could probably run, I don't know, like Chaos Sanctuary, really easy with those. What did I get from my solo self-found Necromancer Hellforge? I got a Foul Rune. Not the worst thing that I could have gotten, but not the best thing I could have gotten either. I'll take it though. I could make an obsession with it. I was I'm holding out to see if I can find a nice weapon base, like a 5-socket Ethereal Man Catcher, and I'll probably switch over to an Act 2 Merc at that point. Alright, so the next weapon on the list is Pompei's Wrath Crowbill. This one's probably going to be short, boys, because it's bad. It's a bad item. Most of these are. Pompei's Wrath, Crane Beak, they're like all of the ones with this particular weapon base, the Crowbill weapon base, the military pick, they're all just kind of terrible. They're not really that great. Another thing you could do with the Wrath, Colton, is you could get an Act 5 Merc and you could put it on that. I'm not sure what mercenary you're running, but the new Frenzy Act 5 Merc is pretty fun to play around with, and an Wrath is a fun one to put on the Act 5 Merc. Alright, I'm going to need runes for this one. A pulley rune, and a lummy rune, and a llama pull bum, and some damn rules. Huh. I'm just prepping myself mentally. I'm mentally prepping. If you have a Lemurine, you can make the Armor of Treachery, which is a pretty cheap one. Alright, let's get started with this video. And 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at the last of the military pick, crowbill, and other weird base items. This one is the Pompei's Raft crowbill, and pretty much every single unique item that's in this particular base series has been terrible, and I don't really have high hopes for this one either, but let's go over it together anyway. So we are looking at 56 to 137 damage at level 45, which is decent-ish. 60 dexterity requirement and 84 strength, which is not bad for level 45. Most people could probably put this on with no issue. We have a fast attack speed, so it's not particularly fast, and it does not have any increased attack speed on it, which means it's going to be relatively slow for most characters, especially considering that most characters that would potentially use this would probably want a relatively fast weapon, being that it's one-handed and has elemental damage. We also have a 4% chance to cast level 8 Volcano on striking. Now, 4% isn't really that great, but if you were utilizing this on a character that has, like, what's the term? If he has really fast attack speed and he's using an ability like Frenzy or Fury or Zeal or something like that, he could potentially get a couple procs of Volcano within a couple battles. Volcano is an interesting one because it kind of like just comes up underneath of the butt of the monster, like right in the anus, and it shoots off all these little individual doojanks. Let me see if I can get one to proc for you real quick, just for fun. Let's go to Frigid Highlands real quick, and I'll just smack a monster in the face with it until it works. There you go. So when the volcano comes out, you can see all the little things shoot out from the volcano. And as long as the monster is standing directly on top of the volcano, the damage actually is pretty good for volcano because it stacks relatively quickly. But the damage for volcano, like on the hits when they actually like land, is actually pretty low because it's random. It hits like all over the place. And it's not really going to do a lot of AoE damage for you. It's going to be relatively low. And speaking of damage, let's take a look and see how much damage level 8 Volcano actually does, and we'll kind of add it up. So level 8 Volcano is 22 to 24 physical damage and 24 to 48 fire damage. So we are looking at basically 23 physical damage average and 25 fire damage average. So let me run this on the calculator because I'm terrible at simple math apparently. So 23 plus 25, we're looking at 48 is the average amount of damage like per projectile. Now if you actually look at Volcano and you kind of see how many projectiles it shoots out, it definitely shoots out a hell of a lot more than just like 1 or 2 projectiles. So we're looking at a decent amount of additional fire damage. I mean, I'd like to actually count it. Like, let's actually count the number of little projectiles that comes out, shall we? Just to really get a good idea of what kind of damage we're looking at. Come on, Volcano. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's kind of hard to count them, isn't it? It doesn't really last that long, though. I want to say that it was probably about like 20 or 30 like little tiny projectiles. I wonder if anybody online has actually counted them, because that's a little much. Volcano D2 number of projectiles. Not a lot of people have much information on that. Doesn't seem like anybody's ever counted it. The other thing is does the volcano have a next hit delay? This is also important because it will determine whether or not the damage that it is doing is actually any good. So let's take a look on Amazon Basin, and what you search for is next hit delay. And next hit delay is a whole category of unto itself, and it will let us know whether volcano has any hit delay. So Volcano has a 5-frame hit delay of 0.2 seconds, which means that we're probably not going to be able to hit the same target with Volcano as many times as we would imagine. So despite the fact that it probably comes out about 20 or 30 different times, I'll give it an average of like 25 times probably within a certain number of seconds. We're talking about like 48 damage times 25 is something like 1,200 total damage. However, because it's going to have a 0.2 second delay in between each hit, we're not going to be getting all 25 hits. So it's probably going to be more like 10 hits, like spread out over the duration of the volcano instead of like 25 successive hits, which is interesting. It does mean that we will get more AoE damage from it than we will get single target damage, but the single target damage will go up, obviously, if it's directly underneath their anus. It's just we get a little bit of hit delay on there. I mean, it's kind of hard to factor in exactly how much damage the volcano does on this particular item. And then on top of that, you could theoretically be synergizing it if you were using this directly on a druid, which is interesting. We also have 170% enhanced damage on here, which does vary from 140 to 170%. And then we have an additional fire damage of 35 to 150. So not only do we have the volcano doing some fire damage, we also have an additional fire damage of 35 to 150 added on top. Then we also have slows target by 50%, which is a pretty massive chunk of slows target. But then it's like everything is just ruined by the fact that it has knockback on it. Most melee characters don't want knockback. If you're a Zealer or a character that hits multiple times in quick succession, having your target get knocked back will basically break the quick succession of your attacks. And it's not something that most people enjoy as a melee character. In fact, I'm not even really 100% sure why like almost every single one of these weapons has knockback on them. Ranged weapons having knockback is one thing, but melee weapons having knockback is generally considered faux pas. Although it's kind of interesting from a standpoint of like using this as like a runaway weapon. Like you hit a target, a volcano appears under their butt, they get slowed, you get hit by this fire damage, they get hit by the volcano, almost as if you would use it to run away from a target instead of actually attack them. I don't know. We also have the non-ethereal version, which is 37 to 91 damage, and 70 dex, 94 strength, level 45. Not particularly high damage for a level 45 item, and unfortunately, of course, the ethereal version wouldn't be able to get much use without a Zod rune in it, because, well, you know, you can't really hit anything with it with only 26 dexterity, because it'll break pretty fast. And that's another odd thing about this weapon, is the low durability also kind of negatively impacts its use as well. I'm not really 100% sure what they were thinking with this item. I mean, the slows target combined with the knockback, combined with the fire damage, hey, it's a little weird. It's weird. All of these classifications of weapon, the military pick, the crowbill, and the elite version, they're all just really weird items, and I just don't really understand exactly what their intention was for these items. Let's upgrade them, and let's see what happens when we upgrade this to the elite version. So to upgrade this, you're going to need a Pull Rune, a Lum Rune, and a Perfect Emerald. And this is going to take it from the Pompei's Wrath Crowbill at 37 to 91, 70 dex, 94 strength, level 45, to the Pompei's Wrath Warspike, 81 to 129, which is terrible for level 66, 54 dexterity, 133 strength. The ethereal version can also be upgraded from 56 to 137, 60 dex, 84 strength, level 45, to 121 to 194, 44 dex, 123 strength, level 66. One thing I am noticing here is that the min damage is relatively high, but the max damage didn't really go up very much at all. Like, for instance, the non-ethereal version's max damage was 91, but the min damage was 37. So what happened was the min and the max closed together, which seems to be kind of like a common thing for some weapons. Most notably, like the legendary hammer and stuff like that tend to do the same thing for the elite versions. They tend to get a much tighter ratio, like average damage, which does increase the damage by quite a bit more than you would think. Because having a much higher min means that you hit harder more often, as opposed to only hitting, you know, hard like when that high number hits, but most of the time you're hitting relatively low numbers because you have a very low min damage. Although having a very high max damage means that occasionally you're just going to absolutely smash some targets, which does come in handy. All in all, though, I can't really for the life of me figure out what the hell you would even use this for. I mean, at level 45, it seems like a lackluster weapon that most characters would probably avoid. At level 66, it also seems like a lackluster weapon that most characters would probably avoid. The level 8 Volcano just doesn't really seem high enough to be worth using, and at a 4% chance, I mean, it doesn't go off enough to be super duper useful. The additional fire damage doesn't scale, so when you upgrade it, that 35 to 150 fire damage, which could be potentially useful at a lower level, just doesn't really work out very well. I mean, you can't even use it for an Iron Golem, because the knockback will affect the Iron Golem. And believe it or not, when you make an Iron Golem out of knockback weapons, basically what happens is your Iron Golem will knock back the monster, chase the monster down, knock him back again, chase the monster down, knock him back again. And what happens is your Iron Golem just runs away until he's basically isolated and then dead. It's one of the quickest ways to lose an Iron Golem is to make him out of an item that has knockback on it. Now granted, the slows target could be useful for the Iron Golem, and the Volcano procs would do some damage, but there's a very good chance he's probably just going to die by running off into the fields of the fjords because of the knockback effect. All in all, very disappointed in this weapon. I mean, there are definitely worse items in the game, and I'm not going to say it's the worst unique ever because there are some really bad ones in this game, but it's up there in the rankings, probably like in the top 20. Let's take a look and see where you could potentially find this. Oh, I just realized I have the video paused, and I didn't even... where did I pause the recording? I don't even know. God bless it, I might have to redo this whole video. I took a sip of water. God bless it. When did I take a sip of water? I don't even remember. No. Hold on. I might be able to go back on the recording and figure out where I left off. If I'm lucky. If I'm lucky. Hold on. Let's go back a little bit on the tapes. I've done it before, okay? Had like no clue where I left off, and I'll just like be like, oh, okay. Well, guess I'll die now. Blazed as hell, huh? I'm trying to find the point that I paused it at, which is usually, I think it's when I drank some water. I'm pretty sure I just drank some water or something. I was coughing and dying, which which is usually when I pause it. It's only allowed to play in 3D. What are we doing? What? Trying to find the place I paused at is very difficult. I will salvage this video somehow. Somehow. Last thing I want to do is have to redo the Wrath of Pompei. The Wrath of Pompei's Wrath. The last thing I want to do. By this fire damage, they get hit by the volcano, almost as if you would use it to run away from a target instead of actually attack them. I don't know. Fire damage of 35 to 150 added on top. Then it's probably going to be more like it's ever counted it. No! Come on, volcano. The damage that it is doing is actually any good. So I paused at anus. That's a little much. Volcano D2 number of projectiles. Paused at the anus. Not a lot of people have much information on that. Doesn't seem like anybody's ever counted it. The other thing is does the volcano have a next hit delay? This is also... So despite the fact that it probably comes out about 20 or 30 different times, I'll give it an average of like 25 times probably within a certain number of seconds. We're talking about like 48 damage times 25 is something like 1,200 total damage. However, because it's going to have a 0.2 second delay in between each hit, we're not going to be getting all 25 hits. So it's probably going to be more like 10 hits, like spread out over the duration of the volcano instead of like 25 successive hits, which is interesting. It does mean that we will get more AoE damage from it than we will get single target damage, but the single target damage will go up, obviously, if it's directly underneath their anus. It's just we get a little bit of hit delay on there. I mean, it's kind of hard to factor in exactly how much damage the volcano does on this particular item. And then on top of that, you could theoretically be synergizing it if you were using this directly on a druid, which is interesting. We also have 170% enhanced damage on here, which does vary from 140 to 170%. And then we have an additional fire damage of 35 to 150. So not only do we have the volcano doing some fire damage, we also have an additional fire damage of 35 to 150 added on top. Then we also have slows target by 50%, which is a pretty massive chunk of slows target. But then it's like everything is just ruined by the fact that it has knockback on it. Most melee characters don't want knockback. If you're a Zealer or a character that hits multiple times in quick succession, having your target get knocked back will basically... I think I see where I left off. I just need to find out like exactly what I said before I left off. Break the quick succession of your attacks. And it's not something that most people enjoy as a melee character. In fact, I'm not even really 100% sure why like almost every single one of these weapons has knockback on them. Ranged weapons having knockback is one thing, but melee weapons having knockback is generally considered faux pas. Although it's kind of interesting from a standpoint of like using this as like a runaway weapon. Like you hit a target, a volcano appears under their butt, they get slowed, get hit by this fire damage. They get hit by the volcano, almost as if you would use it to run away from a target instead of actually attack them. I don't know. Hey, there it is. Alright, so almost as if you would use it to run away from a target instead of attack them. So what did I do after that? Version wouldn't be able to get much use without a Zod rune in it, because, well, you know, you can't really hit anything. Almost as if you would use it to run away. Odd thing about this weapon is the low durability, also kind of Plum Rune and a Perfect Emerald. So I haven't upgraded them yet. Oh, great. Yeah. Okay, well that's not that big of a deal. I just won't upgrade them on stream. I'll just pretend to upgrade them then, which is fine. Alright, so I'm going to unpause it and we're going to talk about the upgraded stats. That's pretty much what we're going to do. Alright, so the Pompei's Wrath upgrades to the War Spike, which is 81 to 129 damage. 54 dexterity, 133 strength, level 66, which is not very good for level 66, and quite honestly, just not high enough damage at all. The ethereal version upgrades to the War Spike as well, to 121 damage, 194 on the top end, 44 dex, 123 strength, and level 66 as well. Just in general, a very poor upgrade to the elite form, just simply because level 66 is just way too high, and the damage on these just really isn't enough to be worthwhile. All in all, Pompei's Wrath is probably one of the worst items in the game. It really didn't make it onto my worst items in the game, because believe it or not, there are items in the game that are worse than this. And but it's probably up there in the top 20, I would say for sure. But you know what? Let's see where you could potentially find this if you want to get your hands on this piece of crap weapon. Because, you know, maybe you want to play around with it. I don't know. So, Pompei's Wrath. And let's do about 200% magic find. Let's check bosses first. Alright, so we are looking at Nightmare Mephisto at 1 in 715, Nightmare Diablo 1 in 747, and Balin Nightmare 1 in 773. So those are like your best bets. Helen Dariel has a pretty decent chance at 1 in 824. And let's check super uniques real quick. Hell Cow King 1 in 2542. That's not bad. Nightmare Neelithak and Hell Neelithak both have pretty good chances, both around 6,000, which isn't bad. And Nightmare Cow King's not bad either at 1 in 700,144. I bet you probably won't have much trouble finding one of these if you really wanted to. Not really sure why you'd want to. I can't really think of very many good options for this build. The only thing that comes to my mind for like maybe a build that you'd potentially use this with good effect on level at that is a Blade Fury Assassin. If you were running Blade Fury, you could get the fire damage. The slowest target by 50% could actually come in handy on a Blade Fury Sin, and the Volcano on striking might actually give you a decent amount of extra damage on level. Including the knockback actually could be effective on a Blade Fury Assassin. Like, I feel like that's really the only use for this weapon that I can think of, that like a character that would actually want to get good use out of this on level. Like, if you found this as a Blade Fury Sin leveling up, this could be a very interesting choice. I mean, the knockback with the slowest target is actually very nice on Blade Fury Assassins because it keeps the targets away from you. And then even when they get knocked back, they can't really run back very quickly because they're slowed down. The additional fire damage actually comes in handy on Blade Fury Sins because it does translate over to the Blade Fury weapon, although at a slightly diminished rate. And then the Volcano on striking would definitely have a nice impact. Like, you would be attacking multiple times because Blade Fury is particularly fast. And the main downside, though, for a Blade Fury Sin is it doesn't have any attack rating. So it's kind of here and there. I mean, if I was leveling up a solo self-found Blade Fury Sin, which could be a very difficult build to level up, by the way, and I found a Pompei's Wrath on a Blade Fury Sin, it could be an interesting choice for a Blade Fury set. Other than that, I can't really think of a lot of good options that you would really get good use out of this on. Maybe a Kicksin, but you really don't want knockback on a Kicksin. Although there are kicks that have knockback innately on them. So maybe for those kicks that have knockback on them, you wouldn't really care because you're already knocking back the target. Anyway, I think I've spent long enough on this item. We're going to move on to the next one. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watch my videos, even when we are covered in volcanic ash and being destroyed by Pompei, the volcano. And as always, if you want to keep watching, hit the subscribe button. Where is the Fuzzum Squirrelies? He's literally floating right there. Poke. You know, some people tell me they think it's a stuffed animal. Let me tell you guys, this is not a stuffed animal, okay? This is a turd shooting, pee squirting, teeth chomping, okay? Chinchilla, okay? This is a living, breathing Chinchilla. Look at his little tail right here. See his little tail wiggle? See his little wiggling tail? That's a wiggling tail. He's doing little helicopter blades. He got little helicopter blades. He is not a stuffed animal. He is a Chinchilla. Alright, moving on from Pompei's Raft. We got one more item before we move on to our next set, which is Isle Strike. Let's go ahead and get our runes ready for Isle Strike. Mr. NiNi's yelling at me. He probably has to go tinkle pee pee. Mr. NiNi's yelling at me. He's probably got to go pee, so I better put Mr. NiNi back in his cage so he doesn't pee on me. Please don't pee on me. Why are chinchillas so fat? He's not fat. You guys want to see? Watch. Look at this. See my hand? Look. See this? I know this is a meme somewhere, right? But watch. Watch. Come here, buddy. Look. Come on. Show him how you can do it. Show him. Come on, you can do it. Show him how you can do it. You got it, buddy. You got it. Come on. They're mostly fluff, okay? They can fit through holes that are absolutely tiny. They can slide underneath the doorways. They're mostly fluff. Not only that, but they can collapse their rib cage, and it's just they're not anywhere near as big or as fat as you think. And on top of that, they also have the ability to stretch their legs out real long, like ridiculously long. Like they have these ridiculously long legs. I mean, look at how long his legs are. Let me see if I can get him to stretch them out. Come here. Let me see. Look at these long chicken legs. Got the chicken legs. Got the long chicken legs. That's right, chicken legs. I said chicken legs, and I mean it, little chicken legs. I love you, though. Little chicken legs. Come on, I'm going to put him back in his cage. I think he has to go tinkle. I don't want him to tinkle on me. What'd you say about his turds, Kyle? His turds are huge? No, his turds are not huge. They're tiny. They're little rock hard pellets that that are so rock hard. Like half the time, I literally stub my toe on the damn things, or they stab me in the foot like a freaking Lego. Like they're literally just these little tiny rock hard little things that are freaking awful. I got a turdinator. That's the reason why I have one of those little tiny vacuums. It's called a turdinator. That's why I named him that, because his whole job is literally just to roam around the house sucking them things up. Like just vacuum them up and I just throw them in the trash can because they're literally little hard little freaking little BBs. Yeah, basically they're the little freaking BBs. And they hurt. When you step on one by accident, they freaking hurt. I have literally like cut my foot on one of them. My dad's always like, but if they get wet, they'll get mushy. And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know how they're getting wet. I mean, you're right about that. If they did get wet, they probably would get mushy. I'm like, but they don't. And you're more likely gonna freaking like stub your toe on one than you are gonna freaking actually like get a squishy one. Now, granted, I have had a chinchilla that had diarrhea before, and when the chinchillas have diarrhea, it's awful. It's very awful. It's terrible. It's like a nightmare. All right, so this is a druid item, so we're going to bring it over to the druid. Beak. 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 All right, let's get this Isle Strike out of the way. The Strike of the Isle. The Isle Strike. I've always wondered why they pointed one-handed weapons at the druid. They gave the druid these amazing buffs for two-handed weapons. They gave these druids like an amazing like way to, you know, like increase damage, you know, by using two-handed weapons. Or they basically made it so that, you know, like they needed in the old days, you needed increased attack speed, right? So you had to have a huge amount of increased attack speed on the weapon. Otherwise, they literally like were just the most terrible weapons ever. But like the Isle Strike was just like the definition of the anti-druid weapon that was pointed at a druid. Like it didn't make any sense. Like it was a druid weapon that had no increased attack speed. It wasn't a two-handed weapon. It's relatively slow. And in the old days, had you ever used an Isle Strike on an actual druid, like you would have been like in pain from how terrible it was. Now, thanks to the change that they made for, you know, this particular item, they made a change, and the change basically is, you know, that you can use off-weapon IAS now. So for the first time ever, like in a million years, the Owl Strike might actually see use because of the Shapeshifter Druid changes. But like before the Shapeshifter Druid changes, nobody ever put this weapon on. Nobody. Like, and if they did, it was literally like they put it on, they went and played with it for a little while, realized how terrible it was, and then dropped it back on the ground because that's how freaking gross it was. So, you know, now that we have the changes, though, it's kind of interesting because I'm kind of glad that I didn't make a video on this before the Shapeshifter changes, because had I made a video before the Shapeshifter changes, I probably would have, like, just absolutely railed this item into the dirt. I would have been like, this thing is garbage, and its mom is garbage, and its dad is garbage, and even its dog is garbage. We need a sip of water after that one. All right, let's get this video done. Let's hop in here. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a weapon which was, quite honestly, probably one of the worst items in the game prior to the 2.4 update, which fixed the shape-shifting druid's IAS calculations. Before the druid IAS calculations were fixed, I don't think anybody in their right mind ever used this weapon, or probably even thought about using it. And anybody who did put it on probably took it off very quickly because they realized it just wasn't really worth using. However, it probably saw some limited use just simply because it has +2 to skills, and if you were a druid, like an elemental druid or something, or a summoning druid, and you just needed some + to skills, it could come in handy as a +2 to skill item. Other than that, though, like as an actual melee weapon used in actual melee combat, it just didn't really see a lot of use. Now, after the 2.4 patch, it's a little bit more interesting than it was before. It's definitely not hot garbage like it was before. It may still be garbage, but it's just not hot garbage. Let's talk about it together, and let's upgrade it, and let's have some fun playing around with this weapon just to kind of see what it can do. So right off the bat, you'll notice that it's 37 to 110 damage with level 43, with a strength requirement of 85, which is not bad. The damage on it at level 43 is okay. It could be better, but it's not bad. We also have +2 to skills on this, which is definitely nice for any druid that might want to use it, and it's probably one of its main redeeming factors. However, it is a relatively slow weapon, and it has no increased attack speed, which has always boggled my mind with this particular item, because it's just like, okay, why give a item specifically to a druid that you know needs increased attack speed, but then don't put any increased attack speed on it, and put it in an extremely slow base? Sorry, I gotta take a phone call real quick. Where did I leave off? +2 skills? I left off at +2 skills, right? Oh yeah, I was talking about the horrible IAS and how the IAS wasn't very good. On top of the fact that it has no IAS, it's also a one-handed weapon, and druids have a attack speed increase with two-handed weapons. So they gave druids this nice two-handed attack speed increase. They set them up so they required increased attack speed, and then gave them a one-handed weapon with no increased attack speed. It didn't make any sense. We also have 190% enhanced damage on here, which does vary from 170 to 190%. And we have 25% chance of crushing blow, which is it's pretty nice. I mean, for a melee weapon, crushing blow is always nice to have. 25% isn't an amazing amount, but it could be stacked with other items to increase that to a much more agreeable level. Especially if you use something like Goblin Toes, you'd be at 50% relatively quickly. We also have +1 Fury and +1 Maul. So it's obvious that they intended this for a Shapeshifter Druid, because not only do we have +2 to skills, but we also have +1 Fury and +1 Maul, which specifically points it directly at a Shapeshifter Druid who is using either Fury or Maul. So either a bear Druid or a shape-shifting werewolf, one or the other. Now, +1 to that particular skill isn't really like a huge amount. It's like meh. It's decent, but it's not like something like to write home about. We also have +50 defense versus missile, which isn't really a huge amount, even at level 43. And then we have +10 to all attributes. Now, +10 to all attributes is actually kind of nice, especially at level 43. I mean, you get +10 strength, +10 dex, +10 vitality, and +10 energy, which is a pretty healthy amount of mana, life, attack rating, block chance, defense, and off-weapon ED for strength. I mean, it's a nice little healthy bonus of just about everything that you might want on a character, and I mean, it's interesting. Now, after 2.4, and you can finally use off-weapon IAS sources, this weapon might see a little bit of use, and maybe socketed with a Shale Rune, it could actually do fairly well on a Shapeshifter, Bear, or Werewolf. I'm not really sure it's better than other choices, but if you were a solo self-found Druid, I could see utilizing this over some other options, just simply because it's pointed directly at your kind of character, and on top of that, it is also, you know, just generally good in certain ways. However, if you didn't have a lot of increased attack speed equipment, like you didn't have a nice 20% IAS gloves, or maybe like an armor with 20%, like maybe like a Twitch throw with like a 15% IAS jewel in it or something, if you were lacking IAS sources, this might be too slow to use on a Shapeshifter Druid, because at a normal attack speed with no increased attack speed, no socket, no you know, Shale Rune or anything like that, it wouldn't be like super amazing as far as attack speed concerned, and you would probably take it off because it would be too slow. We also have the ethereal version, which could be utilized just simply for the +2 skills. It's not like super duper crazy. I mean, +2 skills is going to be useful on just about anybody who just needs skills and nothing else, and doesn't have something like a spirit sword yet, or anything else that they could rely on. It does have 55 to 165 damage and 75 strength with level 43, and I mean, it's a little bit better, but you can't really utilize it because the ethereal nature of it kind of prevents that. Now, you could potentially use this on like a Blade Fury Sin and burn the crushing blow, but it's not really like super duper amazing. I mean, I could see using it on a Blade Fury Sin early level if you were like a solo self-found Blade Fury Sin, but like it's solo self-found Blade Fury Sins are not really a thing. Like most people just like collect the equipment for that character and build them later. So I don't know. Let's take a look and see how it upgrades, and we'll get a better idea of what it looks like as an elite version. So the Owlstrike Twin Axe is going to upgrade to the Etten Axe from 37 to 110, 85 strength, level 43, to 95 to 191, 45 dex, 145 strength, level 59. That's actually not a bad upgrade at all. At level 59, it could actually be useful with 95 to 191, and could act as a stopgap weapon until you reach Hell difficulty, and you end up getting something better. That's actually not bad. The ethereal version, of course, unfortunately would not be able to get used at level 59. You'd have to socket a Zod root into it, and it's not really going to be useful, probably, but let's check it out anyway. So 55 to 165 damage, 75 strength, level 43. To 142 to 287 damage, 35 strength, 130 or 35 dex, 135 strength, level 59. It's actually not bad damage in its ethereal form. And I'm looking at this, and I'm basically seeing a level 59 Blade Fury Sin weapon. That's what I'm saying. I've looked at like an F Death, and let me compare to an F Death real quick. F Death D2. So an F Death weapon, we need an Etten Axe. Which is actually one of the best weapons for a Blade Fury Sin, believe it or not, is 245 to 495 damage, but it's level 55. Okay, it's level 55, which is actually lower level than the Owlstrike. However, it could be insanely hard to get your hands on a Vex and a Gull Rune early on, so I could see this as like an early stopgap weapon until you get yourself a Death Etten Axe on a Blade Fury Sin. Maybe not the character that it was originally pointed at, but the ethereal version has pretty decent damage. It has Crushing Blow, and it does have +10 all attributes. You could socket it with something like an ED Jewel to make it a little bit higher. Ruby Jewels are not that rare. If you find a 40% Ruby Jewel, that would be a very easy socket into here. Increase the damage a little bit further, and it could very easily carry you through Nightmare difficulty into Hell. That's very interesting. However, to upgrade it to the Etnax, you need a Lum and a Pull Rune. And that also may be very difficult to come by. Maybe not as difficult as a Vex and a Gull Rune that you need to make your Death Etnax, but definitely a lot more difficult specifically for like a solo self-found character or something like that. I just can't see specifically choosing this over other choices. Like if I was twinking out a Blade Fury Sin, I probably wouldn't pick this item. However, if I was leveling up a Blade Fury Sin and I found this item in its ethereal form, I could see using it. But other than that, like it's really just kind of like a stopgap weapon for a druid. And even then, most druids are running two-handed weapons, so you're probably not going to utilize this on a druid. The crushing blow is nice. The stats are nice. The +2 to skills is nice. I mean, there are a lot of nice stats on it, but it's just not fast enough. It's just not a fast enough weapon in general for a shapeshifter. Sorry, I'm dying. And I think that's really what it comes down to, is that when you put this on a druid, on a shapeshifter druid, and you realize how slow it is, you're probably not going to want to use it. Let me go real quick over to Silo's Pen, and let's see where potentially you could find yourself an Owl Strike if you want to get your hands on one. And I don't know. All right, so let's do about 100% magic find, or actually, let's do 150. That seems about fair. So we are looking at normal Bale can actually drop this. That's interesting. 1 in 794. You know, if you did find this at the beginning of Nightmare difficulty, it might actually come in handy up until a certain point where you replaced it with something better. I really have a lot of good options here. Let me just restrict this to normal real quick. So it's only Bale in normal. And then in Nightmare difficulty, it does drop from Mephisto, Diablo, Bale, Duriel. And is Andariel really not on the list? So Bale is on the list in normal difficulty, but not Nightmare and Dariel? That seems kind of strange. Very strange. And then let's take a look at super uniques real quick in Nightmare difficulty. Or actually, you know what? Let's real quick take a look at normal difficulty. I doubt there's any. So just Neelathak, pretty high chance, 1 in 63,000. Good luck. So Cow King in Nightmare, 1 in 2,587. Fire Eye, 1 in 8,000, and it just kind of gets worse from there. Storm Tree. I mean, quite honestly, it looks like normal Bale might be your best bet at getting this item, and I hate to say that because normal Bale's a little bit difficult to farm because of the waves, and it does take a little while to kill him. But the drop chances on a lot of these monsters are pretty garbage, and they're also much higher level than when you would actually want to get your hands on the weapon, which is a big issue. So if you're actually trying to get your hands on this weapon like on level at level 43 when you would want to use it, you would want it before you start rolling through Nightmare difficulty, not by the time you get to like Mephisto and it's no longer useful to you. So it kind of seems like normal Bale is your best bet there. Like, you see if you can find it while you're doing your normal EXP Bale runs, and you know, if you find it during your normal EXP Bale runs, then okay. But if you don't, there's probably very little chance you're going to find it in Nightmare until a point where it's no longer useful to you. Andy doesn't drop it, which is weird. That's a first for me. That's the first time I've seen normal Bale drop something, but Andy doesn't. So I don't know if maybe it's a bug in Silo's Pen's system, but Nightmare Andy doesn't apparently drop the item. That's pretty much it for this item. I don't really think there's much more to talk about. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking about a really garbage item from the past, which may have been slightly upgraded from hot garbage to mild garbage. And as always, if you want to keep watching, hit that subscribe button. right. Owl Strike is done. Let's pull out some of these other items because I would like to take a look at those. Actually, I need to go do something real quick. That phone call was actually something important, so I'll be right back. We'll take a quick break. I'll throw on some music for you guys, you know, in the temporary. There you go. Okay, turn that down a little bit. I know it's a little loud. And I'll be back probably about like, I don't know, like 10 minutes. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Life is hard sometimes. You guys don't know. Life is hard. Alright, let's get this next set of items. We've got a bunch of random stuff that needs to be made videos of. Oh, man. Alright, we got the Nell Striker. We've got the... we can do Scepters. That sounds like fun. We'll do Scepters. Fetid Water Sprinkler. Rune Scepter. Storm Eye. We got the Death Spade. The Blood Thief Brandy Stock. And Husal Doll Evo, which I can't really fit in here. Maybe. If I get shifty. If I get swifty. Terror zones last for 1 hour. Yes, they rotate every hour basically. So there's always a terror zone up. You just don't know which one it's going to be. Let's see, I need some Ral and Soul Runes to do some of these upgrades with. Some of these are low-level items. Quite a few of them, actually. I can re-import these anytime I want to, I'm not worried about it. Let me grab another round soul. You hate how Path of Exile is trying to make their game more like Diablo 2. You do realize Path of Exile is a Diablo 2 clone, right? Like, I really don't see the, I really don't see the outrage there. Like, if it was a game that was not a Diablo 2 clone, that was trying to become like Diablo 2, then yeah, I could see the outrage of it, but Path of Exile is a Diablo 2 clone. It's unapologetically a Diablo 2 clone. Like, it never once said, hey, I'm not a Diablo 2 clone. So, like, I don't know. I mean, yes, Diablo clones usually have things different about them. If they were exact 100% copy clones, of course they would be, you know, like, sued out the wing-wang by the company that cloned them. Like, you can't clone something 100% precisely and get away with it. It doesn't work that way. Like, they can't use all the same assets, they can't use all the same, like, unique items and weapons and all that other stuff and then sell it for money. Blizzard would be on their case with a hound of lawyers. So yes, Diablo clones usually have some things about them that are different. And maybe there are some things about this particular Diablo clone that you like more than others, but Path of Exile was undoubtedly created as a Diablo clone and then moved forward from that point. And whether or not they're making themselves more or less like Diablo 2 is neither here nor there. It's just like whether they want to be a little bit more like the game that they cloned or a little bit less like the game they cloned. I mean, I would think, quite honestly, that you'd want to find your own personality and your own way of doing things that would be separate from Diablo 2. But when you based your entire game basically off of cloning another game, it's kind of hard to have your own personality and your own like way of doing things. It doesn't really work that way. I don't know if Diablo 2 was a clone of another game. I can't really think of any game that came before Diablo 2 that was in the exact same style. I mean, Diablo 1 is probably the closest thing to Diablo 2, and they changed a lot between the two versions. Alright, we're going to do the Fetid Water Sprinkler first, which means we're going to need a lapel and lums. I'm going to need to do a gem refresh here in a minute, as I am running out of poles and lums. I only have 2 poles for some reason, and 1 lum. That's okay. As we go forward, we'll make more room. We'll be fine. Let me go ahead and refresh my gem mule real quick while I am here, just so I can get that out of the way. Doesn't take me but a second. Done. And I need to reboot the game real quick to make sure he's activated. All right. The Fetid Water Sprinkler. Such an interestingly weird weapon. We're gonna have fun going over this one, I can see. Just looking at the stats and kind of understanding what it's capable of. It's definitely a strange weapon. It has some pretty decent stats. Like, it's not bad. It's not bad. I don't think I've ever actually found it when I needed it, but it's not bad. Alright, so let's get started on this particular item. Vicarious Vision should do an offshoot of Diablo of Resurrected based on what they've learned on this one. I better be better than Diablo. Honestly, they did a lot of video game archaeology, and in their video game archaeology, they uncovered a lot of hidden stuff about Diablo. And they were in like these servers and stuff that were like from back then, because they like archived and like backed up everything from those days. I bet you they have information on Diablo 3 that we've never seen. Diablo 3 was an actual project. The Blizzard North team actually did work on Diablo 3 for quite some time until it was scrapped. So whatever Diablo 3 was supposed to be is there, and they probably have access to it. And I would love to see their Diablo 3 information. I bet you guys would love to get your hands on it too. That's the kind of like crazy stuff that would just be awesome. Like, you know that Nintendo leak that happened a while back? There was like that massive Nintendo Nintendo leak, and there was tons of information in there about stuff that we had never heard of. It's actually been nicknamed the Nintendo Giga Leak, and apparently they had like original source material for like Pokemon Gold and Silver and all sorts of other crazy stuff in there that we'd never heard of, like original scans of like Game Boy ROMs and all sorts of other stuff. Like, if for some reason, or eventually, like all that information about Diablo 2, the Blizzard North server basically, were to be leaked, I guarantee you I'd be pouring through that thing like for months, like just hunting down information and finding cool tidbits here and there and sharing them with you guys. It would be amazing. I know it would be amazing. All right, so let's get started on this item and let's have some fun with it, shall we? So 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. I think we finally finished all the axes and maces and hammers and all that stuff, and we are now moving on to the scepters, so that should be interesting. We're going to start out with the Fetid Sprinkler, Holy Water Sprinkler. This is a unique exceptional level item. It is one-handed damage of 55 to 129, which is pretty good for level 38, and it has a very low strength requirement of only 76, so most characters will be able to utilize this with ease. We also have a fast attack speed on this, but no increased attack speed, which is rather sad for a weapon that would probably be used by a melee character. We have 5% chance to cast level 1 Decrepify on striking. Now, that's kind of interesting because it will help your physical damage a lot, because Decrepify does offer a 50% reduction in the monster's physical resistance. It also makes the monster 50% slower, 50% weaker, which means they hit you for less damage. And unfortunately, though, level 1 Decrepify doesn't really last for a very long time. Level 1 Decrepify is only 4 seconds, and you're not going to really see like a super huge amount of like amazing use out of the Decrepify on this. It will be useful, don't get me wrong, but it will be sporadic at 5% chance to cast, and with only a 4-second duration, it won't be extremely, helpful for a long period of time. On top of that, it doesn't have a very large radius either. So Decrepify's radius actually doesn't go up by level, and it stays the same. It's a 4-yard radius. It's very small. So it will most likely only hit the monster that you have been attacking, and maybe, if you're lucky, like 1 or 2 other monsters nearby that happen to be within range. But for the most part, it's only going to hit the monster that you're attacking, which doesn't really make it a bad thing. I mean, it's nice to have on a weapon. I just want to give you a realistic idea of the usefulness of the level 1 Decrepify. Yes, it will be useful, but not as useful as you think, because it's not going to last very long, and it's not going to hit as many targets as you might hope for. But then we also have a Confuse on striking of 10%. So not only is it going to be spamming Decrepify, it's also going to be spamming Confuse, also at level 1. And level 1 Confuse is an AI spell, and so AI spells are actually affected by difficulty. So we are looking at a radius of 4 yards, same as Decrepify, with a duration of 10 seconds. So in normal difficulty, if you're utilizing this, they will be confused for 10 seconds. In Nightmare difficulty, it will be 5 seconds, and in Hell difficulty, I'm pretty sure it's like 2.5 seconds. So the Confuse isn't going to last very long either, but it will be enough to interrupt them and kind of keep them from hitting you for a very brief period of time. So it's going to act as a kind of a protection for you. The downside, of course, though, of having Confuse with Decrepify is that the Confuse is going to override the Decrepify, and the Decrepify is going to override the Confuse, and it's going to go back and forth like this. And because Confuse is the higher percent chance, you're probably going to see Confuse more often than you're going to see Decrepify. But seeing as they both last only like 2 to 4 seconds, are they really going to be overriding each other, or are they just going to be constantly switching and swapping back and forth? Because by the time Decrepify runs out after 4 seconds, you'll probably proc Confuse and so forth and so on, and it'll just be this back and forth little battle between the curses. I mean, it's not exactly a bad thing because both of those curses are actually pretty nice, and both of them are very defensive curses. So despite the fact that Decrepify will give you a small boost in damage, the real main benefit of Decrepify, honestly, is that it gives you that 50% physical damage reduction on the monster. Whereas Confuse's main benefit is just simply that, well, the monsters aren't going to be attacking you. They're going to be attacking whatever else is nearby. Now, do keep in mind, though, that if you only have one monster, you can't really confuse them. They're just going to keep attacking you anyway. The other thing here is that Confuse does not work on elites, champions, or bosses, as well as super uniques. So whenever you are fighting a boss, a champion, or a super unique, the Confuse will not proc. So the Decrepify is the only thing that's going to work on those particular bosses, which means that in the most extreme cases, when you're fighting monsters that you would really like to have Decrepify for, Confuse isn't going to override it. So it's actually kind of nice. We also have +2 Paladin skill levels on this, and that is static, so it does not change. And +2 Paladin skills is good for just about any character, even if you're not specifically a melee character. If you happen to find this while you're leveling up on like a solo self-found or something, you can throw it on for a little while until you find yourself something better, or make yourself something better. We also have 190% enhanced damage on this, which does vary from 160 to 190%. And because we have the Decrepify enhancing our physical damage, that variance is actually amplified because the Decrepify is, of course, amplifying our damage. So it would be kind of nice if you had find one that's a little bit higher on the ED. We also have a flat damage added to the min and the max of 15 to 25. Now, unfortunately, this usually means that the weapon won't upgrade very well because the flat damage does not scale. And the flat damage is really balanced around the exceptional version of the item. So when we upgrade it to the elite version, it won't really have the same kind of oomph that the exceptional version has because of that. We also have a pretty massive 200 attack rating bonus on this, which does vary from 150 to 200, and that massive 200 actually will get multiplied really nicely by your skills. So if you're utilizing things like Zeal, if you're utilizing, let's say, Fanaticism, which also gives a nice little attack rating bonus, or if you're utilizing the passive bonus on Blessed Aim, whatever it is that you happen to be using to beef up your attack rating a little bit, that 200 is going to get multiplied very nicely. Before you know it, that 200 is going to be like 400, 600, maybe even 800 or 1,000, depending on how much bonus to attack rating you have on your character. So a very, very nice amount of attack rating that can actually come in really handy for a level 38 character and onward. We also have 160 poison damage over 4 seconds, which can be useful to help prevent regeneration. But as we found out recently, the more you attack, the more you negate that poison damage. So especially if you were on a Zeal Paladin who was attacking as quickly as possible, you would negate a lot of that poison damage off the target. But the 160 poison damage over 4 seconds will kind of help prevent some regeneration while it's active. But the thing is that poison damage doesn't stay active very long, and so the monster is going to regenerate a lot anyway. It's kind of like a weird thing. Poison damage needs to be revamped, and especially the poison damage on weapons needs to be beefed up a little bit because it's usually pretty low. In fact, this weapon probably has one of the highest poison damage I've seen so far on a level 38 weapon, which is kind of saying a lot. We also have the static 50% enhanced undead damage bonus on this because it is, of course, a mace class weapon. But do keep in mind that this is a scepter, not a mace. That is something that a lot of people have made a mistake with. They actually separated out the 3 mace classes into 3 sub-mace classes. So all of them are under the mace class, but the scepters are in the scepter class, the maces are in the mace class, and the hammers are in their own class. Go figure. When that means that, like, rune words that say maces doesn't necessarily mean hammers and doesn't necessarily mean scepters. Or a rune word that says scepters doesn't mean hammers or maces, and so forth and so on. So it has to actually say the subclass. We also have the ethereal version of this, which is 75 to 181 damage, and it has slightly lower requirements at 66 strength. Unfortunately, you can't really utilize this one except for maybe just to use it for the +2 to skills because, well, you can't really burn the durability. At 60 durability may be a decent amount, but you'll burn it really quickly, and before you know it, it'll be broken. Now, we can upgrade this to the elite version, and I would like to see how this item upgrades. So let's take a look and see what happens when we upgrade this to the... I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. Is that the... That's not the Rune Scepter. Well, I guess we'll find out. So this is going to go from the Fetid Sprinkler Holy Water Sprinkler, 55 to 129, 76 strength, level 38, to the Fetid Sprinkler Seraph Rod, 145 to 181, 69 dex, 108 strength requirement, level 64. Now that upgrade was actually kind of nice. The max damage didn't go up too much from 129 to 181, but the min damage went up amazingly from 55 to 145, and it crushed together the min and the max very nicely. So this weapon is going to hit with a very reliable spectrum of damage, and at level 64 with relatively low requirements, you could probably utilize this on just about any paladin. Is it going to be an endgame item that you're going to utilize above all others? Probably not. But you know what you could use this for? You could have it in your offhand. You could utilize it for killing physical immunes, because the Decrepify will allow you to burn through the physical damage of the physical immunity of a monster, which, you know, could come in handy. Let's take a look at the elite version, and let's see how the elite version upgrades. So we're going to go from 75 to 181 damage, 66 strength requirement, level 38, to 209 to 259, 59 dex, 98 strength, level 64. So again, a very interesting weapon. You know what I'm thinking on the top of my head, which would be a very interesting use for this, and it's not even on a paladin, is a Blade Fury Assassin could utilize the ethereal version of this, upgraded. 209 to 259 is really nice damage. Could be a very interesting choice, especially since it has the Decrepify proc and the Confuse proc. Basically used on a range character, you would be spamming Decrepifies and Confuses all over the place. And, you know, it could be useful to burn through the physical immunity of some monsters. Maybe it wouldn't be your, like, you know, end-game, like, GG weapon, but it could definitely be a weapon that you would utilize to burn through immunities. You could even tack on a 40% Ruby Jewel to beef it up a little bit further from 190% to, 230% ED, which would be interesting. And, I don't know. It's just, it's a very interesting weapon all around. Very cool weapon. It's just... I'm not really sure that I've ever found this on level to actually utilize it on a paladin. I can't think of a single time I've actually found this, like, on a paladin and actually used it, because it seems, I think it's a little rare. Speaking of which, let's go over to Silas Pen and let's see where potentially this item could fall if we wanted to get our hands on it, right? So let's see here. Bink. So is it the? It's a the, which means it's lumped in with all the other these. The these of the town. We are the these. We are the these. Look at all the these nuts. No, I'm just kidding. So it's a level 38 item. So let's do about 150% magic find. I feel like that's fair. Let's go to all and then bosses. Actually, no, real quick, let's do normal. Does it drop in normal? It does drop from Bale, but a really crappy chance. Okay, so let's ignore that. Let's do nightmare difficulty. And we're looking at Diablo in nightmare. That's way too high level. You'd be past it by the time you got to it. Bale also, you'd be past it. Nightmare in Duriel, 1 in 3,680. That's a pretty good option. You could reliably farm her relatively early on in your nightmare, you know, career, so to speak, and you could try and get your hands on it. Well, that's a pretty good drop rate too. And as far as super uniques go, we've got the Cow King at 1 in 11,000. That's some pretty crappy odds here on these drops. And a lot of these guys are like in Act 3, Act 2. I mean, like Dark Elder, 1 in 31,000. That's awful. Beetle Burst, 1 in 32,000. It's no wonder I've never found this item like on level when I actually needed it. It doesn't seem like it has a lot of good places to drop from. It really honestly seems like your best bet is Nightmare and Dariel. Let's do a quick check, though, like in the all. Hell Cow King has a better chance to drop it of 1 in 8,226. So if you wanted to find it and twink it to somebody, I mean, that's a little bit different. But you wouldn't be able to find that, like, on level or anything. Yeah, I mean, Nightmare Andy really seems like the best bet at 1 in 3,680, and there's really not a lot of other good choices. I mean, Nightmare Andy does have the benefit of dropping some of the best items in the game, like the Soge. She can drop a Soge, and there's a couple other really good items that she can drop. So, I mean, she's not exactly a poor choice to farm, especially if you are a starter Nightmare character and you don't really have a lot of really good equipment to burn your way through Nightmare and into Hell difficulty. So it's not a bad choice, and it really seems like the only choice. All in all, the Fetid Sprinkler Holy Water Sprinkler is definitely a very sexy little Paladin scepter. I mean, with Decrepify, Confuse, +2 Paladin skills, decent damage, and a rather nice amount of attack rating, I would use this on my Zeal Paladin. The only real unredeeming factor of this is its slow speed. It's only a fast attack speed weapon. And I think if you were going to utilize this on a Paladin, you probably would want to put a Shale Rune in it. You know I say that all the time. If you like it, then you better put a Shale in it. If you like it, then you better put a Shale in it. But I mean, it's true. Shale Runes are the easiest way to speed up a weapon. They are the easiest way to make the weapon a little bit more useful for your character. And something like this, which is a little bit on the slow side, could definitely utilize a Shale Rune to make it much faster, much more effective. Especially since you're relying on those proccing effects, which you are going to need to attack quickly to get the best benefit from. In fact, let's go really quickly and just bonk a couple monsters real fast and have a little bit of fun with it. Let me throw up Salvation just so I don't die. And let's go to River Flame. We'll do the bonkening. The bonkening! Oh god. They are doing the bonkening. Ow, it hurts. The bonkening. Don't bonken me. Why do you bonken me, sir? And there's our Confuse. And there's our Decrepify. That's my God Zealer at work. The Holy Bolts that come out are very effective to kill undead and demons, and he's properly geared for the God Zealer build. So he's got those nice, sexy, high damage Holy Bolts coming out with every single Zeal. Very effective weapon. I'm actually quite impressed with this weapon, and if I did find one, I probably would hang on to it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watch my videos, even when I am sprinkling the garden with some holy water. And as always, keep watching. All right, another video knocked out. Not bad. Bink, bink. Moving on to the next one. Let's do the little low-level baby, the Nail Striker. Yeah, let's go to Act 1 for the Nail Striker, since it is a low-level item. Probably never seen a Nail Striker before. I've actually noticed this a lot with some of the lower TC class items. A lot of people have pretty much never seen them. Like, they don't play in Act 1 normal enough, and they leave Act 1 normal, like, as soon as they possibly can. So a lot of the times they just end up, like, never finding the low TC class items. And it is an issue because I have, like, even when I find a low TC class item, I'm like, ooh, there's a Grey Form Quilted Armor. I, like, never find those. And I get excited. Like a freaking thorn in my paw. My foot. Not my paw. I'm not a dog. Oh, Ginger's a dog, confirmed. He's a ginger dog. Oh no. A ginger dog. Alright, so we're going to need a Ral Rune, a Soul Rune for the initial upgrade. And we're also going to need some lemmies and some poles because we are out of lemmies and poles. I'm going to drop that pole on the ground so I stop having an off-numbered amount of lums and poles. Mr. Gems, where do you hide my gems? Mr. Gems, there you are. Ginger Gaming Doggo, that's right.
Good day. Well,
Hey, wait a minute. All right. So we got the pulleys and the lummies and the lummies and the poles and the lummies and the lummies and the poles. Who doesn't like a lummy and a pole? Tell me now and I'll kick them in the pole. Right in the pole. All right. A 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a TC Class 3 item. If you guys are unaware of what a TC Class 3 item is, it is an item that primarily drops in Act 1 normal difficulty. And when you see this item, you may have never seen it before. You'll be like, that doesn't exist. What are you talking about? Nuh-uh. And it's called the Knell Striker. The Knell Striker is a TC Class 3 item, and because it only drops, pretty much, primarily, in normal Act 1, you just never tend to find one. If you do find one outside of normal Act 1, well, you basically hit the lotto, because the chances of you finding one outside of normal Act 1 raise exponentially to the point where literally, like, if Bale in Hell difficulty dropped it for you, like, it was like a 1 in, like, 1,782,000, like, 692 chance or some bullcrap like that. And I'm not even joking. So, like, finding one of these outside normal Act 1 is kind of insane. So if you do want to get your hands on one of these, your best bet is to farm normal difficulty. In fact, we'll go over that at the end of the video when I talk about Silo's Pen. We'll look at the monsters that have the highest drop chance for this particular item, so you kind of get a better idea of where you could potentially farm for this. But without further ado, let's go over the item itself. The Knell Striker is a scepter, so it is basically the lowest tier of the scepters, the normal difficulty, low tier scepter. You know, it goes, what is it, scepter, I can't even remember what the middle one is. It's a Grand Scepter, and then it's the War Scepter, right? So Scepter, Grand Scepter, War Scepter. And so this is the bottom tier of the bottom tier. It has 10 to 19 damage. It has 50 durability, which is actually pretty good for a low tier item, especially if you're going to zeal or anything like that. It has 25 strength requirement, which is relatively low, and most characters will be able to utilize this on level at level 5 with relative ease. There are very few characters that have lower than 25 strength at level 1, and those characters can spend just a couple points here and there, maybe find a charm or anything, and you can probably put this on. In fact, despite the fact that it's a scepter, which is basically a paladin class item, everybody can use it, which basically means that just about anybody could get good use out of this item, not just a paladin. At level 5, it's just absolutely amazing. We also have 80% enhanced damage on this, which does vary by 10%, so a very small variation there. And then we have 35 attack rating, which is static. And 35 attack rating is more than enough for normal difficulty. It will handle most monsters that you come across. We also have a pretty massive 25% crushing blow for a level 5 item, which you don't really need 25% crushing blow for level 5 item, but when you come across like a little mini boss like Rakanishu or the Smith or, you know, like Bone Ash or Andariel, you know, that 25% crushing blow is going to come in handy and you're going to be shredding some monsters. On top of that, it has 15 to mana. Now, 15 to mana might not seem like a lot to a high-level character, but a level 1 paladin has, like, absolutely no mana. In fact, I feel like we need to go to a level 1 paladin real quick, just for the lulz of it. Here's my Gemmy paladin. He's level 1. And I want you to see how much mana my little level 1 paladin has. He has 14 mana, okay? So 14 whole mana at level 1, which means at level 5 he's probably rocking, like, maybe 20 mana. So the Nail Striker is literally going to practically double your mana pool as a low-level character. 15 mana is absolutely massive for a low-level character and will carry you quite some ways. It will also increase your regeneration rate by a pretty high amount at level 5, which is pretty sick. On top of that, it also has 20% fire resistance and 20% poison resistance, which, believe it or not, are like the best resistances to have in normal difficulty. The majority of the damage that you come across in normal difficulty, Act 1, is fire and poison. And when you get to Act 2, you know what the two main elements are in Act 2? Fire and poison. There is a little bit of lightning in Act 1, and there's a little bit more lightning in Act 2, but for the most part, you've got Andariel, you've got the stupid little shamans that are shooting fireballs at you all the time. In Act 2, you get there, and there's fire archers all over the place that are burning you to death with fire, and having fire and poison resistance on it is absolutely amazing. We also have the 50% damage to undead, which will come in handy when you hit Act 2, because there's tons of undead in Act 2. And just a really nice weapon all around that can carry you pretty much through Act 1, Act 2, probably a little bit into Act 3. But by the time you get to Act 3, it might be waning off a little bit, and you might have to upgrade it. And that's what we're going to explore today. We're going to explore what it's like if you upgrade it. You can also find the ethereal version, which is 16 to 28 damage, which is just massive. And it's only 15 strength requirement, which means literally everybody can wear it at level 5. And quite honestly, with 50 durability, it very well could last you through normal difficulty. You could probably just put it on, burn the durability, bonk things on the head with your amazing damage ethereal Nail Striker. And by the time you kill Andariel, it'll probably break, and you're going to have to find yourself another weapon. But, you know, it is a very nice item. Let's upgrade it, and let's see what happens when we upgrade this to its exceptional level, which is going to go from the Scepter to... I can't remember what the exceptional version is. I want to say Rune Scepter? Rune Scepter? I think it's Rune Scepter. So it's going to go from 10 to 19 damage, 25 strength requirement, level 5, to the 23 to 43 damage, 58 strength requirement, level 24. And you know what? That's not really a bad upgrade. That's not bad. For level 24, with 25% crushing blow and a decent amount of attack rating, it's pretty good. Granted, the 35 attack rating is waning. It's not as good as it was at level 5. And the 15 mana is no longer as impressive as it once was. But it's still an effective weapon with a decent amount of damage and 25% crushing blow. The ethereal version can be upgraded as well to the exceptional version to from 16 to 28 damage, 15 strength, level 5, to 34 to 64, 48 strength, level 24. Of course, you can't really utilize it because if you do, it will break. The exceptional level version, the non-ethereal version, that's not a bad upgrade, actually. I could see doing that on a paladin or any character who was just utilizing a one-handed weapon, who wanted some crushing blow on a decent hand, you know, a decent weapon that does some decent damage. It's not bad. There's probably better choices, don't get me wrong. But at level 24, you're probably not going to find any of those choices. and a Ral, a Soul, and a Perfect Emerald are pretty easy to come by, and that's really what you got to consider with these tier 1 to tier 2 upgrades is, okay, well, Ral, Soul, Perfect Emerald is pretty cheap, and if I had one of these laying around and I just really needed a weapon that could carry me through normal difficulty, yeah, it's a decent upgrade and it could be worth it. Let's check and see what it's like to upgrade it to the Elite tier, which is going to cost us a Paul, a Lum, and a Perfect Emerald. And it's going to go from 23 to 43 damage, 58 strength, level 24, to 72 to 93 damage, 65 dex, 125 strength, level 58. So not really that good of an upgrade to the upper tier, but that's because it has relatively low enhanced damage. The 80% enhanced damage really holds it back. The ethereal version can also be upgraded, and it's going to go from 34 to 64 damage, 48 strength, level 24, to 108 to 140 damage, 55 dex, 115 strength, level 58. So not really a good upgrade to the elite tier. I wouldn't say that was worth the pull in the Lum. And quite honestly, the Nell Striker really just excels at being a low-level, like, bonking item. If I found one of these, you know what I would use it for? I would just hang on to it. And I would just hand it to every single new player that I leveled up, because quite honestly, no matter what character you put this on, a Necromancer, a Sorceress, an Assassin, a Paladin, a Barbarian, an Amazon, they could just run around bonking things all throughout Act 1 with it, and they would absolutely demolish. And then by the time you got to Act 2 or whatever, maybe you'd get your gear situated, or maybe you'd just still walk around bonking things with this thing until eventually you replace it. And then it'll go in your stash. It'll sit there for a little while until you break out your next character. And they will also run around bonking things because, well, you know, it's a very nice weapon to bonk things with, and that's really all there is to it. Let's take a look over at Silo's pen, and let's see where we could find this weapon so we could get to bonking, because that's the most important thing. We need to bonk. The bonkening. All right, so Silo's pen, drop calc. Nail Striker. It's a low-level item, so, I mean, let's do, like, 50% magic find at best. Let's restrict to normal difficulty. Probability. Look at that probability. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 1 in 15,543,869. You thought I was joking about them lotto numbers, right? Like lotto probabilities? No. When you try and find this in a difficulty that it doesn't belong in, like the probabilities get absolutely insane. I mean, look at this. 1 in 25,261,351. That's why you never see the dang thing, because it doesn't drop outside of normal difficulty. It's like insanely impossible to find outside of normal. So it looks like, as far as bosses are concerned, Andariel has a pretty good chance at 1 in 3,000. Bloodraven's not bad at 1 in 6,900. And it just kind of gets worse and worse from there. Let's take a look at our super uniques. Cold Crow in Cave Level 1 has a 1 in 1,773. She's actually a good target to farm for Gull Daggers. So if you were going to farm some low-level monsters for, hopefully some good uniques, Cold Crow could be a very interesting choice to try and get your hands on a Nell Striker as well. Does look like the Cow King has a pretty decent chance in normal at 1 in 1,798. And we got a lot of really low-level options here. I mean, Bone Ash, 1 in 15,000. Countess, 1 in 13,000. Griswold, 1 in 12,000. The Smith, Treehead Woodfist, Rockanishu, Pitspawn, Foul Dog. These are all, like, literally normal Act 1 monsters. Like, all the good options are normal Act 1 options. And that's really what it comes down to, is if you really want to find this, even if you're just trying to find it to twink, or maybe you want to find it to complete your Holy Grail, your best bet is just stacking on a whole bunch of magic find and walking around normal difficulty and just murdering everything. A Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, or Holy Shock Paladin works very good for this because they have a massive radius. And you can basically just walk around with lots of magic find and just watch everything die. And then, hold the Alt key or turn on the toggle so that you can just leave it on and just watch for those unique items to fall. Because when it comes to these TC Class 3 items, you really have to go to normal difficulty Act 1 to find them. I don't really think there's much more to say about this item. It's an amazing level 5 item. Could definitely make or break a speed run. Like if I was running like a speed run barbarian or something, or a speed run paladin, and I was just having fun bonking things, and I found a freaking nail striker like on some sort of speed run, like this would like speed up the speed run immensely. Not only would it give me free crushing blow, which would be absolutely amazing, it's also amazing damage for normal difficulty in Act 1 and Act 2. And I could also spend a Ral and a Soul Rune and a Perfect Emerald to upgrade it so that it could continue to basically propel me into Nightmare difficulty. Taking out the bosses with it would be immensely satisfying with that 25% crushing blow, so it would probably kill Duriel and Dariel, Mephisto and Diablo and Baal relatively quickly. Probably by the time I get to Diablo and Baal, though, I may have replaced it, depending on what my luck is, or maybe I've replaced it with a rune word, but who knows. If I'm really lucky, maybe I got myself a pair of Goblin Toes, and I could pair it up with the Goblin Toes for 50% crushing blow. So who knows. Anyway, as always, I sure hope that you appreciate these videos, and as always, get out there and bonk things. That's right, boys. Bonk away. Bonka-donka, honka-donk, bonka-donka-donk, bonka-donka-donka-donk, bonka-donka-donk. All right. How many more items do we have? There's so many more items. It doesn't end. Why doesn't it end? Oh, this is kind of nice. 30% IS, ITD, Mana Steel. It even has Blizzard on striking. That's pretty sexy. It's a pretty sexy little weapon, this one right here. It's a little sexy little DJ. That's not bad. That's not bad. Damage is a little low. I don't know why the damage is low. It has 220% enhanced. It does seem a little low for level 37. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just imagining it in my head. Maybe. Alright, so we're definitely going to need a lame. Oh. Emerald. Gemerald. Paul, Gemerald, Emerald, Paul, Gemerald, Emerald. No problem, 7. Glad I could be entertaining. I really, when I do these videos where I record live, it's really because I'm falling behind. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. Like, when I fall behind and I stop to make videos, can't connect with you guys. And I like to live stream and chat with you guys. So really what this is about is I need to get my work done, but I also want to chat with you guys. So we're killing two birds with one stone, so to speak. You guys get to see me work and create these videos, and I get to, you know, get my work done. So yes. Yes. How many items have we done so far? I don't even know. It's been a lot. We've done a lot of videos so far. Let me check my my data banks here and see how many videos we've done. So live streams, today is the 1st. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, no, 7? Is it 7? 1, 2. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I think I messed up one, so one of them is like not a video. So yeah, probably 8. So 9 minus 1 is 8. So I've done about 8 items so far. Not bad. That'll last me a whole 4 days. We need more. We need more items. We need more items. We need more items. All right, so we're gonna do Zacharium's hand next. We also have Storm Eye, which needs to be done. And then we kind of breaking into some of the pole arms that we didn't do, some of the spears we didn't do. We also didn't do the Death Spade, which is actually a surprisingly good low-level unique that a lot of people don't consider for some reason. We'll have some fun talking about that one. Some interesting items in this game that a lot of people just don't realize. They sleep on. They're sleeper items. And hopefully when I get that video done and people look up the video and they're like, oh, yeah, I could use it for that. Death Spade in particular is very interesting because it has the +4 to mana after each kill on it, which at level 9 is freaking amazing. If you've never played around with mana after each kill is a way that you can like almost completely fix your mana issues as a low level character. And at level 9, it's very difficult to get yourself +4 mana after each kill on an item, let alone the tier runes to get it done. You might not even find the tier runes. And even if you do find the tier runes, I'm pretty sure tier runes don't add mana after each kill with a weapon. I could be wrong. I can't remember right off the top of my head. Let's look it up real quick just so I can be sure. So tier rune. No, it is mana after each kill in weapons, but you would need to find 2 of them, which at level 9 might not happen. It really kind of depends how things go. And on top of that, if you did find two tier runes, you'd be much better off putting them in a helmet. So what you could do is you could find a 2-socket helmet and throw in 2 tier runes, right? So now you have 4 + 4, so you've got 8 mana after each kill. You can find an armor, put in 2 or 3 tier runes in that as well, and now you've got, you know, what? So you got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 mana after each kill. And then you could even find a shield, and you could throw in 3 tier runes in that. So you got 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So you're getting +20 to mana after each kill using this, and you don't have to burn tier runes on the weapon. And finding that many tier runes in the first place is going to be difficult. So having a weapon like this, which could add mana after each kill, is pretty darn sweet. On top of that, it also has the hit blind target, which can also be really nice. And it does pretty nice damage, too. I mean, all in all, it's just kind of a sweet little low-level weapon. Does it have a lot of uses end-game or, like, mid-game or stuff like that? Not really. Usually by then, you've replaced it with, like, +2, you know, items like a Spirit Sword or a Necromancer Wand or something that you've got going on that will give you the mana that you need. And so it doesn't really have as much use later on. But as a level 9 item, it's really good. All right, let's dive into this Zacharium's hand. The hand of the Zacharium. It'll come for you. The hand of the Zacharium. It's really cold and clammy. And when it touches you, you reel back. And you're like, dude, get off of me. Your hand is cold and clammy. The hand of the Zacharium. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at the Zacharium's Hand Rune Scepter, which is an exceptional level item. And it has some very interesting effects, which could potentially make a very sexy weapon for a mid-tier character. Even maybe not a paladin. Zacharium's Hand has a damage of 41 to 76. And 58 strength requirement at level 37. It's not bad as far as damage goes for level 37. It seems a little on the low side, but it probably makes up for the fact that it's a little low on the low side with the really nice speed that it has, which is due in part to the 30% increased attack speed on it. We also have a very nice 6% chance to cast level 5 Blizzard on striking, which is going to be a very nice defensive and offensive ability because it's going to allow us to spam, essentially, blizzards on our targets. Now, granted, level 5 Blizzard isn't like super duper amazing. We're looking at 120 to 159 cold damage per second, and it has a duration of 4 seconds. So we basically have like an average of, I want to say like about 135 times 4, which isn't too bad. And it's also going to chill the monsters repeatedly, which will slow them down and will certainly help you get in there and be more offensive. Because if the monsters are being less offensive because they are chilled, then you can obviously be a little bit more offensive. We also have 220% enhanced damage on this, which is not bad at all for a elite item, or sorry, exceptional level item. And it does vary though from 180 to 220%. So what is that? 40% variable. We have 50% bonus damage to undead on hero wells, of course, because it's a mace class weapon. And then we have a very sexy ignores targets defense. Now, ignores targets defense is amazing for trash mobs. So think about it like this. What ignores targets defense does is it removes the defense calculation from the hit rate calculation. Now, it does not guarantee a hit, but what it does do is for any monster that is not a boss, basically, or like an elite, it will essentially remove their defense from the calculation so that you don't have to have any attack rating to hit them. However, things like level penalty are still involved. So if you're fighting a monster that's a lot higher level than you, there will still be a level penalty involved. And on top of that, any monster that is elite or a boss is not going to work with ignores targets defense. So for the most part, you will find ignores targets defense to be extremely useful for trash mobs and not so much like for when you're fighting Diablo or Duriel. We also have 8% mana stolen per hit, which is a pretty decent chunk of mana steal for a level 37 item, and will certainly come in handy to help replenish your life from those zeals, holy shields, and other such effects that you're going to be pumping out. Paladins don't really tend to use a whole lot of mana as melee characters. Some of their spell type abilities tend to have a little bit more mana cost on them, but it seems to be more or less, you know, like the melee abilities are like 2 mana cost or like 3 mana cost. The only one specifically that I know that's a melee ability on the Paladin that tends to have a very high mana cost is actually Vengeance. Vengeance, for some reason, has an extremely high mana cost as it levels up. And so maybe this might make a very interesting Vengeance Paladin weapon, specifically because, number one, it has the mana steal to help regenerate the mana. Number two, it has the ITD to make sure your Vengeance is hitting. And number three, it's extremely fast, which is something that you really need for Vengeance, because Vengeance is a rather slow ability. So in general, like, I could see this being a really sexy Vengeance Paladin weapon. Then we also have +2 Holy Shock and +2 Holy Freeze, which kind of point this more toward a Holy X Paladin. So when I say Holy X, I mean Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, or Holy Shock. Now this one in particular gives +2 to Holy Freeze and Holy Shock, so it could potentially be used for either. I think the best use for it, though, would be Holy Shock, just simply because if you're going with an item that has cold damage on it, you'd probably want to utilize another element, so you have 2 elements. It's always nice. It's always better to have 2 or 3 different elements than it is to only have 1 element, because then when you run into a monster that's immune to that element, well, you're just kind of screwed. And this one seems to be kind of focused around the cold damage with that Blizzard, although it doesn't really have a whole lot of other cold damage on it, so I guess it's not super cold orientated. And then, of course, we also have the Regenerate Mana 10%, which I'm not really 100% sure why that's on there, because Holy Shock and Holy Freeze Paladins tend to use very little mana at all. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense as an effect, which really kind of puts this, again, more toward a Vengeance Paladin, in my opinion, because with the mana steal, the ITD, the fast nature of the weapon, and then the Regenerate Mana on top of that, it really kind of screams out to me, hey, this would be good on a character, on a Paladin, that needs to regenerate his mana relatively quickly from a large mana using skill, and needs a fast weapon, and Vengeance really is that ability. Vengeance is a skill that just costs way too much freaking mana. It needs a fast attack speed, And it needs lots of mana steel to boot, because you have relatively low physical damage with Vengeance, and it just kind of works out better if you have a high amount of mana steel. Then on top of that, we also have a rather crappy effect of heal stamina plus 15%. I don't even know why they put that on there. Maybe at level 37 it could do you something, but like as you level up, you need stamina less and less, or care about stamina less and less, so it doesn't really even matter. You can also find this in the ethereal form, which is 60 to 115 damage, and has a strength requirement of 48. Now, unfortunately, you can't really utilize the damage on most characters unless you can also not burn durability. The only two attacks that I know of that don't burn durability are basically Blade Fury Sin and Kick Sins don't burn durability. So you could potentially use it on a Kick Sin for the ITD and the Blizzard on striking, and you could potentially use it on a Blade Fury Sin for the same reasons, the ITD and the Blade Fury on striking, or the Blizzard on striking. Let's upgrade this and let's see what it looks like in its elite form, shall we? So to upgrade this, we're going to need a Pul, a Lum, and a Perfect Emerald. And it's going to take us from the Rune Scepter, 41 to 76, 58 Strength, level 37, to 128 to 166 damage Mighty Scepter. That's actually pretty nice. 65 Dexterity, 125 Strength, level 53. That is actually an excellent upgrade. From 128 to 166 damage with only a level 53 requirement, that is absolutely great. And it has like all the modifiers that you would want on it, in my opinion. So you've got the IAS, you've got the ITD, you've got the Mana Steel, decent amount of enhanced damage, and it's just a really sexy little weapon. You could, of course, socket it, throw something nice in there, like a Shale Rune. You know, if you like it, then you better put a Shale in it. And, yeah, I could see, definitely, if I found this on a Paladin, a Zeal Paladin, a Vengeance Paladin, a Holy X Paladin, I could see utilizing this from normal difficulty all the way into Hell difficulty, and then eventually replacing this with maybe something a little bit better. Let's check the ethereal version, and let's see how this one upgrades. So this is going to upgrade from 60 to 115, 48 strength, level 37, to 192 to 249, 55 dex, 115 strength, level 53. Again, very nice upgrade. And again, this could be extremely useful for a lower level Blade Fury Sin or a lower level Kick Sin. The ITD could be extremely handy in a couple situations. The Blizzard spamming could be nice. I mean, there's a ton of different options that you could do for the socket, and quite honestly, I mean, as some people might point out, there are better things that you could put in there than a Shale Rune. But Shale Runes are cheap and they're plentiful, and if you have a Hell Rune, you can always pull it out and put something better in there. Quite honestly, it's pretty sexy. Not gonna lie. You know what? Let's put a Zod in it. How about? If you like it, then you better put a Zod in it. So if we wanted to Zod this and actually use it as a higher level item, let's see what level it would go to. So the level of the Zod is 69, and the level of the item is 53, and when we put the Zod in there, it goes to 76. So 192 to 249 damage at level 76 with ITD, 30% IAS, and Mana Steel. So it's not really a bad weapon at all. Are there better weapons it could potentially use? Yes. But it is sexy. It's very sexy. I think some of the elite scepters kind of edge this one out. Specifically, I'm thinking of like the Redeemer or Heaven's Light and Astrion's Iron Ward. They're all very interesting weapons in their own right, and could outclass this one. But I mean, but just look at it: 192 to 249. It's got ITD. It's very fast. It has some Mana Steel. It also beefs up your Holy Shock and Holy Freeze if you're running down that tree. I mean, who knows? If you were a solo self-found paladin, this might be the only scepter you find. Astrion's may be an absolutely sexy weapon. And quite honestly, in some situations, Astrions is actually better than, say, a Grief. But good luck finding an Astrions. It's actually pretty rare, and I think the entire latter season I haven't found an Astrions. So and not only that, but Astrions Iron Ward is extremely hard to find in good condition. It has too many variables. So a lot of the times when you find one, it just ends up being poop. Whereas this item has literally only one variable, which is the ED. So if you find yourself a very nice 220% F Zacharium's Hand, could be a fun little one to upgrade and Zod, for maybe a collector's item. The really cool thing about this, though, is that I don't really feel like it needs to be specifically used on a paladin. I feel like you could use this on a barbarian, you could use it on a paladin, you could use it on a druid, you could use it on a freaking assassin. I mean, I don't really see any reason why this weapon needs to be relegated to any specific class. Like, it doesn't have that many class-specific benefits, and even then, the class-specific benefits aren't the main attraction to the weapon. The main attraction to the weapon is the IAS, the relatively fast nature of the weapon, the ITD, the fact that it, basically takes care of trash like nobody's business, and then it also has the very nice mana steal, which will obviously keep your mana up and have fun. And then the Blizzard, of course, is also very nice and not class specific, because it's also going to do some pretty nice damage and help to keep those monsters chilled. Now that is one downside of the weapon as well. So if you are a find item barbarian, you may not want the Blizzard destroying your corpses. So that's also a consideration. Let's take a look and see where we could potentially find ourselves a Zacharium hand if we want to get our hands on one. So let's go to the Silos pen, and Zacharium's hand is the only item that starts with Z, so that was pretty fast. Let's do about 150% magic find, since we are talking about level 38. And let's look at normal difficulty first. So in normal difficulty super uniques, we've got very few choices, but Neelathak can drop it at 1 in 10,000, and he's very easy to farm. And Pindleskin is very easy to farm at 1 in 16,000. Bosses, basically just Bale at 1 in 1,361. So you may get lucky and find yourself a Zacharium's hand while you're EXPing up, which could be a very sexy find. Now let's check Nightmare difficulty and see what we're looking at for bosses in Nightmare. It does look like Andariel has a pretty good chance at 1 in 1,448, and Mephisto at 1 in 1,598. So not a lot of bad options. I mean, some pretty good options for finding this so far. And super uniques in Nightmare. It does look like the Cow King has a pretty good chance at 1 in 2,677. And the Countess in Nightmare, 1 in 13,000. Bone Ash, 1 in 17,000. Those are in Act 1, so could be very easy to farm if you're trying to get your hands on it early on in a Nightmare play. Don't see a lot of other good choices, but I mean, honestly, the Countess is something that you probably will farm in Nightmare difficulty for those runes, and if you happen to find a frickin' Zacharium's hand while you're at it, that's a pretty good choice. But it does seem like the bosses are the better choice as far as like drop rate goes. But Countess is certainly not a bad choice for farming it, and Bone Ash is extremely easy to farm just in general because he's literally right there by the waypoint. I mean, he's in some ways he's actually easier to farm than Pindleskin in my opinion, because you basically run in, kill him. He doesn't have any minions. Bone Ash is one of the few super uniques I've ever seen that doesn't have any minions. He just stands there by the cathedral and he's just by himself. I mean, granted, there are some random monsters that spawn around him from time to time, but he doesn't have any dedicated minions of his own. I think that's pretty much it. It's a very sexy weapon. It's maybe not the best weapon in the game or the best in slot weapon, but with a relatively low level of level 53, even when upgraded to the elite status, it actually makes an extremely good option to upgrade to the elite status for a character who may be struggling through Nightmare difficulty. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and as always, keep your hands off people, you clammy hand putters. Just keep your Zacharium hands to yourself, you little punks. Oh, Mana Leech is absolutely amazing to get on lower level characters because you just tend not to get it. Like it's very rare on lower level weapons, and it does cause some issues with a lot of characters. I've actually found a lot of the times with low level characters, like if you get lucky enough to find yourself like a Mana Steel ring or a Mana Steel weapon or something early on, it makes such a huge difference in your gameplay through, because you don't even really need that much mana on melee characters, but you do need some kind of Mana Steel to make your character work. Because if you don't, you're just chugging potions like every Zeal. You're just like Zeal, 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 chug potion. Zeal, 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 chug potion. Zeal, 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 chug potion. Because they have relatively no mana to begin with, and it just doesn't help. It really doesn't. Storm Eye War Scepter. There's our next baby. That's my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Diablo's and Dariel's child. Barbecue sauce. Eye of Elich is one of those sleeper items that a lot of people don't understand because it has a variable that a lot of people can't see. If you guys are unaware, the Eye of Elich has a hidden variable that has to be tested. And if you find the broken one, it's absolutely nuts. The hidden variable is this, and you can't see it. It's cold duration between 2 to 10 seconds. If you find an Eye of Elich that has a 10-second cold duration in normal difficulty, you just annihilate. Everything is chilled and nothing, literally nothing, can be unchilled before you hit them again. 10 seconds is a long time to be chilled. And in normal difficulty, there's no penalty for your cold duration. So it doesn't go down to 5 like it does in Nightmare, and it doesn't go down to 2.5 like it does in Hell difficulty. So you're literally running around and everything you bop is chilled for 10 full seconds. And if you have any other kind of cold damage on any other items, it adds to the duration and makes it even longer. And it's insane. But the only way to find out what the cold duration is on your Eye of Elich is literally to put the Eye of Elich on, strip off all your equipment and your charms, walk out into the Bloodmoor, and basically just punch a monster and see how long the monster stays chilled. And if the monster stays chilled for 10 seconds in normal difficulty, then you know you have the broken Eye of Elich, the one that's like the highest cold damage possible. But if he only stays chilled for 2 seconds, then you know you have the stupid one, the one that doesn't have the really high cold duration. Finding a Eye of Elich that has a 10-second cold duration is something you should hold on to, because it's super fun to play around with in normal difficulty. I'm pretty sure I have done an Eye of Elich video, and I think I talked about that in the video. Unless, because the Eye of Elich that I had was bugged, the one that was in the files. You know what? I can't remember if I fixed that or not. I think I did. I'm pretty sure I fixed the Eye of Elich. Maybe. But the video is up. I just looked. It is up. Well, it's +1 to skills really early on too. It's sexy. I don't know why people don't like it. Bum 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 bum. Now this one is weird. This one is weird, and I don't rightly know what they were thinking with this particular item. Like, it doesn't, it's weird, okay? It's weird. That's all I gotta say about it. It's weird. This is the Storm Eye War Scepter. The Storm Eye War Scepter is, it's a mixed bag of crap. And I don't know what they were thinking with it. I don't know why they did it this way. And it gives a lot of newer players, like a false impression when they find this one, because it's like they think it does what it think it do, but it don't do what they think it do, and it doesn't really like work the way that they think it works. So they end up using it, and it doesn't have any effect of what they actually think that it's doing, which is weird. We'll talk about it. Let's get into the video, and then we'll go over it instead of me ranting without recording it. All right, boys. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at the last normal difficulty unique. I'm pretty sure we've already covered all the other ones. This one is called the Stormeye Warceptor. Now, the Stormeye Warceptor is a weird one. Like, it seems to have a purpose, but it doesn't really fulfill the purpose that it has. Like, you can tell what the purpose is, but it just doesn't fulfill it. And as we go over it, I think you'll see that too. So right off the bat, it is 22 to 37 damage, which is a little low for level 30. It could be a little bit higher. It does have a strength requirement of 55, and it is very fast attack speed without any increased attack speed, so it's just a base very fast on the Paladin. We do have 120% enhanced damage, which does vary from 80 to 120, which does exasperate the issue of it not really having quite enough damage, especially considering it can roll a lot lower than you see it here. I don't know why I'm coughing so much tonight. I think my throat just gets really dry when I talk. It doesn't help when I swallow the water down the wrong hole. Oh, God. Little known fact about me. Since I'm standing here coughing and dying, I might as well share something fun with you guys. So when I was very young, like 14, 15, I went to the doctor and they did an upper GI on me, and they found out that I had a broken, they said it was a broken trap door. So there's like a little trap door that's in between your lungs and your stomach, and it kind of like controls whether you swallow or whether you breathe. And they said that mine was kind of broken, like it wasn't really functioning properly like it should. And so sometimes when I drink water, like the trap door like is like half open, and then the water pours down my lungs, which usually, you know, results in a coughing fit. It's not intentional. Yeah, I think GERDs. That's what they called it, GERDs. It happens. It happens. Oh, God, it gives me a headache, though. That's right. I'm curing my headache by punching myself. You guys don't know the hidden secrets of punching yourself in the forehead. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It sometimes just makes me feel better. All right. Where was I? I was just talking about the enhanced damage, so let's move into the lightning and the cold. All right. All right. Go ahead and unpause. The Stormeye Warceptor also has 1 to 6 lightning damage, which is like nothing. I don't know why it has 1 to 6 lightning damage. It's like absolutely nothing. It also has 3 to 5 cold damage, which is not bad because it does have a cold duration of 3 seconds, which can be useful to chill enemies. But that 1 to 6 lightning damage is why? It also has +1 to Fist of the Heavens, which is a level 30 skill. And you know what that also means? That means that the Stormeye is worth 35,000 gold. Because it has a level 30 skill, The Stormrider War Scepter is always worth 35,000 gold. So despite the Stormrider War Scepter maybe not being something that you would rather pick up and use or utilize on a character, it should always be something that you pick up and bring back to town to sell for gold. Because 35,000 gold is kind of hard to turn down. Not only is the non-ethereal version worth 35,000 gold, but even the ethereal version is worth 35,000 gold. So keep that in mind. The +1 to Fist of the Heavens is nice if you're a Fist of the Heavens Paladin, but there are other items that you could find that might have like +1 all Paladin skills or +2 Paladin skills even, which could potentially be better for a Fist of the Heavens Paladin. We also have +3 to Holy Shock, which is interesting, and it would give you a pretty nice healthy bonus to your Holy Shock damage if you were a Holy Shock Paladin. +3 to Holy Shock could bump you up quite nicely if you had already built the synergies like Resist Lightning. We also have Resist Lightning, which it's really weird, this weapon. I had a frog in my throat. I kept like... It sounded like my voice was changing tones, like, while I was talking. I had to pause it and clear my throat. It's really weird because the +1 to Fist of the Heavens, the +3 Holy Shock, and the +5 Resist Lightning are all kind of tied together in weird ways, but none of the soft points actually do anything. So, like, if you look at Fist of the Heavens has a Holy Shock synergy. But soft points do not enhance Fist of the Heavens. Similarly, Holy Shock has a Resist Lightning synergy. But soft points, again, do not increase Holy Shock. So it's almost as if the person who made this at some point was like, let me make a weapon that will be really good for a Fist of the Heavens Paladin or a Holy Shock Paladin, but didn't really understand themselves that soft points don't increase synergies. Now, this is probably a very old weapon, so it may actually have existed before synergies, and perhaps the reason that this weapon doesn't really follow along with kind of like the modern build techniques is because none of that existed. And in that case, if we judge it based on the merits of pre-synergies, it might have actually been a halfway decent weapon because it would have given you access to Fist of the Heavens, it would have given you a pretty nice bump to your Holy Shock, and it would have given you Resist Lightning to use when you went up against Gloams and things like that. Also, I forgot to mention that the Resist Lightning does vary from +3 to +5. Now, the very interesting thing about the Resist Lightning is that it can come in handy. So if you are a Paladin and you would like to, say for instance, just have Resist Lightning for when you come across those Gloams, Resist Lightning can be very handy for when you come across Gloams. So if you had this like just kind of sitting in your stash, and when you went to go find Anya, and the frickin' frozen river was full of Gloams, as it always seems to be, you could throw this on and be the hero for your party by running Resist Lightning, which would be pretty nice. We also have a pretty massive bump of Replenished Life here of +10 on this level 30 item, which will actually do quite a bit for you at level 30, so it's not bad. Now, the ethereal version also exists, which is 33 to 55 damage, 45 strength, and level 30. Unfortunately, you can't really utilize this very much. You could put it on for the plus to skills specifically, but you're not really going to be bonking things with it, because if you do, it's going to break relatively quickly. And I can't really see a lot of good use case scenarios for any other character who might want to get good use out of this in the ethereal form. It's just not really a good weapon unless maybe you could upgrade it and Zod it, which I really doubt that's going to be the case. Let's see what this upgrades to its exceptional form. I'm actually really interested to see how this upgrades. It may upgrade very well. So it's going to upgrade from the Stormrider War Scepter, which is 22 to 37, 55 strength, level 30, and it is a very fast attack speed item, just in case that changes. And it goes to the Divine Scepter, which is 35 to 85, 103 strength, level 35. So for a measly bump in 5 levels, we went from a minimum of 22 to a minimum of 35. and a maximum of 37 to a maximum of 83. Actually a very good upgrade for only a 5-level bump. Now the strength requirement did go up quite a bit from 55 to 103, but all in all, I'd say that was actually a pretty good bump in damage for a rather minimal bump in level. And you're still in normal difficulty with this, so not bad. It's also extremely cheap as well at Ral and Soul and a Perfect Emerald, so something that you could pull off with relative ease. We can also upgrade this in the ethereal version as well, from 33 to 55, 45 strength, level 30, to 52 to 125, 93 strength, level 35. Again, not really a whole lot of uses for something like this, unfortunately, because it'll just burn the durability and break. Now, to upgrade this a second time to the elite form, we're going to need a Pull and a Lumrune and a Perfect Emerald. And I don't think this is going to upgrade well. It's probably going to upgrade very poorly, but I like to do it anyway just so that you guys can see it, and that way you guys don't waste a Pull and a Lumrune doing it yourself and be like, oh man, that sucked. So we're going to go from the Storm Eye Divine Scepter, 35 to 83, 103 strength, level 35, to the Storm Eye Caduceus, which is 81 to 94, absolutely terrible, 70 dex, 97 strength, level 78. That is god-awful damage for level 78. That's just yick. The ethereal version can also be upgraded from 52 to 125, 93 strength, level 35, to 121 to 140, 60 dex, 87 strength, level 78. So very poor upgrades to the elite tier, very good upgrades to the exceptional tier, and not really a super good item at the base tier. In fact, it seems like the Stormeye War Scepter is probably best used in its exceptional form at level 35. Go figure. Let's see where you could potentially find a Stormeye War Scepter if you want to get your hands on one over on Silo's Pen. Now let's get this set up before I unpause it. Stormeye, the War Scepter of Storming. The Stormeye War Scepter, it's a scepter of war. You guys ever see that like really cool Native American club that they made? It was like a, what was it called? I can't remember the name of it, but I remember what it looks like. And I feel like if I just searched for like a Native American war club, like you guys would know what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, it's sexy as all get out. It's basically like a wooden club with a wooden ball like carved and then like jammed into the head, and it's freaking cool as all crap. Get out looking. I don't even understand. Oh, here's a good picture. Let me bring this up. There you go. It's a really cool looking war club. Like it's just kind of like this wooden war club with like a wooden head and like with like the wooden balls like jammed inside of it. Looks like a kind of like a snake or something holding it. I don't know why I thought of it all of a sudden, but like I was talking about clubs and I was like, and this one was really cool. They should have added this one to the game. I don't know, that would have been really cool. All right, boss, normal. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do is look at bosses in normal difficulty. I'm going to go about 75% Magic Find because it's a relatively low-level item. And we're looking at Diablo in normal at 1 in 703, which was a pretty good easy farm. And then Bale at 1 in 755. So honestly, those are your two best bets there. In fact, I'd probably just do Diablo. And then as far as super uniques go, looks like we got Neelathak in normal. Not a bad choice. And topping off Diablo, it looks like Lord Daycease, Infector of Souls, and Kara Grand Visor of Chaos can all drop the item. as well as Shank, Eldritch, Doc Farron, Pindleskin, Thresh Socket, all extremely good choices for farming this. So I don't really think you're going to have too much of an issue finding one. To sum up this particular item, I have to say that it's a bit outdated, and it doesn't really quite serve, I think, the purpose that it was originally intended for. And I think that's really what's wrong with it. It also seems like the damage, like the lightning and the cold damage on it, are kind of just not really scaled properly. One thing I would really like to see done to a lot of these unique items is to have a lot of these elemental damage effects scale with level. Because a lot of the weapons have these elemental damage effects, which are scaled properly, like for the level of the item when you first put it on. But as you level up, they just fall off relatively quickly. And before you know it, your item that, you know, was doing like a decent amount of elemental damage at a low level is now doing relatively nothing at a high level, which is sad. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are at the eye of the storm. And as always, paddle ashore. There's a frickin' storm, buddy. Storm Eye Caduceus. Now you guys have seen it all. The Storm Eye Caduceus. Storm Eye Caduceus. Bink, 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 Alright, so we need a Ral and a Soul for this. And we're also going to need a Ral and a Soul for the Blood Thief. And we're going to need Pulls and Lums for all. So let's see what we've got. We might have to refresh our Jimmy boy. A Jimmy, can't you see? Sometimes the Jimmys just mystify me. Your shine and your luster and your beautiful ways. I just want some Jimmies to pay. Oh, Jimmies. Yeah. Oh, Jimmies. Yeah. You don't got no Jimmies and you're so sad. But that's okay. I think you're rad. A Jimmies. Yeah. Oh, Jimmies. Yeah. We need another rally rune. Alright, 2 Rals, 2 Souls. I need 2 of each. Let me grab one more set. Ral, Soul. I'm going to have to refresh him real quick so I can get some more Pulls and Lums, and we should be set. I need... How many Pulls and Lums do I have? I have just enough for the Death Spade, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 4 sets. So yeah, I'm gonna have to refresh him. Let's go ahead and escape out of here. Go to my Diablo folder. Alright, Death Spade is our next 50% magic find is our goal. Boss. Alright, there we go. Got Death Spade on the Silos pen ready to go. I'll pull up Death Spade stats. Find the Jimmies. Jim.
Good day. Well,
All right. Bing, 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 getting, bing, 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 my fair lady. I'm being anal with my arrangement of the pulverins. Leave me alone. It's gotta be exact. It's gotta be exact. Or else. All right. Bing, ding, 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 ding. Bing, ba, ding, bum, bing, bum, bum, my fair lady. All right, let's pull out our runes. So we need the bink, and we need the boom bonk, and we need the ba-dink. All right, and we also need the and the burp burp burp. All right, buddies. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Din it, din it, din it, din it, din it, din it. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at a relatively low-level unique. This is known as the Death Spade Axe. The Death Spade Axe is actually a surprisingly good axe for a relatively low-level character, and has some very interesting uses aside from just bonking things. Or rather, hacking things, since it is an axe. And as we go over it, I think you'll understand what I mean. The Death Spade Axe is 14 to 18 damage, which is kind of amazing for level 9, and it does have a durability of 24, which means you will be back in town repairing it on a regular basis. Low-level strength requirement of only 32, so most characters can put this on with relative ease. We also have a required level of level 9, which means that you can utilize this before you leave Act 1 and before you kill Andariel. So it's actually pretty effective early on in the game. With a fast attack speed as a base and no increased attack speed, it's fast enough to get the job done in the beginning of the game. It does have a 70% enhanced damage, which does vary by 10%, so 60 to 70. That doesn't have much variable on the damage, believe it or not. That 10% really doesn't do much. I believe it goes from like 14 to 17 instead of 14 to 18 if you end up with the lower end. It has plus 8 to minimum damage, which is a gap closer. So it closes the gap between the min and the max, and it makes the damage more succinct, so like, you know, together. So instead of it being a rather large variable, it ends up being a rather small variable, which means that you end up hitting targets for a lot more damage regularly than hitting them for low damage half the time and like high damage sometimes, and so forth and so on. So like it ends up being better overall as you're hitting targets, because it just means you're going to do more damage more reliably. We also have 15% bonus to attack rating, which actually isn't really that good at a low level, because quite honestly, you just don't really have a lot of attack rating to bonus. Like, you probably got like 10 attack rating when you start, and like, or maybe like 50. And so like 15% additional on top of 50 doesn't really do as much as you think. It's actually an effect that would be more useful later on when you actually do have a lot of attack rating to beef up. We also have Hit Spline's Target on here, which is absolutely amazing for normal difficulty. Now, this does suffer the penalties of half duration and 33% duration in Nightmare in Hell. And but in normal difficulty, at level 9, when you put this on, everything's going to be nice and blind. And they're not going to do much to you. It's actually amazing. And this actually means that it is a pretty nice, very low-level weapon for just about anybody who wants to go around hacking things. On top of that, we also have an effect which separates it from just simply a regular melee weapon that you bonk things with. It has +4 to mana after each kill. Now, if you find this on a character that is not necessarily going to hit things, maybe you are a sorceress, maybe you are a necromancer, maybe you are a an elemental druid, or there's a lot of different options, but you're not actually going to hit anything. Well, it doesn't matter. +4 to mana after each kill is great for spellcasters. And at a low level, when you're only really utilizing maybe like 2 or 3 mana per cast anyway, and you're killing monsters usually in 1 or 2 hits, +4 to mana after each kill can have a huge boon to help prevent using so many mana potions. And even if you want to still chug mana potions, now you can cast even more spells because you will be able to sustain better. So it's actually very, very nice. Even in the ethereal form, which is 18 to 27 damage, by the way, and 22 strength, the +4 to mana after each kill is still useful. So if you find an ethereal one at a low level as a sorceress or something else that is a spellcaster, just put it on. Utilize the +2 mana after each kill. Maybe pair it up with like some armor or a helmet that has tier runes in it for more +2 mana after each kill, and before you know it, you won't have any problems with mana whatsoever. Now, this could potentially be upgraded, and I don't really see it upgrading well because the way that it's made, it relies on that +8 min that is not going to scale, and it relies on some little bonuses here and there which don't scale well into other difficulties, like the hit blind target and the + mana after each kill, which does drop off. But let's upgrade it anyway and see what it does. So to upgrade it from the normal difficulty to the exceptional, it's a pretty cheap recipe at a soul, a ral, and a perfect emerald. You're obviously not going to have this at level 9, but you will have it much later on in the game. And it's going to upgrade from the Death Spade Axe, 14 to 18, 32 strength, level 9, to the Death Spade Cleaver, 25 to 56, 68 strength, level 27. And you know what? That's actually not bad. It's not bad. 25 to 56 at level 27 is actually pretty decent. The ethereal version can also be upgraded with the Ral of the Soul and the Perfect Emerald from 18 to 27, 22 strength, level 9, to 33 to 83, 58 strength, level 27. This could make a really interesting low-level, like, Blade Fury weapon, just so you have the hits, blinds, target, and the mana after each kill. Those two effects together could actually make a pretty nice bonus. And the attack rating bonus might actually do you well on the Blade Fury Sin because they don't have as much attack rating as they would like. It could be an interesting choice for a little low-level Blade Fury Sin at the ethereal version. And the non-ethereal version actually does look like a halfway decent weapon for a level 27 character who's just trying to level up. It's not a bad upgrade to the exceptional tier. Now, of course, we can upgrade this again to the elite tier with a Paul, a Lum, and a Perfect Emerald. And I know this one's going to go bad, but let's take a look anyway. Why not? So we're going to go from the 25 to 56 damage, 68 strength, level 27, to 72 to 102, 83 dex, 115 strength, level 57. 57 is actually not as high as I thought it was going to be. And I do feel like 72 to 102 might be a little low for 57, but it's actually not bad. But for a Paul and a Lum rune, I can't really see doing that. It does seem a little expensive. The ethereal version can also be upgraded from 33 to 83, 58 strength, level 27, to 104 to 153, 73 dex, 105 strength, and level 57. So, not a bad upgrade from tier 1 to tier 2. Not really a good upgrade from tier 2 to tier 3. Although it could work. I just feel like that Pull and that Lum rune are just a little bit too expensive for a weapon that you're probably not going to get very much use out of. Especially not even for that long. Because 57 is not even that far away from 60, and 60 is... there are a lot of good weapon choices at 60 that you'll find that are going to be way better than a Death Spade Small Crescent. Yeah. Let's go over to Silo's Pen real quick, and let's see where we could potentially find this if we wanted to get our hands on it. So being a low-level unique, I do think this is probably going to drop in a lot of lower-level zones. Let's do about 50% magic find since it is level 9. And sorting by probability, we do have Andariel at the top of the list at 1 in 100. So pretty high chance that Andariel will drop it. And after that, not a lot of really good options until Mephisto at 1 in 382. And it just kind of gets worse from there, doesn't it? So normal Andariel does look like the boss to fight for this. Super uniques. Bink, bink. Normal Cow King's not bad at 1 in 698. Bone Ash has a pretty good chance at 1 in 776. He's actually surprisingly easy to farm for a low-level character. And you could definitely farm him a couple times. The Smith has a decent chance at 1 in 1,568. And I'm trying to see if there's any other Act 1 monsters that can drop this, because that's really where you want to use it and utilize it, because that's where it's the best. Not that Act 2 is terrible or anything, but I do feel like Act 1 is your money. So it does look like Andariel and Bone Ash are your two best choices for trying to get your hands on one early. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it is blinding, like the Death Spade axe. And as always, keep watching. You know, I was just thinking, when I finally do finish all my unique items, do I like throw myself a party or something? Like, like Ginger Gaming Mentor completed a video on every single unique item in the game. Like, yay! Call the news organizations and be like, I finished the Holy Grail, and they're like, well, that's good. Good for you. And they give me like a thumbs up and they walk away slowly backwards. They're like, it's okay, dude. It's okay. Bink, bink. Let's do this fun one. This one's actually fun. I actually did this one recently, believe it or not. I found an ethereal one from Bale, no less, in Hell difficulty. And I was so excited that I found an ethereal Bloodleaf brandy stock. And I built a character, and we walked him. So we walked, everybody walked, and we had a lot of fun leveling up the characters. And my guy was wearing an ethereal Bloodthief brandy stock, and I believe it was an ethereal bone flesh. And dude, he demolished. I have never seen a mercenary survive like he did. Not only did he survive, but he stayed leveled with me the entire time, and I like never replaced him until like it was like almost hell difficulty before I replaced him and got him a better weapon. I upgraded the Bloodthief brandy stock to its exceptional version, and I had so much fun, like literally just watching my merc demolish things with a freaking Bloodthief brandy stock. He was a freaking living tank. Like with Bone Flesh and Bloodthief, he was like spamming open wounds on everything because both of them have open wounds. And he had massive amounts of lifesteal, and he was just, I can't even explain. Like, he was just one of the best mercs and most survivable mercs that I think I've ever had, like, the entire time I played the game, with an F Bloodthief brandy stock and a freaking F Bone Flesh. And a lot of people won't even look twice at a Bloodthief or a Bone Flesh, despite the fact that they're pretty good items. So let's grab the runes we need. The runes we need. All right, blood thief, brandy stock. Kubus. Kubus a boobus. Would you like some bacon? Would you like some bacon strip? Would you like the bacons? Come here, get some bacons. Guess I come here. Get some bacons. Smell the bacons. Smell the bacons. Come here. Come here. Come here, you gotta grab it on camera so everybody can see your big old snoot. It's the mother of my snoot. Give this to me. It's the gammayet. Oh, you did miss the piece. Look, the little piece, you missed it. Oh no, you missed a little piece. Oh no, it failed. Where'd it go? So give me that. Just don't be teasing me with no bacon strips. So I'll take you out. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, they do smell good. If I was ever tempted in all my days to try some dog treats, these would be the ones. They smell like bacon. They look like bacon. Like they literally taunt bacon lovers. Like you're literally looking at them and you're like, bacon. Taunting bacon treats. Bink. Bink. They do smell amazing. Like I could see just like tying them up with strings in your car or something, just so your car smells like bacon. Somebody gets in your car, they'd be like, "Why does your car smell like bacon?" Like, what is it bad? They're like, "Nah, it's freaking awesome." Kubus. Would you like another one? Would you like a 2 bacon strip? He said, "You know my name." He said, "This is my dad's line, by the way. My dad used to say this all the time. My name is Gimme Jimmy. My name is a Gimme Jimmy. The Jimmy of the Gimme is a Gimme Jimmy Lamb. Gimme Jimmy Dimmy Lamb, a Bim, a Lamb, a Lamb." Yes, you can have it. It's like, gimme this. Gimme these. Them's good. You like them's bacon strips? They're delicious. They taste good. What do you rate it? Like, what out of 10? 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, 10 out of 10. I need a rating. 1 wolf out of 6. 7 wolf out of 9. 2 mlems out of 3. Mlems, mlems, mlems. You don't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know. Have you guys seen that video that's floating around the internet? That's literally like a video of somebody's grandma who's in the kitchen stealing cookies. And she knows the cookies are not hers. And she's in there just like rifling through the cookies and she's eating one. And the lady comes in there, like I'm guessing it's her daughter or her granddaughter. And she's like, "Grandma," she's like, "those cookies are not yours." And she goes, "What?" She goes, "You buy cookies and you're not going to share them with everybody in the house. You buy cookies just for yourself." And she's all mad, she's offended that somebody would buy cookies and not share them with everybody else in the house. And literally she goes, "Mom," she goes, "Grandma, those are dog biscuits." And she's like, "Dog biscuits? Oh no!" And she looks at the wrapper and then she screams, "Oh no!" Maybe she was wondering why them them cookies tasted so weird. All right, here we go. Let's do this video. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we are going to be looking at a pretty cool little low-level unique, which is great for low-level mercs, and that is known as the Blood Thief Brandy Stock. The reason why the Blood Thief Brandy Stock is so good for low-level mercs is a combination of effects, and as we go over it, I'm sure you'll see. So right off the bat, we have 10 to 25 damage on this Brandy Stock, with a durability of 14 to 28, or sorry, 28, which is pretty low. It does have 50 dexterity requirement, 40 strength requirement, and level 17. Which, ironically, is about the right level for when you hit Act 2. So by the time you hit Act 2, you're usually between the levels of like 14 and 16. Maybe 17 sometimes, but 17 is a little on the high end. But usually shortly after you get to Act 2 and you complete things like Radament and a couple other things, you're usually pretty close to 17. And this particular weapon has a pretty nice fast attack speed, although it doesn't have any increased. And it does have 50% enhanced damage, which does vary from 50 to 70. So it seems like my Blood Thief Brandy Stock is a little bit on the low side on the enhanced. It can go as high as 11 to 28 damage if it has the higher increased attack enhanced damage. The lifesteal also varies from 8% to 12%. So we have a nice variable on the enhanced damage. We have a nice variable on the lifesteal. And then on top of that, we also have plus 35% chance of open wounds. So open wounds is a damage based on character level, so it will scale with the character. It lasts for 8 seconds, and it also prevents regeneration, which is amazing because regeneration is a pretty big issue, as those of you who've been watching my Necromancer solo self-found videos have seen. We also have 10 strength, which is definitely pretty nice to have for a lower level character because it will help you put on some other pieces of equipment. And it does also give 10% enhanced off-weapon ED. And it gives you a nice little bonus to life of 26, which around level 17, when you put this on, is actually a pretty decent little chunk of life and can certainly help you or your mercenary, survive. We also have the ethereal version, which can be very good for a mercenary at 15 to 37 damage, and it has lower requirements of 40 dex and 30 strength. Now, the real beauty of the Blood Thief Brandy Stock is putting it on a mercenary, a low-level mercenary, because the lifesteal combined with the open wounds can very effectively keep them alive, as well as prevent regeneration on the monsters that you're trying to kill. And that's really the most important thing with low-level mercs, is you just don't want them to die. You don't necessarily need them to put out tons of damage. You just need them to not die. And sometimes that is all you really are worried about. So having a Blood Thief Brandy Stock at an early level can definitely be useful to keep your mercenary from dying. Now, we can upgrade this. And to upgrade this to the exceptional tier, you're going to need a Rel Rune, a Soul Rune, and a Perfect Emerald. This is going to bring us from 10 to 25 damage, 50 dex, 40 strength, level 17, to the Blood Thief Warfork, 24 to 60 damage, 95 dex, 80 strength, level 30. Not a bad upgrade, actually, and it could actually still be useful for a little while into Nightmare difficulty if you were utilizing, say, an elemental damage build, like, for instance, maybe like Charge Strike or Lightning Strike on an Amazon. And the ethereal version upgrades very nicely from 15 to 37, 40 dex, 30 strength, level 17, to 36 to 90, 85 dex, 70 strength, level 30. And the reason why this is such a sweet little weapon is just because it has a massive amount of lifesteal and open wounds, and the damage isn't too bad, and it will just keep your mercenary alive. And that's, like I said before, that's really all you're really worried about. And you can pair this up with some other low-level unique items like a Bone Flesh, which has even more lifesteal, and open wounds. And I'm not just speaking out of my buttocks when I say this. I am talking from experience. I recently did a walk from level 1 with a whole bunch of other people, basically going from level 1 all the way up to basically, like, it was like level 88 or level 89 that I stopped at. And I actually used an ethereal Blood Thief Brandy Stock from level 17 all the way up with a Bone Flesh, and my mercenary was like an unstoppable beast for a very long time. And then I upgraded the Blood Thief Brandy Stock to the Warfork, and he was still an unstoppable beast for a very long time, until eventually I did upgrade him to a better weapon. But just a very nice find all around if you could find yourself an ethereal version of this for a low-level merc, because he will just tank like a truck. We can also upgrade this another time, and unfortunately, due to the relatively low enhanced damage, I know that it's going to upgrade poorly, but let's check it out anyway. So if we take a Pul Rune, a Lum Rune, and a Perfect Emerald and throw it in here, we will upgrade from 24 to 60, 95 Dex, 80 Strength, level 30, to the Blood Thief Mancatcher, 63 to 138, 134 Dex, 132 Strength, level 67. So a very poor upgrade to the upper tier. The ethereal version can also be upgraded to the Mancatcher, 36 to 90, 85 Dex, 70 Strength, level 30. To the 94 to 207 Mancatcher, 124 Dex, 122 Strength, level 67. So very good upgrade to exceptional, very poor upgrade to the elite tier, and quite honestly, it's probably just better off left at level 17, unless you just happen to have that ethereal one that you want to help carry your mercenary further. Now, eventually, you will find a better weapon than an ethereal Blood Thief brandy stock, or even the exceptional version. And in that case, you're probably just going to move on. But do keep in mind that I've been searching for a stupid ethereal Blood Thief brandy stock for a long time, and I swear I just like never find them. And that first time I found one, I was like, yes, because I knew I was going to do a new character day, and so I ran the new character day with it, and it was amazing. It was just absolutely an amazing low tier merc weapon, like through and through. Let's take a look and see where you could potentially find yourself one of these if you want to get your hands on one over on Silo's Pen and get an idea of the best monsters to kill. So Blood Thief, Bosses. Gotta get them bosses. So we really want to find this ideally around level 17 when we really want it. And Mephisto, Diablo, and Baal are kind of off limits on that. They are the best, monsters to farm for it if you want to get your hands on one, like the Twink. But we want to get more hands on one to actually use. So we need something in Act 2. That's what we're looking for. So let's sort by area real quick. And Talrash's Tomb, Ancient Colossolus, not a good farm, but an option. 1 in 2,252. And it doesn't look like there's a lot of good options for Act 2. I'm not seeing a whole lot of anything as far as Act 2 is concerned. Let's take a look at uniques. Just a guess here. So it looks like Talrash's Tomb. I'm seeing a whole lot of nothing as far as like Act 2 goes, or Act 1. And it looks like primarily Talrash's Tomb seems to be the earliest that you can get your hands on this. So it does look like to me that your best bet as far as getting this like sort of like at an on-level kind of character, like within Act 2 when you actually want to, use it, looks like your best bet is just to farm the Tombs of Talrasha. There's a lot of monsters in the Tombs of Talrasha that could potentially drop this item. And, if you're around this level anyway, you may be farming the Tombs of Talrasha specifically for EXP to hit that level 24 breakpoint, where the EXP gets better. So, you may find it in the Tombs, you may not. If you find an ethereal one, it can definitely be useful to you for a little while until you get your character up to a higher level and he's utilizing something better. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when you are stealing my blood. And as always, keep subscribed so you can keep watching. All right, I think we got one more item left. One more item left. We got one more. I eat a bliff. Yes, that's how you end every song, with a nice little toot. A nice little toot is how you end your songs. 'Cause if you don't toot, then you've ended it wrong. You gotta make funny noises with your mouth. You gotta make funny noises with your butt. Please don't leave the room without farting, sir. We need to warm up the house for the winter, and it's important. Every fart matters, yes. Don't let them out outside where you will make a jest. Oh, funny little fart songs is where I make my money, and that is how I do lots of stuff that is funny. You like my song, Kubas? Did you like my song? Or did you just hear the word fart? He said fart? Fart? Get the fart? Kubas, you got fart? Kubas, did you toot? Kubas, did you do a number fart? Did you do a heckin' toot? He's funny to look at sometimes. He stares at me and he's just like... And I'm just like, I don't know what you're staring at me for. Why you stare at me, sir? You know you got eye boogers, right? Why don't you clean your eye boogers, eye booger boy? So what about my eye boogers? I don't got no boogers on my ass. What you talking about? Go play with your little bone. Where's your bone at? Alright, let's get this done so I can get these uploaded. I need to upload like all 18 million of these. I like to take in an item sometimes before I talk about it. Like, if I'm not really, like, sure exactly what to do with it, I'll just kind of take it in first. I'll just kind of look at it and figure it out. +2 traps, 40% lightning res, 25% fire res. For what? Is it a claw? I know every time I talk about resistances for low-level duelers, I'm always met with, resistances don't matter for dueling, because we always duel in normal difficulty, where the resistances are at their easiest to cap or something or other bullcrap. Alright, let's get started on the Husaldal Evo. Let's get this last item over with, and I'm going to start uploading all these videos. I still need to edit them, upload them, make thumbnails for them, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be a long day. Getting from there to here. It's gonna be a long time. And my time is a failure here. I finished all my unique items, and my hands touch the sky. I'm so curious, like, how many unique items there are, and how many I have, and like what the number is that I have left, because I don't know. Like, I haven't been keeping track. Like, I just kind of started. It was an insurmountable task when I originally began, and so like I never really like was like, hey, you know, let me keep track of all this. I mean, currently in the unique items video log, I have 332, and thanks to a lemnist earlier today, he let me know I have one of them in there twice. So 331 videos have been finished, plus the 9 or 10 or whatever that I've done right now. So we're looking at almost like, what, 340? How many unique items are there in D2? After checking uniqueitems.txt, there are 385 different unique items, including 8 rainbow facets in the game, which I'm pretty sure I included all the rainbow facets together if I did do a video on those. I don't know if I did or not. But those would just, I would subtract that from the total. So maybe like 40. I'm like 40 from finishing, or like 45 from finishing, which isn't really too bad. Not bad, not bad. We're well on our way. We are well on our way. All right, let's get this Husaldo Evo done so we can move on to the next one. Well, move on for tonight. I think I'm gonna end the stream after this one because, like I said, I still need to upload them all, get them edited, blah blah blah. That's gonna take me a little while. So, I don't have any videos for tomorrow, so so it will most likely be these videos. I have done all the rune words, Bert. Every single rune word has been done, although I do need to redo a couple because of the changes that they did recently. But the rune words have been finished for a while, including the new ones. So if we have any new rune words come out, that's the only new stuff that will be added to the list, is any new rune words that'll get added. Well, they also counted the Annie, they counted the torch, they counted a bunch of stuff that I don't know if I would have counted in the unique items, because they're just kind of like miscellaneous, kind of a doojinks. I don't know. I know I've already done a video on the Annie, though. I don't think I've done a video on Geeds, so that would be fun. I'm pretty darn sure I haven't done a video on Geeds, which is kind of insane because it's a pretty popular item, right? Yeah, I have not done a video on Geeds. That is very sad. It's very sad. I mean, technically, I think I have done one a long time ago, on kind of like miscellaneous charms. I think I did a charm video. Yeah, I did a hyped for Diablo 2 Resurrected, unique charms and facets, which is pretty old at this point. It was in April 24th, 2021. So more than a year ago. But I'll get to it. I'll refresh those, because that's more of like a generic, like all-encompassing video, and I wanted to do one on each individual item, which is kind of my goal with this series. That's right, time to binge, my friends. Time to binge. And 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. I'm getting very close to the end of this, and I wonder if I'll do something special once I finish all my unique items. Could be fun. Maybe I'll see if I can, like, find some special, like, item on Etsy or something to give away for, like, my grand finish, the end of my Holy Grail. And, you know, if you like my videos, be sure to hit the subscribe button and the like button. It really helps me out. Today we're going to be going over the Husaldal Evo, which I'm sure I pronounced wrong. You guys love to make fun of my pronunciations, so have at it. I don't really care. The Beck de Corbin is a two-handed weapon, of course. It is 59 to 287 damage, which is actually pretty good for level 44. It has a dexterity requirement of 91 and a strength requirement of 133. And while that's not extremely high, it is extremely high for a level 44 character. And you may have a little bit of trouble getting a character to the requirements to use this without sacrificing your HP too much. Even mercenaries, I've noticed, tend to have a little bit of an issue putting this on level. Act 2 mercenaries just kind of like can't use Beck de Corbins very well because of that really high strength and dex. And usually takes a couple levels past 44 before they can put it on, or some equipment that will give them the stats they need. We also have a fast attack speed on this, which is in part due to the fact that it has a 20% increased attack speed on it. And it has a 200% enhanced damage, which is pretty good for a Nightmare level unique. It does vary by 40%, so it can go as low as 160. We also have a min and max damage bonus on here of 20 to 32, which is pretty good. It adds to the min and max, which also increases the damage of the weapon quite nicely. So the damage on this weapon is actually pretty nice. It also has a 250 attack rating, which does vary by 50. So it could go as low as 200, but as high as 250. And quite honestly, 250 attack rating can be absolutely excellent. As you can see, I have 4,987 attack rating on this character. And when I put this on, the 250 attack rating is multiplied quite nicely to 5,837. So that 250 very quickly turns into a very nicely almost 1,000 attack rating. And that's without fanaticism, which would also give me more attack rating, or another aura which would give me attack rating, like Blessed Aim, or maybe even passive points into Blessed Aim. And you know, it's just one of those things that is absolutely excellent to have on a weapon, is a base attack rating, which can get multiplied by your skills. So whether you're a barbarian who's using Polar Mastery and you know, like Whirlwind or Concentration or whatever it is that you're using, or whether you're a Fury Druid or a Maul Bear, or whatever it is that you are that has a pretty nice bonus to attack rating, that 250 is going to get multiplied out quite nicely. So not only does this have a very healthy amount of damage, it also has a very nice amount of attack rating to make sure that you're hitting your targets. On top of that, we also have a very nice effect of Prevent Monster Heal. Now, Prevent Monster Heal, unfortunately, does not work on mercenaries. Otherwise, this would be an excellent choice for a merc. But it does work on players, and so as you're whirlwinding around, or zealing, or charging, or mauling, or furying, or whatever it is that you're doing with this particular weapon, you're going to stop the regeneration of the monsters. Prevent Monster Heal will stop regeneration on monsters for 20 minutes, which means that nobody gets to regenerate as long as you poke them at least one time for 20 minutes, and that is extremely useful because monsters tend to regenerate very fast in Diablo 2. And if you're not hitting them repeatedly or applying some type of effect which can cancel their regeneration, you will have trouble out DPSing the regen that they have. So having Prevent Monster Heal on your main weapon is very useful. We also have a pretty massive 20 replenish life on here. So not only does it stop the regeneration of the monsters, but it also helps you regenerate faster, which is certainly going to be useful since you can't put on a shield with this item, so you're going to need a little bit of help to regenerate your HP from being like a raw damage sponge. You know, no block, no defense from your shield, etc. All in all, it is a very nice weapon for a level 44 character. I can't really see utilizing this much further past Nightmare difficulty, and quite honestly, you may find something better than this. And the stat requirements are a little harsh for level 44, and you may have a little bit of trouble putting it on, even if you do happen to find it. Now, it does come in the ethereal form as well, at 77 to 413 damage, with 81 dexterity requirement, 123 strength, and level 44. Now, even though the prevent monster heal does not work on mercenaries, and also the replenish life does not work on mercenaries, the damage on this is actually pretty nice, and it would actually make a halfway decent merc weapon for a little while until you got yourself something better. If you found an ethereal Husodal Evo, I would definitely plop that on your merc in place of whatever you've got on there, unless, you know, whatever you have on there happens to be better than this. But chances are at level 44, you're not going to find a 413 damage polearm to put on your mercenary. So this one is going to trump whatever it is that you've got. Now, the question is, can you actually find it at this level? And we'll explore that when in Silo's pen at the end of the video. Let's upgrade it, though, and let's see what it looks like as an elite level item. So to upgrade this, you're going to need a Pull Rune, a Lum Rune, and a Perfect Emerald. And it's going to go from the Husaldal Evo back to Corbin at 59 to 287, 91 dex, 133 strength, level 44. To the Husaldal Evo Great Poleaxe, 158 to 413, 99 dexterity, 179 strength, and level 70. Kind of a big bump in strength requirement there. The damage did go up pretty nice, so it's not like too bad. There probably are better two-handed weapons that you could be using at level 70, but maybe. I'm not really sure about spending a pull on a Lum Rune to get it there, but it's an interesting choice, especially with that massive bonus to attack rating. Now, it's also important to note, and I forgot to point this out, and I would be amiss if I didn't. The Becta Corbin is one of the largest, or rather, longest range weapons in the game. It is a range modifier 5, which is the highest that you could possibly get. So this item will attack monsters much further away than any other weapon in the game. There are a couple other range modifier 5 weapons, like the Giant Thresher, but for the most part, this is one of the longest weapons that you can attack with. Now, the issue comes in is that when a mercenary is wielding it, he is stuck at range, I think it's 1.5. Range actually has no effect on mercenaries, which is one of the reasons why people use Threshers all the time, because Threshers have a range 1, and it doesn't matter because the mercenary still applies his own range to the weapon instead of using the range of the weapon. So the range modifier, unfortunately, doesn't have any effect on your merc, which is sad. Let's upgrade the ethereal version, and let's see how the ethereal version upgrades and see what kind of damage we can pump out of this. So we go from 77 to 413, 81 dex, 123 strength, level 44, to 227 to 602, not bad damage, 89 dex, 169 strength, level 70. Of course, to utilize this, you would have to put a Zod Rune in it, and that's where things get kind of wonky, because it goes from level 70 to level 76. And I'm not really sure if that's actually a good use of your Zod Rune, but it certainly is a very sexy Husaldal Evo Great Poleaxe with 227 to 602 damage. I mean, it would hit hard enough to dish out some DPS if you were, you know, like say on a Barbarian or a Druid. I don't really think it's the best choice. There are definitely some better choices out there. But the Prevent Monster Heal combined with the attack rating and the decent damage would certainly carry you for a little while. I don't think that if you were like a solo self-found character, though, and you got yourself a Zod Rune, that you would be spending it on this particular item. Now, if you were just a rich bastard and you just wanted to throw this, you know, like make an ethereal Zodded version of this, maybe you found a perfect ethereal version and you just wanted to upgrade it and Zodded it just for lulz, maybe a keepsake or just something fun to play around with, I could see that. But it just doesn't, I don't really think it has the modifiers, the special nature to really warrant something like this. As it is, it's really just a high DPS weapon for a level 44 character with good attack rating, and eventually you will replace it. Let's take a look at Silas Pen real quick, and let's get an idea of where we could potentially find this if we wanted to get our hands on it. So it is a relatively low-level item at 44, so let's assume, I want to say about 150% magic find sounds good. And we're going to look, obviously, in Nightmare difficulty, because 44 is Nightmare. We're going to check the bosses here. And it looks like Baal, Diablo, Mephisto, Neelathak, Duriel. I mean, Duriel's the lowest level monster on the list, but he's 1 in 40,000, which is pretty insane. And it looks like Mephisto's your best bet there at 1 in 1,113. But good luck farming him at level 44. Let's take a look at Super Uniques. And the Cow King in Nightmare at 1 in 8,969. Whole lot of very poor choices as far as areas are concerned. Storm Tree 1 in 10,000 in Act 3. So it does not look like you can actually obtain this on level. From what I'm seeing as a on level, like level 44 character, there's no way that you're going to get your hands on this on level. You're probably going to have to farm it afterwards, which does mean that this weapon is going to lose a little bit of its viability, because there's really nowhere to get this outside of Act 3, and by the time you get to Act 3, it may not be very useful to you. You may have already found something better, or you may have created a rune word, or something, you know, not necessarily in that order, but it just seems like there's not a lot of good places to farm this and actually use it around level 44 when you might actually want to use it. It drops much later and just not really in very useful spots. I mean, Mephisto and Diablo have good chances, but by the time you get to Mephisto and Diablo in Nightmare difficulty, you're well past level 44. I mean, just referencing my level list here, level 44 is Act 2 Nightmare. And then by the time you hit Act 3, you're 49 to 52, and by the time you hit Act 4 with Diablo, you're 53 to 62. So you're moving up pretty fast in the rankings there, and as a level 44 item, it's going to very quickly lose its effectiveness, especially once you get into Hell difficulty. I think that's pretty much it for this weapon. There's really not a lot much more to go over. I think I could sum up this weapon in one sentence. It's a high damage weapon that will prevent the monster from healing. And that's really just it. I would definitely use this on a character if I found it and I didn't have anything better, because the damage is very nice and the attack rating is nice. And of course the prevent monster heal is also going to come in handy to prevent those monsters from regenerating. But chances of me finding this on level are basically slim to none. So if I'm twinking a character, and this is what it comes down to with this, since you can't find it on level, if I'm twinking a character, this is probably not the weapon I'm choosing. And I hate to say that, but it's really the truth. A lot of the Nightmare uniques need their drop tier tweaked a little bit. Blizzard, if you're listening, one of the things that you really need to go over is check the items, like Who Sold All Evo, for instance, which is a level 44 item that drops long after you're at level 44. So by the time you actually get your hands on the Who Sold All Evo, it's not useful to you anymore. And a lot of the Nightmare uniques are like that. They just have very poor drop zones, and by the time you actually get your hands on them, you don't need them, which makes them useless. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when I mispronounce the names of the items. And as always, if you want to keep watching, subscribe. I was thinking about doing one more video. I know, I said this was going to be my last one. But if I have a Geeds sitting around, I would like to do a video on the Geeds. I think it's in my unique miscellaneous character, if I can find him. I can't believe I don't have a video on Geeds already. I feel like that's something I should have done a long time ago. What's up, Randy? What's up, Silveraku? Sorry, I was in the middle of recording. I couldn't say hi to everybody right then. Orby, Borby, 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 Orby, Borby, Doo. Orby, borby, lorby, borby, zorba, borba, poo. Millibregas, video items, Bull Cathos, video items too. God bless it. What was it on? It was on like unique miscellaneous or something, or unique special. I think that's what it was. Unique special. And I think I clicked on him at some point too to pull up like facets or something because I was being lazy and pulled the facets off of him, but I can't remember. There he is, unique special. Oh, he doesn't have a Geeds though. All he has is facets. Well, that's no good. Unique rings, armors 2, shield staffs, low rune words, resistances, pelts, barb helms, spears, axes, two-handeds, crossbows, farty sparty. That's right. I made a sorceress named Farty Sparty. Okay, best name ever, and you know it. Unique boots, hollow, unique scepters, unique two-handed, spreading plague, crushing blow, open wounds, test rune words. Ice King, new rune words, danger, D2R uniques. What the hell is D2R uniques? Yeah, offline you can have unlimited characters, at least on non-console. She doesn't have anything. she's literally got nothing. Just waste my time. Yeah, I can't believe I don't have one anywhere. I don't see any character associated with random charms. Eh. Time to add one real quick then. Talk about moo, 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 whatever. Moo, moo, moo. Oh well. Moo, 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 whatever. Moo, moo, moo. Oh well. We're going cowing tonight. Tonight. We're going cowing from the rooftops. Oh yes, cowing tonight. Tonight. We're gonna cow with the Cow King. Yes, tonight. Tonight. And I don't know if I'll make it. But watch how good I fake it. Why you sniffing me, boy? Sniffing? I see you sniffing me. Don't think I don't see you sniffing me, sir. Sniffing away with your big old nostrils. You know, for the life of me, I can't figure out why the hell dogs do this, and it seems to be just dogs. I don't see other animals do it when they sniff things. Like most animals, when they sniff things, they're like, Like, it's like a gingerly, like a sniff, right? Dogs don't do that. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever actually paid attention to dogs, but I like to pay attention to things. I'm a man of culture. I'm a man who pays attention to crazy stuff that happens around him. And dogs don't just, like, sniff things. They don't just walk up to stuff and go, like, they do this. Like, they physically take their whole nose and they just shove it into what they're smelling. And they rub it around in what they're smelling. Like, it's... It is something that I don't think I've seen in any other animal that I've seen sniff things. And I've seen tons of animals sniff things. Cats, chinchillas, hamsters, birds, like, all, like, people even. Like, everybody sniffs. But dogs are the only ones that just shove their face directly into what they're sniffing and then let's rub it around in there. And then you're just like, it could be a turd. It doesn't even matter. They just shove it in there and rub it around.
Hey,
Just trying to make you guys laugh, that's all. It's late at night. Get a good chuckle out of you. Get a good chuckle out of you. Get a good chuckle out of poo. Put that chuckle in your mouth and laugh around with it, yeah. Put a little chuckle in your doo-doo. Put a little chuckle in your poo. Flush it down the toilet. Watch it spin and it is gone. Oh man, I'm terrible. I need to go harvest an item real quick. 1 second. Mortuary. I'm gonna steal your edge bow. Mortuary son. Stealing your edge bow for a video you see. It's important, yeah, and you gotta do it, huh? Jiggity, jiggity, biggity bop. Come on down, let's play the shop. How many of you people know why I grabbed an edge bow? Do you guys know the answer as to why I grabbed an edge bow in correlation to the Geeds? Can you tell me? Can you tell me, sirs? Too late, starting the video. Three, two, one, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another unique item video. This is one that I don't know why it took me so long to do this item. I should have done this item a long time ago. And that is the Geeds Fortune Grand Charm. The Geeds Fortune Grand Charm is a unique Grand Charm. It is the only unique Grand Charm. And you can only have one of them in your inventory at any given time. You can, however, store them within your shared stash tab. So if you have multiple Geeds, you can put them in your shared stash. However, if you have a Geeds on your person at any given time, and another Geeds drops on the ground, you cannot pick it up unless you go back in town to store away your first one. This particular item has some pretty hefty variables on it, which does make finding alternative Geeds a good option. And it's kind of an interesting one, though, because the variables don't necessarily make or break the item, because each individual variable can be good for each individual purpose. Finding a perfect Geeds isn't exactly like make or break. it's really about finding guides that have nearly perfect in each individual category for each individual purpose. Although, of course, having a perfect one would be nice. So right off the bat, obviously you can tell that it's a level 62 charm. So level 62 isn't too bad. That's around nightmare difficulty. And we'll explore where you can potentially find yourself guides later, but for right now, let's just focus on the stats. The second stat on the item is 160% extra gold from monsters. Now, this is a variable, and it does vary pretty heavily from 80 to 160%. So if you are, for instance, say like a gold find barbarian, or you're just trying to stack as much gold find as you can for gambling purposes, which is a pretty good reason, you would want to see if you could find yourself a 160% guides for that purpose. The next variable on the list is the reduces all vendor prices by 15%, which also varies from 10 to 15%. Now, if you want to do some heavy gambling, if you're trying to gamble away the fortune of gold, which you found, you really want to get yourself a 15% because it's going to make a huge difference in the amount of gold that you spend on your gambling items. In fact, if we take this over to the gambling shop, I can show you that it makes a pretty big difference in the price of the item in the gambling shop. So without guides, let's see if we drop our guides on the ground, we are looking at a gambling price for an amulet of 63,000 or a gambling price of a ring for 50,000. If we pick the guides back up and we go to the shop, you will notice that the rings and amulets are only 53,550 for the amulet and 42,500 for the ring. Now, this is not the only item in the game that has a reduced vendor price on it. There is one other item in the game that also has reduced vendor prices, and it is an item that I usually recommend everyone have at least one of in their inventory for exactly this purpose, and that is the edge bow. So the guides and the edge bow can be stacked together to increase the discount to a massive 30% discount off of all items, which will bring our amulets down even further to 44,100 and our rings down to 35,000 a ring, which is quite a steal. And you can gamble away to your heart's content for a much cheaper price. This also increases the value of the items when you sell them back to the shop as well. And, it's just, in general, it's very nice to have the reduces all vendor prices by 15%. Now, this particular charm also has a third effect, which is the magic find bonus. So the magic find bonus is 20 to 40%, and it is a pretty big variable. So finding a 40% guides is definitely very nice. So as you can see here, each individual effect on the guides is not necessarily like make or break. Like, if you find a 40% magic find with crappy other stats, well, that's still good. You can use that on your magic find character. If you find a 15% vendor prices, but all the other stats are terrible, well, hang on to it, because now you have a very good gambling charm. If you find a very nice 160% extra gold from monsters, but the other effects are kind of garbage, well, keep it, because you could use that on your gold find barbarian. It comes into play that, not necessarily does it have to be perfect in all of the variables. It can be, you can have 2 or 3 guides laying around in your stashes at some point, all with various effects that you can swap back and forth as needed. So you have a decent one for magic finding, a decent one for shopping, and so forth and so on. And stacking it with the edge bow is an absolutely excellent way to increase your amount of money. Now, let's go ahead and drop these rings on the ground. Oh no, not my Annihilus charm. Now, with the guides, one of the things that we will talk about with this is the fact that obviously Magic Find is going to have a pretty huge play in whether you find one of these. You find Grand Charms all the time from everything, whether it's from Diablo, Bale, Elite Monsters, Trash Mobs, Cowl Level. I mean, literally it drops everywhere. You have a chance to get a Guides every time you're in a zone where a Guides can potentially drop. And that's what we're going to take a look at next, which is Silo's Pen, and we're going to go over basically what's the drop chance calculation, where's the best place to find ourselves a Guides, because quite honestly, it's a little up in the air. We don't necessarily know where the best place to find these are, and that's what we're going to discover. So let me pull up Silo's pen real quick. And bink. That is not correct. There we go. Alright, so we're going to go to unique items. And Geed's Fortune. Now, if you're going to find a Geed's, you're probably going to be already running, say, about 200% magic find. So we're going to assume about 200. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go to bosses. And as you can see, we've got a pretty good chance for Mandariel at 1 in 222. Bale, let's see, non-quests. Bale is 1 in 560 in Hell. And we also have Mephisto at 1 in 582. Even Duriel in Hell has a decent chance at 1 in 889. And honestly, we've got a lot of good choices here. Iswal can drop it with a fairly good odds. Bloodraven in Hell. Radamant in Hell. Neelathak in Nightmare actually has a pretty good chance at 1 in 6,000. 1 in 1,647. And even Neelathak in Hell is pretty good at 1 in 1,563. So as you can see, some pretty good choices, pretty good drop rates, especially Andariel in Hell difficulty at 1 in 222. And as far as super uniques go, we've got, we already talked about these three. Countess has a pretty good chance at 1 in 2,045. Not bad. Hephaestus the Armorer in the River of Flame, 1 in 2,813. He's pretty easy to farm. We also got Cow King, Grand Visor of Chaos, Infector of Souls, Lord Decease. All very good options. Battle Maid Serena in the Ruined Temple is pretty easy to find. Bonebreaker in the Crypt, also pretty easy to find. Pindleskin has a pretty decent chance at 1 in 5,485. Even Eldritch the Rectifier, Thresh Socket, Eyeback the Unleashed, Sharptooth Slayer, Doc Farron, Shank the Overseer, Stormtree, Corpsefire. I mean, there's almost an infinite number of options here. Fire Eye, Coldtro, Dark Elder, Beetle Burst, Bone Ash, freaking Pitspawn Foul Dog, Bishy Bosh, Rockanishu, Treehead Woodfist. I mean, as you can see, just like a massive list of monsters that all have pretty decent chances to drop this item. From my experience, my personal experience, it doesn't tend to drop as often as it's stated here. I don't know why exactly Geed's is a little bit more rare than it otherwise normally would be, but I have seen it like not drop for like a freaking month straight, and then all of a sudden I've seen like 2 or 3 of them fall within a day. It's a little bit strange on the drop rate, and I think it has to do with the fact that there's just so many Grand Charms that drop on a regular basis that they may have kind of diminished the drop percentage for it because there is so many Grand Charms that drop on a regular basis. So, like, you know, let's say the drop rate is 1 in 1,482. Well, you know, I swear, like on a daily basis, you know, like within a game that you run, maybe like Chaoses or whatever, you might see like anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 Grand Charms drop in a day. So if 1 or 2 of those is a Geed's and you don't see it, somebody snatches it up before you see it, maybe that's what's going on, because usually everybody wants to have at least 1 Geed's charm. All in all, though, the Geed's is definitely a very nice charm, and let me double-check the selling items, because I can't even remember if it does affect selling items. I thought it was selling and buying, but it might just be buying. So let's see here. We've got a 1,632 Glaive of Fire with the edge bow. That goes down to 1,344. So if we sell it with the edge bow and the Geed's Fortune, it's 1,080. Let's take off both. And it's still 1,080. So it looks like it only affects the purchasing value of the item, not the selling value of the item. Good to know. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals gambling your way onto my videos, and I hope that your gambles paid off and you got yourself a unique one. And as always, hit that subscribe button so that you can keep watching. Geeds. Alright, guys and gals, I really need to get started uploading these videos and get these running. I've got a lot of work ahead of me, both today and tomorrow, so we'll see how well that turns out. I actually recorded I think it's six, I'm pretty sure it's 6, new Transformer videos as well. So if you guys could do me a favor and head over to my Transformer channel, which is Ginger Toy Mentor, and shoot me a like and subscribe over there, I'd appreciate it. I'm working very steadily into getting my Ginger Toy Mentor channel into, hopefully, one day, a big one just like this one. You know, it's going to take time, and I understand that, but anything I can do to speed it along would be nice. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my live streams, and thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I really appreciate it.